Chapter 1303. Gu Fei's humanoid puppet slash was simple and direct. There was nothing fancy about it, but this slash shook the world and split the void. That devil could no longer maintain his composure. This was the ancient martial path. A slash could split the world, displaying a terrifying power. Swish. The devil didn't take this attack head-on. He left behind an afterimage and instantly dodged. The power of the 9 heaven stars sword turned the place he was standing into primal chaos. Buzz. The 9 heaven stars sword shook. The humanoid puppet had already locked onto the devil's aura. It immediately changed its attack from a vertical slash to a horizontal sweep. The divine sword had no edge, but at this moment, it could cut through the void. That devil had only just appeared in the void when the humanoid puppet's sword slashed down. Although the attack wasn't very fast, it made the devil feel like it was hard to dodge. This was the profundities of the ancient martial path. It was simple, direct, and effective. It was an offensive battle skill that had been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. It wasn't inferior to any grand arts. Good. The devil couldn't help cheering. His opponent's sword was as smooth as flowing water. It was extremely powerful. Even a saint weapon expert wouldn't be a match for it. Swish. The demonic light suddenly appeared, and the space around the devil cultivator distorted. His body seemed to have turned into a demonic wind, and the 9 heaven stars slashed across his body, actually splitting him into 2 halves at the waist. This, Gu Fei's expression changed. He wasn't happy at all. Instead, his expression became even graver. He felt as if his humanoid puppet's attack had struck thin air. The devil's body seemed to have turned into a wisp of smoke. Although it was cut in 2 by the 9 heaven stars sword, it reformed in the blink of an eye. This level of attack isn't enough to injure me. The devil was very confident. His devil body condensed into a solid form once more. The aura of the devil path spread out from his body, causing Gu Fei to feel a great pressure. This fellow is, on a mountain peak several hundred miles away. He Tian couldn't help but be moved when he saw this scene. He seemed to have recognized the origin of this devil, and a light flashed in his eyes. What did you see? Gu Fei asked. This demon was ridiculously powerful. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Even among the demons, such a person was definitely a top-notch existence. Ancient wind demon? Although He Tian said this, he wasn't very sure. After all, this wasn't the untainted world anymore. Whether or not the ancient wind devil could survive the great turmoil of the late untainted world was a problem. In ancient times, the righteous sect had the wind god, while the demons had the wind devil. The wind god was the great sage of the human race, while the wind devil was the great sage of the demons. Even if this devil cultivator wasn't the wind devil, he was related to it. At this time, the devil cultivator attacked the humanoid war doll. Rumble, the whole world was shaking as if it would collapse at any time. All the living beings in the world were trembling. A wave of demonic power spread in all directions. The pitch-black demon hand smashed the void of heaven and earth, displaying a great demonic power. It slapped towards Gu Fei's humanoid war doll, wanting to smash this battle tool into pieces. On the demon hand, there were indistinct divine runes of the demonic path, drawing the power of the great Tao, giving people a feeling that it was difficult to resist. This made Gu Fei secretly shocked. This was a half-saint demon's. It could condense the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth, displaying the battle power of the saint realm. With just one step, this half-saint demons could become a demonic saint. Buzz. The humanoid war doll shook the divine sword and stabbed upwards. Although it was the simplest sword move, it displayed unbelievable power. Swish. The pitch-black demon hand was penetrated. Even if it drew the power of the great Tao between heaven and earth, it wouldn't work. One had to know that the humanoid war doll was a powerful existence equivalent to a saint. Gu Fei's sword move was simple, but it was such a simple sword move that could endlessly fight against the devil cultivator. The devil cultivator didn't dare to take the 9 heaven stars sword head-on. The power of the Saint realm spread out. The region where the primal chaos origin was located was in a huge turmoil. The spiritual mountains collapsed, and the earth cracked. It was as if doomsday had arrived. No one knew how many spiritual herbs were destroyed. This divine land was originally a place established by the great saint of the ancient human race to cultivate divine herbs. This place was filled with spiritual herbs, and there were even herb kings among them. The black demonic aura enveloped the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's humanoid war doll constantly scattered the demonic aura that the devil cultivator condensed. Everywhere the 9 heaven stars sword went, everything was directly destroyed. However, that devil cultivator was too strange. His devil body could freely change between the illusory and the real. This kind of devil Dao ability seemed to be similar to the ability of the ancient wind god. Could this devil cultivator really be the wind devil? Gu Fei felt a trace of unease. This level of attack was really unable to do anything to the opponent. He couldn't kill the opponent, but the opponent could pose a great threat to him. Under such circumstances, Gu Fei felt that he could only be defeated. I am already in an invincible position. What qualifications do you have to fight against me? The devil cultivator spoke with contempt. He seemed to have turned into the incarnation of the wind, moving quickly in the void. The humanoid war doll used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the 8 extremities to fight against the devil cultivator. Roar! The humanoid war doll roared. The 9 heaven stars sword in its hand turned into a destructive light that destroyed the layers of demonic aura. However, it couldn't truly injure the devil cultivator. Damn it! The devil cultivator's body seemed to be a real demonic wind that couldn't be affected at all. Gu Fei's humanoid war doll used all sorts of martial arts, but it could only temporarily scatter the devil cultivator's devil body. The devil cultivator's devil body quickly reformed after being smashed by Gu Fei's fist. It was as if he had an undying body. This can't go on, said He Tian. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He stood on the mountain peak and stared coldly ahead. With the protection of the violet gold divine sword, they didn't fear the pressure of a saint. At this time, in the depths of this divine land, and the cauldron's heavenly tribulation had reached a critical juncture. They absolutely couldn't be disturbed. There's no other way. I can only fight. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the mountain peak and immediately used one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the divine seizing secret art. A violet divine light appeared on his forehead, and the power of his nascent spirit surged out. Swish! A violet eye seemed to open on Gu Fei's forehead. A figure walked out of his Naiwan palace. This tiny figure was Gu Fei's nascent spirit. The aura of the Immortal Dao revolved around this tiny figure. It was like an immortal from the 9 heavens, otherworldly and otherworldly. It was very different from Gu Fei's own temperament. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit walked out of the Mud Pill Palace, it turned into a ray of divine light and instantly traversed hundreds of miles, entering the humanoid puppet. The devil cultivator glanced at where Gu Fei and He Tian were. Although Gu Fei's nascent spirit was extremely fast, it was still caught by the devil cultivator. Boom! Gu Fei's nascent spirit entered the humanoid war doll, causing it to shine with dazzling light. An aura so powerful that it could change the color of heaven and earth erupted from the doll. It was like a slumbering saint had awakened from his slumber. Countless divine runes of the great Tao appeared as the doll's appearance changed. Soon, a young cultivator appeared in front of the devil cultivator. The humanoid war doll had taken on Gu Fei's appearance. Interesting. The devil cultivator smiled. He seemed to be playing around with Gu Fei and didn't care about Gu Fei's humanoid war doll at all. Rumble, the 5 elements revolved around Gu Fei's clone. Immortal Dao energy surged as saint runes appeared on his body, interweaving into profound patterns and condensing Dao energy. Clang! The sound of metal clanging rang out around Gu Fei's clone. Each of the 5 elements gave birth to a divine sword. Then, he brought a fire-wreathed divine sword in front of him and slashed at the devil cultivator. As soon as the fire elemental sword appeared, the divine fire that covered the sky and the earth immediately drowned the demon dweller. The sky and the void were burned and twisted by the condensed power of fire. 5-element sword? The devil cultivator's voice came from within the divine fire. He wasn't killed by the divine fire. The fire was being extinguished from within. The clanging sounds continued as the 5-element sword was activated by Gu Fei. It released a terrifying 5-element sword chi that turned into 5 rays of light. These 5 rays of light contained the power of the great Tao. Each one could kill a half-step saint. But in front of the devil cultivator, these rays of light were nothing. The devil cultivator laughed and charged forward. His sleeves fluttered, and when the 5 rays of light slashed at him, they were all repelled by a force. What? Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help being dumbfounded when they saw this scene from a distant mountain peak. This was too frightening. It had to be known that this was a saint-ranked attack. The 5 rays of light contained the power of the great Tao. This was the terrifying power of a saint. Even a saint would have a headache when facing it. How could it be so easily neutralized? Could it be that this guy was really a great devil from ancient times? How can there be such an existence in today's world? He Tian frowned. This devil cultivator was so powerful that he couldn't believe it. Saint-level existences had long been extinct. There were no more saints in today's world. How could the demons be an exception? This was absolutely impossible. There seemed to be something fishy about this. Gu Fei and He Tian felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. This made them feel uneasy. Chapter 1304. Another great demon has arrived? Gu Fei and He Tian, who were hundreds of miles away, sensed the terrifying demonic aura. Their expressions changed drastically. This demon wasn't someone they could deal with. A terrifying demonic figure passed through the chaotic origin and entered the sacred land. It was a white-haired old man in black robes. At first glance, he looked like a human with a ruddy face. However, the old man's eyes were as black as ink. The old man's eyes had no pupils. There was nothing but darkness. His eyes seemed like a bottomless devil's hole. Anyone who looked into them would feel as though their soul would be sucked away. This was a pair of terrifying demonic eyes. Primordial old ghost, the demon fighting with Gu Fei's clone, was surprised to see this old man. He had never imagined that this old man would appear here. Could this old man be a primordial sky demon? Gu Fei and He Tian were both taken aback. How could these great ancient devils, who had disappeared long ago, still be alive? Even if he was alive, it was impossible for him to appear here. In today's great era, saint-grade existences were already extinct. These supreme existences that had once dominated the ancient times were now regarded as legendary gods and remembered by future generations. Even a crazy old man like you managed to survive? No, you're not that crazy old man. You're just one of his clones. The old man's demonic eyes stared at the demon as he spoke. Boom! At this moment, the demon's demonic power suddenly erupted and knocked away the 5-element sword lights that were circling around him. Then, he struck out with his palm and sent Gu Fei's clone flying thousands of meters away. The void of the 5 elements around the doppelganger was destroyed. Too strong. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded. This demon's cultivation was too strong. Moreover, this was just a clone. After the demon sent Gu Fei's battle avatar flying, he turned to look at the old man with a bloody glint in his blood-colored eyes. Old ghost of primordial beginning, you're not any better. Aren't you just an incarnation? Even though it was just an incarnation, it was imprinted with the spirit imprint of the main body. Thus, its words and actions were no different from the main body. Wind Devil, I didn't expect you to also leave behind an embodiment. The primordial heavenly devil's embodiment said. He did not seem to be on the same side as the devil cultivator. Humph. I will return to this world sooner or later, Wind Devil's incarnation said coldly. Not everyone knew about such a great secret of the world. Gu Fei and He Tian were horrified to hear the information from Wind Demon's words. He would return sooner or later. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that the supreme demons of the ancient times had not fallen? If that was really the case, the return of these ancient great demons would probably put all the living beings in the heaven realm in danger. Gu Fei only thought about it for a moment before he broke out in a cold sweat. I sense the aura of the extreme path sacred weapon. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation turned around and looked towards the depths of the divine land. Black devil chi lingered in his pitch-black eyes. Hearing this, the ancient wind devil's 2 eyebrows immediately raised. Then, he glared and said, "Don't even think about taking this place. Everything here is mine." Ancient wind devil was a little nervous. It should be known that this primordial heavenly devil was not a kind person. The primordial demonic mirror had killed countless experts. Humph. Witnesses have a share. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation sneered. Since he had entered the treasure mountain, how could he return empty-handed? Then, you want me to go against you? The ancient wind devil's incarnation's voice became cold. Devil chi lingered around his body and his body emitted a terrifying murderous aura. The primordial heavenly devil's incarnation also emitted a biting cold murderous aura. Very well, then bring it on. The ancient wind devil's incarnation took a step forward and then transformed into a primordial demonic hand, grabbing directly at the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. Buzz! The void shook and a simple and unadorned mirror appeared above the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. Then, it emitted a dazzling demonic light and shone towards the demonic hand. Terrifying energy waves swept in all directions. Under the illumination of the primordial demonic mirror, the big hand collapsed. At this moment, the wind devil had already turned into a demonic light and rushed towards the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation. The primordial heavenly devil must have met the Diabolism Empress who had been defeated by Gu Fei's war avatar doppelganger and banished from this divine land. Otherwise, how could the primordial demonic mirror fall into the hands of the primordial heavenly devil's incarnation? Without any unnecessary words, the 2 super experts began to fight. At this moment, Gu Fei's war avatar doppelganger hid far away. In the hands of the primordial heavenly devil, the primordial demonic mirror emitted a terrifying holy power. Rays of dark light shattered the void and clashed with the wind devil. They were just 2 incarnations, but they were so powerful that it could be said to be abnormal. The ground was sinking and the void was being destroyed. They were simply 2 demons of destruction. Old wind, if you don't use your holy weapon now, you won't have the chance to. The primordial heavenly devil's old voice echoed in the sky. He controlled the primordial demonic mirror and used all kinds of killing techniques, gradually gaining the upper hand. Turn into the wind, invisible and traceless. Ancient wind devil let out a roar and his entire body immediately turned incorporeal. Even the demonic aura emanating from his body was quickly dispersing. However, in just a moment, the demonic body of the wind devil and even the demonic chi on his body became transparent. In the end, he completely merged with the surrounding void. What? The primordial heavenly devil was shocked that the wind devil disappeared. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were stunned to see this scene. How did he do it? Unbelievable. Swoosh. Wind devil, who had disappeared, instantly appeared behind primordial heavenly demon. He then struck out with his palm, sending primordial heavenly demon flying. The primordial demon mirror floating above his head was also sent flying. This was a battle between saints. No one could remain calm after sensing the existence of the extreme path sacred weapon. The primordial heavenly devil and the ancient wind devil both wanted everything here. The arrival of the 2 demons made Gu Fei and He Tian feel great pressure. Even their war avatar doppelganger could not compete with these existences. Of course, this had a lot to do with their cultivation. With Gu Fei's current cultivation, he could at most activate 50% of the war avatar's power. If he could successfully cut the way, he might be able to completely activate the power of the war avatar. At that time, the power he could activate would be even stronger. Chapter 1305. If only I had my weapon in hand. Wind Demon was too aggrieved. His devil weapon was lost in ancient times. If he had the devil weapon in hand, he wouldn't let this old guy be so presumptuous in front of him. Buzz. At this moment, the devil mirror above Primordial Sky Demon's head made a vibration, and a vast and horrifying wave spread out from the devil mirror. Humph. You're on your own. Suddenly, Wind Demon sneered and retreated far away. What? At this time, Primordial Sky Demon also seemed to feel something was wrong. He suddenly turned around and saw a blurry figure almost sticking to his body. Even though he was so close, Primordial Sky Demon still couldn't see this person clearly. This person appeared too suddenly, like looking at flowers in the fog, giving people a feeling of unreality. Swish. Primordial Sky Demon didn't even think about it and directly retreated, but that figure made a move. Poof. An arm directly inserted between Primordial Sky Demon's chest and abdomen, and then that person shook his arm. Bang. Primordial Sky Demon's body immediately exploded. Buzz. The Primordial Devil Mirror shook, and the Great Tao Devil patterns intertwined on the Devil Mirror. The mighty power of destruction shattered the void of heaven and earth, wanting to completely obliterate this mysterious person below. Bang! That mysterious person just stretched out a palm and pressed upwards, and the mighty power of destruction from the Primordial Devil Mirror was immediately dispersed. The Primordial Devil Mirror was directly knocked away. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned by the combat power displayed by the mysterious person. It was incredible that he could fight against the devil weapon of the ancient great saint of Devil Tao with his bare hands. Although that Primordial Sky Demon was just an incarnation, it also had a powerful strength infinitely close to the saint tier. Even Wind Demon was frightened when his devil body was blown up like this. Wow, who are you? Primordial Sky Demon reassembled his devil body and appeared in the distant sky. The Primordial Devil Mirror flew over and suspended above his head. It poured down a devil light and protected him in it. The other party destroyed his devil body with one move. Was this guy actually an invincible martial artist? Under the heavens and on the earth, only the invincible martial artists could fight a saint weapon with their bare hands. Primordial Demon roared again and again. He was shocked and angry. Every time his devil body was destroyed, his strength would fall. At this time, although he had reconstructed his devil body, his strength was only about 80% of his original strength. If he was slashed more than a dozen times, his demonic body would be completely finished. Hundreds of kilometers away, Gu Fei was standing on a mountain peak. He was shocked to the extreme, because this mysterious person was the incarnation of the ancient wind god that had helped Gu Fei reach foundation establishment. Why is he here? When Gu Fei saw that it was the incarnation of the ancient wind god, he was completely stunned. That day in the 9 Heavens hidden dragon grounds, the incarnation of the ancient wind god had displayed a supreme mystic ability to compete with the true dragon. Even the legendary true dragon was no match for him. If he wanted to escape, then didn't this guy chase after the true dragon? When He Tian saw this mysterious person, he was also incomparably shocked. That day when he went deep into the hidden dragon land, he had once seen the incarnation of the ancient wind god. No one knew why the incarnation of the ancient wind god suddenly appeared here. This guy, even the incarnation of the wind demon, was shocked. The battle strength displayed by this mysterious person was probably the true battle strength of the saint level. Otherwise, how could he slash the incarnation of the primordial demon? The incarnation of the primordial demon was extremely powerful. If it was in the ancient times, an incarnation could fight against a saint. Even after countless years, the current world was not like the ancient times. The incarnation of the primordial demon was weakened, but it still had the strength infinitely close to the saint level. Such an existence could kill half a saint and compete with the most powerful existence in this world. But now, his devil body was slashed by this mysterious person in one move. Even the incarnation of the ancient great devil saint could not have an immortal body. If it was slashed once, its strength would be weakened. If it was slashed more than a dozen times, the result would be its soul flying away and scattering. Who the hell are you? The primordial demon was both shocked and infuriated. The opponent's battle strength was too frightening. He had actually been able to get behind him without him noticing. The incarnation of the ancient wind god didn't say anything. Its figure was faint and illusory, as if it could dissipate at any moment. There were no energy fluctuations coming from it, nor was there any powerful aura coming from it. However, that figure just stood there quietly in the void, giving off an insurmountable feeling and an incomparably powerful sense of oppression. The ancient wind god's incarnation swiped at the origin of the primal chaos behind him. The original land of primal chaos was actually erased from the void just like that. Everyone was shocked. The ancient wind god's incarnation had actually erased the original land of primal chaos that was connected to the outside world. The passage between this world and the outside world had been closed by the ancient wind god. Damn, we can't get out. We're going to be trapped here until we die. He Tian was dumbfounded. Did the opponent want to trap everyone in this world? Look at you. Is there any place in this world that can trap us? Gu Fei glanced at Mahakala and said. He controlled the three great worlds and could enter the hell path, and then exit the hell path to the outside world. Of course, this method was very troublesome. Gu Fei had never used it before. It had to be known that he had only refined the origin of the Hell Dao. He hadn't refined the Hell Dao into his body. Although he could enter the Hell Dao through the origin of the Hell Dao, he could only come out from the exit of the Hell Dao. That exit was in the mortal realm. That way, Gu Fei would return to the mortal realm. Gu Fei had long since thought of this method, but he didn't want to try it. If he left the heaven realm, he might not be able to come back again. He still hadn't finished his business in the heaven realm. He didn't want to return just like this. Boss, do you want to? He Tian also thought of a possibility at this time. But this method couldn't be used unless it was absolutely necessary. Do you want to trap us here until we die? Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil were both shocked and furious. The opponent had closed the only passage to the outside world. His goal couldn't be any more obvious. He wanted to keep them here. How outrageous. Primordial Heavenly Devil and Wind Devil felt that the opponent wasn't even putting them in his eyes. Chapter 1306. The ancient wind god was very straightforward. He directly closed the only passage between this world and the outside world, which surprised everyone and made them somewhat at a loss. This world was refined by the great saints of the ancient human clan. It was extremely stable and difficult to destroy. However, even if one could break through this world, it would not necessarily be able to go to the outside world. Outside the world was the land of chaos. In the chaos, there was no time and direction. It was an absolute state of chaos before the world was formed. It was the most easy to get lost inside. Once lost inside, unless one was in existence like the extreme saint, as long as one was lost in the chaos, they would never be able to come out again. The vague figure did not speak and directly attacked the primeval sky demon and the wind demon. Although the illusory body did not emit any fluctuations, it gave people the feeling that there were hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains moving, almost suffocating everyone. The primeval sky demon sneered, and then directly activated the primeval demon mirror that was suspended above his head. On the demon mirror, the great Tao demon pattern appeared, and the power of the Tao interweaved. Buzz! The primeval demon mirror trembled, and an extremely powerful force spread out from the demon mirror. A black light broke through the void, illuminated the world, and swept towards the ancient wind god incarnation. This was the power of the saint-level demon path. It triggered the power of the great Tao, and it could destroy everything. The primeval demon mirror was almost completely awakened, showing a terrible power. Bang! The illusory figure only blasted out a punch, and it dispersed the terrible destructive demonic light that shot out from the primeval demon mirror. What? The primeval sky demon was really shocked. The opponent was extremely powerful. It should be known that the primeval demon mirror was a great saint-level sacred weapon that he had refined. This blow had the powerful power of the saint level. Even an ordinary saint would be shocked under this blow from the primeval demon mirror, but the opponent broke this blow so easily. This guy is too fierce. He Tian couldn't help being shocked. This was the highest profundity of the martial path, the fist to break all divine abilities. No matter how powerful your divine abilities were, no matter how boundless your magic power was, I only needed a single fist to break them. The supreme profound meaning of martial arts. When Gu Fei saw the wind god's punch, his eyes lit up. This was the simplest and most direct punch. It looked like a casual punch, but it contained an invincible might. The primordial god of wind used the wind god's steps and arrived in front of the primordial demon like a gust of wind. Then, he threw another punch. The void was silently annihilated under his fist. There were no energy fluctuations, but it had shattered the void of heaven and earth. This kind of power was really too terrifying. Bam! Without any suspense, the primordial demon was blasted away. If it wasn't for the protection of the primordial demon mirror, he would have been killed by the ancient wind god again. What are you waiting for? The primordial demon roared. His opponent was too strong. Even with the primordial demon mirror in hand, he was still suppressed. This was an ancient invincible battle skill. When used by the ancient wind god, its power was even more terrifying. Wind demon was shocked and furious. He wanted to attack, but the other party was so strong that even primordial demon was no match for him. If he went up, he would probably end up the same way. Boom! Wind demon punched the void in front of him. The violent power directly penetrated the void of heaven and earth. He wanted to use the magical power of the demons to reopen the passage to the outside world. However, not everyone had the ability to do so. Although the void was shattered, it was restored by the power of heaven and earth in this world. It was very difficult to reappear at the origin of chaos. Old wind, if you want to go out, you have to kill this guy. The primordial demon rushed over from afar. The primordial demon mirror was floating above his head, emitting a terrifying saintier aura. The demonic mirror was like a black sun, suppressing the world so much that the void was trembling. This is the only way. Wind demon had to accept the reality. Only by practicing with the primordial demon could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would be killed here. Roar! Wind devil let out a furious roar and charged at the ancient wind god with all his might. His devil body turned into an earth-shattering gust of devil wind that swept towards the ancient wind god. The ancient wind god did not dodge. He did not care to dodge at all. He let the demonic wind that could tear the void blow, but he was as still as a mountain, walking in the black wind. With every step he took, a line of the great path emerged under the feet of the ancient wind god. The monstrous black wind engulfed the ancient wind god in an instant, and a terrifying demonic aura spread in all directions. Even Gu Fei and He Tian were affected, and had no choice but to retreat far away. The mountains within a radius of hundreds of miles were uprooted from the ground and crushed by the black wind. Wind demon hid in the black wind and attacked the ancient wind god. Rays of demonic light, like the killing light of the great path, shot out from the black wind and penetrated the ancient wind god from all directions. The ancient wind god pointed a finger. A mass of divine light spread out from the tip of his finger. Wherever the divine light passed, the black wind dissipated immediately. All the demonic light that penetrated the ancient wind god collapsed. It was just a finger, but it caused the void within a radius of hundreds of miles to collapse, forming terrifying black spatial cracks. The black wind that shrouded the entire heaven and earth disappeared. The incarnation of the ancient demon's great sage wind demon was also hit out from the void. Too strong. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded when they saw this unbelievable scene. In front of the incarnation of the ancient wind god, these two demons were as fragile as newborn babies. Arg! Wind demon spat out a mouthful of blood. Cracks appeared on his demonic body. He was like a porcelain that had been cracked and could shatter at any time. It's the void fragmentation finger, you're the wind god of the wind god sect. Wind demon recognized the martial skill of the incarnation of the ancient wind god. He was utterly shocked. In the ancient times, the wind god's sect had only appeared for a short period of time. However, the wind god who founded the wind god's sect had a great background. Some people said that the wind god was the son of a supreme martial progenitor. His martial skills were personally taught by the supreme martial progenitor, thus he had unlimited potential and was expected to become the second martial progenitor. However, when the wind god's reputation reached its peak, the wind god sect disappeared from the ancient times overnight. No one knew where the wind god sect had moved to. Since then, the people of the wind god sect had completely disappeared from the primordial world. The disappearance of the wind god sect caused a great disturbance in the primordial world. It even triggered a terrifying war between the demons and the humans. Chapter 1307. The ancient divine wind sect had dominated the untainted land for nearly 1,000 years because the founder of the divine wind sect was a great sage of the human race. This great sage had a terrifying background. No one dared to provoke the divine wind sect even in the untainted land where experts were as numerous as trees in a forest. The disappearance of the divine wind sect was still a secret. There were many ancient books in the world, but there were no records of this. No one knew what had happened in the past. Now that the void fragmentation finger had appeared, this mysterious person was probably the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect. After guessing the identity of the other party, primordial heavenly devil and wind devil were shocked to the extreme. The divine wind sect was a supreme existence like a god even in the ancient times. Although they were both great sage, primordial heavenly devil and wind devil knew their limits. Even in the ancient times, their true bodies were definitely not a match for the divine wind sect. The divine wind sect was the king of the great sage realm. The incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect broke wind devil's dreadful divine ability with one finger, dispersing the endless devil wind and almost causing wind devil's devil body to collapse. Too strong. What should we do? Primordial heavenly devil and wind devil looked at each other. They both felt a great threat. Although this divine wind sect was also an incarnation, it seemed to be able to display the power of a great sage realm expert. The incarnation of a great sage king was too powerful and terrifying. Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect could suppress the incarnations of primordial heavenly devil and wind devil. Moreover, the only passage connecting this world to the outside world was erased by the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect. It was obvious that the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect wanted to keep these two incarnations of the great sage demons here. Bang! At this time, the incarnation of the ancient divine wind sect attacked again. An illusory big hand instantly shrouded the whole world and grabbed towards primordial heavenly devil and wind devil. There wasn't any energy fluctuation coming from the hand, but the hand had confined the entire world, shrouding both the primordial heavenly demon and wind demon. What? Primordial heavenly devil and wind devil were shocked. Buzz! The primordial demon mirror, which was floating above primordial demon's head, was vibrating. Endless demonic light shot out from the mirror, piercing through the void. Saint-tier power erupted from the demonic mirror, contending against the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. The void between the two was annihilated soundlessly, returning to its most primitive state. This was the collision of Saint-tier power. Even the primal chaos energy was forced out. Damn it, I don't believe that he alone can defeat us. The wind demon roared, then rushed forward and slapped the primordial heavenly demon's back. Boom! Endless demonic power burst out of wind demon and rushed into primordial demon's body. It merged with the demonic power in primordial demon's body and formed an extremely powerful force. Primeval heavenly demon and wind demon's potentials were fully released, making primeval heavenly demon's power reach the saint level. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. The primordial demon mirror was fully awakened. This was a great saint-tier power. It erupted like a mountain torrent and directly shattered the huge hand that was grabbing down from the sky. Heaven and earth were collapsing. This side of the world seemed to be unable to withstand such a force at all. The whole world showed signs of collapsing as if doomsday had arrived. However, just as the great saint-tier power spread in all directions, a tremor suddenly came from the depths of this side of the world. Buzz! A terrifying sound wave came out from the depths of this side of the world. A powerful and unstoppable force froze the entire world and resisted the power of the primordial demon mirror, so that this destructive force would not spread and destroy the entire world. It was unknown what happened in the depths of this side of the world. The destructive force in this side of the world had weakened to a bearable level. Heaven's retribution began to dissipate. Gu Fei and He Tian's attention were attracted by the battle between the ancient wind god and the two great demons. They did not know when the power of heaven's retribution began to dissipate. After primeval heavenly demon used the primordial demon mirror to shatter the huge hand condensed by the ancient wind god, he did something that made everyone dumbfounded. They saw that primordial heavenly demon hit the ancient wind demon's demon body with his palm, directly blowing up the demon body. Ancient wind demon was furious. Primordial old ghost actually hit him when he was down. It was too insidious to attack him at this time. Wind demon was unwilling to let primordial heavenly demon destroy his demon body. Boom! Wind demons exploded, demon body burned. The dark demon fire instantly swept the entire world, drowning primordial heavenly demon in it. You are ruthless. Primordial heavenly demon's voice came from the demon fire. Wind demon was burning his own demon chi. He wanted to perish together with primordial heavenly demon. Ruthless than you? Let's die together. Wind demon's divine thoughts came from the demon fire. At this time, Gu Fei and He Tian had already escaped far away. Even Wind God's incarnation did not make a move. Only you will die. I want your power. Primordial heavenly demon roared again and again. Then, a dark vortex appeared in the endless demon fire. The vortex emitted a heaven-devouring power, swallowing the surrounding demon fire. Roar! Wind demon's terrified divine thoughts came from the demon fire. The monstrous demon fire was fixed and swallowed into the primordial demon mirror. After obtaining wind demon's demon power, the primordial demon mirror's aura became even more terrifying. It had a kind of power that could shock the heavens. Without any suspense, primordial heavenly demon's demon mirror swallowed everything. Nothing was left of wind demon's incarnation. His demon power became a part of the demon mirror's power. After obtaining wind demon's power, primordial heavenly demon's strength directly broke through from infinitely close to the saint realm. Now, he could fight with wind god. Whoosh! Primordial heavenly demon took a step and rushed to the depths of this divine land. There was a big cauldron looming there. A medicinal fragrance floated in the entire world. The peerless divine medicine was refined. Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't sit still when they thought of this. Gu Fei's spirit entered the humanoid battle puppet. He immediately attacked primordial heavenly demon and intercepted primordial heavenly demon. Courting death. Primordial heavenly demon used the demon mirror and shone it directly at Gu Fei. The destructive demon light directly shattered the void and penetrated the heaven and earth, showing a terrifying power. This was the power of the great sage level. It was not something Gu Fei could imagine. Without any suspense, the humanoid battle puppet that Gu Fei had entered was directly sent flying. Even a saint-level battle puppet could not contend with such power. Primordial heavenly demon wanted to rush into the depths of this divine land and seize the myriad medicine cosmic cauldron. One must know that there was a cauldron of myriad medicine cosmic cauldron with a peerless divine medicine. For cultivators, there was nothing more precious than the peerless divine medicine that could help people improve their cultivation. However, no one was willing to see the treasure fall into the hands of an outsider. Gu Fei made a move to stop it, but the wind god incarnation had already caught up. Bam! The ancient wind god incarnation directly blasted out a palm, making primordial heavenly demon unable to escape, forcing him to confront it head-on. Boom! The void between heaven and earth was directly annihilated, and the whole world was shaking. The power of the sage level once again collided with each other, and the mighty energy storm shattered everything. The surrounding mountains were constantly collapsing, and dust rose to the sky. The birds and beasts in this part of the world were frightened and fled in all directions. There was no trace of birds and beasts in the surrounding area. Primordial heavenly demon and the ancient wind god were fighting. Both of their footwork could be said to be unparalleled in the world. The two of them moved quickly in the void, and wherever they passed, the void would inevitably collapse, leaving behind the broken void that would slowly recover. The ancient wind god did not have a holy weapon in hand, but even so, his incarnation showed unparalleled combat power, and confronted the destructive demonic light emitted by the demon mirror with his bare hands. This was the power of a great sage of the human clan who had cultivated to the sage realm. It was a little unbelievable that an incarnation had the power of a sage level. Even if the primordial demon mirror showed the terrifying power of a great sage level, it was difficult to obliterate Gu Fei. Bam! Boom! The speed of the two great sage-level powerhouses was too fast, and the dull sound of collision came from the depths of this part of the world. The void shook, and it was extremely shocking. The ancient wind god intercepted the primordial heavenly demon, which made Gu Fei and He Tian overjoyed. They immediately soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Yen, The power of heaven's retribution was about to dissipate. Gu Fei and He Tian came to the place where Yen, crossed the heaven's retribution, and both of their hearts thumped violently. Where's Yen, Where did she go? Did she fail to cross the heaven's retribution? Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. All they saw were scattered stones, collapsed mountains nearby, and the ground was a mess. However, Gu Fei and He Tian did not see Yen, Could it be that Yen could not withstand the heaven's retribution, and her body and soul were destroyed by the heaven's retribution? Gu Fei and He Tian were bewildered. They carefully searched the vicinity, but they did not find any trace of Yen, Even if her body and soul were destroyed by heaven's retribution, there should be something left behind. It's too thorough and clean. Gu Fei thought for a moment, then turned and rushed to the location of the cauldron of myriad medicines. The cauldron of myriad medicines had nurtured a cauldron of heaven-defying peerless divine pill. If one were to take such a peerless divine pill, one would probably face his own heaven's retribution immediately. When Gu Fei and He Tian arrived at the place where the cauldron of myriad medicines was located, the scene in front of them made them feel surprised and happy, and the boulder in their hearts was lifted. Chapter 1308. The cauldron of the universe of medicines floated high in the sky, surrounded by rays of divine light. Countless lines of the great path were faintly discernible, and an unimaginably powerful coercion spread out. Every divine pattern of the great path was as huge as a mountain. They were directly imprinted in the void, triggering the power of the great path of heaven and earth. No one could approach it. Gu Fei and He Tian stopped at a distance. They felt their souls trembling, as if they were facing a supreme saint. They almost fell to their knees. Even with the protection of the purple gold divine sword, they still felt a great pressure. It was too terrifying. Such coercion was enough to shock the world. An ancient cauldron became the only thing between heaven and earth. And higher in the sky, there was also an ancient cauldron as huge as a mountain. However, this ancient cauldron did not emit the power of the great path. That ancient cauldron was Gu Fei's mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was simple and unadorned, with chaotic primordial qi lingering on it. Although the cauldron of the universe of medicines below emitted a monstrous saint-level coercion, the mountain and river cauldron was as still as a mountain. With a thought from Gu Fei, the ancient cauldron quickly shrank, and then flew back to him, sinking into his dantian. After retrieving the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. He and He Tian retreated into the distance. The cauldron of the universe of medicines had completely awakened. Unless a real great saint came, no one could approach it. Yen, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of the universe of medicines, radiated with divine light. The aura of the great path on her body resonated with the aura of the great path emitted by the cauldron of the universe of medicines below her. What is she trying to do? Gu Fei and He Tian retreated thousands of miles away. He Tian could not help but exclaim when he saw this scene with his yin-yang divine eyes. It seemed that Yen wanted to refine the cauldron of the universe of medicines. The cauldron of the universe of medicines was a divine tool refined by a great saint of the human race. It was absolutely impossible for Yen, who was only in the mighty realm, to refine such a divine tool. After all, Gu Fei had only managed to refine those extreme saint weapons with the help of the martial ancestors' Tao brand that was branded in his heart. One should know that when Gu Fei refined those divine weapons of the Great Path, he had to borrow the power of the Great Path of the martial ancestor. He had to rely on the power of the Great Path. Of saint weapons refined by great saints were generally difficult to refine by others. If someone wanted to refine a saint weapon, the spirit imprint of the saint weapon's original owner would immediately cause trouble. In the heaven realm, there had been cases of people being killed by the holy weapon after failing to refine it. However, it seemed like Gu Fei wasn't worried about Yen, because the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron didn't resist at all. Instead, the spiritual mark in the cauldron was cooperating with Yen, to refine the ancient cauldron. Yen, became more and more ethereal, just like an immortal above the 9 heavens. Her whole body shone with immortal light, and vague Tao patterns appeared on her body. Mighty realm of Tao severing could condense their own Tao, and their Tao power would evolve into Tao patterns. This was a sign of becoming a mighty realm, and it was the embodiment of Tao power. Mighty realm of Tao severing could attract a trace of Tao power to their body. This was not only a sublimation of strength and cultivation, but also a transformation of power, a transformation of the essence. Only by severing Tao could one truly embark on the path of the strong. Rumble, at this moment, a shocking sound came from afar. Gu Fei and He Tian were shocked. That direction was the place where the ancient wind god's incarnation and the primordial heavenly demon's incarnation were fighting. That place had already been completely enveloped by demonic qi. A ball of black light rose from the ground like a black demonic sun, exuding a terrifying demonic might that could shake the heavens and earth. Buzz! The cauldron of myriad medicines seemed to sense this power, and actually began to vibrate on its own. A pressure that was no weaker than the devil's sun's might appeared between heaven and earth. At this moment, a mass of chaotic divine light rose from the cauldron of myriad medicines. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this mass of divine light, they were immediately dumbfounded, and their voices trembled. They did not expect this thing to be in the cauldron of myriad medicines. This mass of divine light was only the size of a human head, but it was unpredictable. Sometimes it was a mass of chaos, like the scene before the world was created, and sometimes it was turbid and clear, as if it was evolving the world. The source of heaven and earth, chaotic divine bead? Gu Fei and He Tian looked at this mass of divine light rising from the cauldron of myriad medicines, and their eyes lit up. This was the source of heaven and earth of this world. It was the same as the source of heaven and earth of the path of hell, and there was no difference. However, the source of heaven and earth of the path of hell was much larger than this one. The path of hell was a world refined by the ancient Buddhist Lord. It could be said to be a perfect world, vast and boundless. However, the world created by the ancient great sage was only several tens of thousands of miles in radius. It couldn't be compared to the path of hell at all. When Gu Fei saw this, he could vaguely guess what Yen was doing. Not only is she going to refine the cauldron of myriad medicines, but she's also going to refine this world. He Tian was extremely shocked. It was over this time, and he would get nothing. The divine light of heaven and earth of the origin floated in front of Yen. Then, lines of Tao appeared between Yen-er's eyebrows, and the lines of Tao lingered, as if they were connected to a world of light. A small figure walked out from the lines of Tao between Yen-er's eyebrows, and then disappeared into the mass of chaotic divine light in front of her. Rumble, the entire world shook, and the divine light of heaven and earth of the origin shone brightly, illuminating the entire world. Even the place where the ancient wind god and the primordial demon fought was no exception. The power of heaven and earth was vast, and even the power of the primordial demon mirror was suppressed. Everything in this world was suppressed. The entire world seemed to be returning to chaos. What should we do? He Tian knew what would happen when Yen refined this part of the world. When that time came, even if a saint were to enter this part of the world, his life or death would be at Yen-er's whim. Roar! An angry roar was heard from afar. The primordial demon's incarnation seemed to be in big trouble, and it roared again and again. The primordial demon's incarnation desperately activated the primordial demon mirror, breaking the void, and wanted to reopen the passage between this world and the outside world. However, all of this was in vain. The origin of chaos could not reappear, and they would be trapped in this world until they died. Otherwise, they would have to take the risk of breaking into the chaos. However, once they were lost in the chaos, even if they could survive, they would not be able to find the way back to the outside world. They could only drift in the chaos forever, forever alone. Chapter 1309. Rumble. The entire heaven and earth that the great sage had carved out began to tremble, as the energy of heaven and earth surged, as though a supreme sage was about to awaken. Apart from the divine weapons of the extreme path, everything in this part of the world was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. All living beings were terrified. Even the incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon felt the danger and wanted to break through the void and rush out. Outside of this world was chaos. There was nothing there. Everything was in chaos, and only the power of destruction wreaked havoc. The primordial sky demon almost charged into the primordial chaos several times, but he endured it. Once he did, it was very easy to get lost inside. Once lost, the chances of coming out of the chaos would be minuscule. The primordial sky demon didn't want to try. He didn't want to walk this path until the very end. If he got lost in the primordial chaos forever, even a saint would go crazy. Bam! A demonic sun-like demonic light illuminated the world and blocked the unparalleled punch of the ancient wind god. With the primordial demon mirror in hand, even the ancient wind god would find it difficult to kill this demon in a short time. The devil weapon refined by the great sage of ancient devil Tao was extremely powerful. It had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the primeval demon mirror, the primeval demon would have been killed many times. Even though the primordial sky demon had devoured the wind devil and obtained its power, it was still nothing in front of the wind god. An invincible battle skill was enough to sweep through everything. At this moment, the ancient wind god's incarnation also sensed the changes in this part of the world. He didn't seem to care at all, but the pressure that came from this part of the world made him feel apprehensive. The wind god attacked with his full strength. His fists manifested the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements engulfed the world. It was as if there were 5 worlds revolving around him. With a punch, it was as if a part of the world was pushing forward. The ancient wind god's aura was powerful to the extreme, displaying an invincible spirit. This is a true invincible battle skill? Gu Fei's heart shuddered seeing this. The flawless 5 elements fist was a battle skill invented by the supreme martial progenitor. When executed by the ancient wind god, its power was tremendous, and no one could stand a chance against it. Bam! The ancient wind god's fire elemental fist dispersed all the devil chi in the world, and the fire elemental fist shook the primordial magic mirror. Roar! The incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon used its devil path divine ability with all its strength. The primordial magic mirror descended from the sky and entered his body. An extremely terrifying aura immediately spread out from the body of the demon. The primeval demon and the magic mirror merged into one, and his combat power soared to an unimaginable level. There were ripples in the void around him, as if the world could not contain him. This guy is going all out. Hey Tian said. 6 paths of devil hell. Primeval demon roared, and 6 dark whirlpools immediately appeared around him, and a heart-palpitating demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. Rumble, the void trembled, and the 6 whirlpools emitted a heaven-devouring power, trying to devour the ancient wind god. Wherever they passed, the void crumbled and was devoured. The depths of the 6 terrifying whirlpools seemed to be connected to 6 unimaginable devil prisons, and demonic howls seemed to be coming from them. The ancient wind god did not say anything. He directly reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. His palm grew infinitely larger and covered the entire sky. This is the heaven-engulfing hand. Gu Fei recognized this battle skill. This was a battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. It seemed that the ancient wind god was really related to the peerless martial ancestor. This was an unforgettable scene. A huge hand that covered the sky collided with the 6 whirlpools, emitting terrifying demonic energy. The 6 pitch-black whirlpools swallowed heaven and earth, but they were unable to swallow the ancient wind god's heaven-covering hand into the black whirlpools. The sky-encompassing palm smashed the 6 black whirlpools. However, as it did so, the sky-encompassing palm dissipated into the void. "This is too terrifying," He Tian murmured to himself. The ancient wind god's battle strength was so powerful that he dared to go head-on against the demonic weapon refined by the great saint demons. It's just an incarnation, could it be comparable to a real human race martial body? Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. The ancient wind god was able to move unhindered in the untainted land. The ancient wind god incarnation took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the primordial demon incarnation. He then directly threw a punch. The powerful fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The void in front of the fist was collapsing. The destructive force formed by the shattering of heaven and earth instantly engulfed the primordial demon. If the power of a martial Dao battle skill was strong enough, it could break through any divine ability. No matter how many spells you have, I can break them with a single punch. A successful cultivator was definitely the strongest existence in the world. The ancient wind god incarnation's battle strength was as strong as the original body. It was absolutely invincible among the same level. The ancient wind god incarnation directly hit the primordial demon incarnation together with the primordial demon mirror into the chaos. He wanted to use the destructive force of the chaos to obliterate the primordial demon incarnation. However, the primordial demon incarnation had a great saint-level demon weapon in hand. Even if it was hit into the chaos, it was difficult to be obliterated by the power of chaos. A powerful saint-level fluctuation came out from the shattered heaven and earth. A jet of black light shot out from the primal chaos, sweeping away the ancient wind god's incarnation that was chasing after it. A figure walked out from the primal chaos. Swish! The moment the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon walked out of the chaos, a huge divine pattern of the Great Path, which was as large as a mountain ridge, emitted a terrible fluctuation of Dao power. It rushed out from the depths of this world and hit the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon. Without any suspense, the primordial demon incarnation did not even have time to let out a scream. His entire body was shattered by the Great Path divine pattern. In front of the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth, even a great saint-level demon weapon was not enough. Buzz! The primordial demon mirror trembled. The power of the Great Path emitted by the Great Path divine pattern shook the demon mirror away. The demon mirror suffered a great impact, and the light immediately dimmed. This. Chapter 13:10. A beam of divine light of the Great Path shot out from the depths of this world. It hit the demonic body of the primordial heavenly demon and directly blew it up. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Rumble, the cauldron of myriad drug universe radiated billions of rays of light, and the power of heaven and earth in the entire world was drawn. Strands, like billions of silk threads, emerged from the black cauldron and disappeared into the void of the entire world. The divine light of the Great Path just now seemed to have shot out from the cauldron of the universe, but at that time, no one saw it. That divine pearl of heaven and earth origin was vibrating. It was moving toward Yen, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of myriad medicines. It wanted to enter Yen-er's body. Glabella, the space between Yen-er's brows blossomed with light. It was as if it was connected to another world. The power of her divine will was vast and mighty like the ocean. The light was resplendent like a divine land. She's really going to refine this world. We have to get out of here quickly. He Tian was incomparably nervous. Refining a world was no simple matter. The ancient wind god made his move. He obliterated all the devil chi from the explosion of the primordial heavenly demon's devil body. He was very careful and cautious, because for an existence like the primordial heavenly demon, even if his devil body was destroyed, he might not really die. As expected, there was a faint fluctuation in the devil chi. It was the spiritual imprint of the incarnation of the primeval demon. Even the divine light of the Great Path could not destroy it. Roar. The spiritual imprint of the primeval devil let out a roar of disbelief and then died out completely. The ancient god of wind obliterated everything. The great sage incarnation of the primordial demons had finally been slain. Afterwards, the blurry figure turned around and gazed into the depths of the world. Two gazes shot out from his eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Gu Fei and He Tian didn't dare to act rashly. This ancient wind god was so powerful that it could shatter the void with a wave of its hand. This is the equivalent of a saint. He took back the primordial demon mirror and wanted to destroy it. However, it was a supreme demon tool refined by the great sage of the ancient demons. Unless his real body came, it would be impossible to destroy it. In the end, the ancient wind god's incarnation absorbed the magic mirror into its body. It wanted to use its own godly power to slowly erase the magic mirror. The primordial demon mirror was a very famous demon tool even in the ancient times. Once the demon mirror appeared, it could illuminate the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. It could even kill saints. Who knows how many experts had been killed by this magic mirror? After the ancient wind god incarnation put away the primordial demon mirror, he directly punched the void in front of him. The void was annihilated under his fist, and a chaotic void with a radius of 100 feet appeared in front of Gu Fei and He Tian. Seeing this, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The ancient wind god actually punched out the primordial qi. This kind of strength was too frightening. It should be known that even if the primordial demon incarnation had a great killing weapon like the primordial demon mirror, it would still be difficult for the primordial demon incarnation to recreate the primordial origin. But this ancient wind god incarnation directly punched out the primordial origin. How could this not make Gu Fei and He Tian shocked? The ancient wind god incarnation directly walked into the primordial origin and disappeared in the primordial qi. He left this world just like that. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at each other. Then, Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and floated above their heads. He also walked into the primordial origin. When Gu Fei and He Tian walked into the primordial origin, the 100 feet radius of the primordial origin immediately became smaller and finally disappeared. The only connection to the outside world had disappeared. Gu Fei and He Tian were protected by the mountain and river cauldron. As they walked through the primordial chaos, they sensed the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy coming from up ahead. In the most primordial chaos, this fluctuation of heaven and earth energy was like a bright lamp, guiding Gu Fei and Erebus forward. Their speed was very fast, but there were no rules of time within the primordial chaos. Everything was a scene of primordial chaos before heaven and earth had been created. This was a kind of primordial state between heaven and earth. Outside of heaven and earth was the primordial chaos. All heaven and earth were created from primordial chaos. Whether it was the heaven realm, the human realm, or even the heaven and earth created by the great sages, they were all born from primordial chaos. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it had only been a moment, or perhaps it had been millions of years. As they walked through the primordial chaos, all they saw was chaos and destruction. The heaven and earth energy in front of them grew stronger and stronger. Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this was the exit of the primordial chaos. They quickened their pace. Boom! Just at this moment, the primordial chaos in front of them began to shake intensely. Earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc. An extremely powerful force struck the primordial chaos. Oh! Gu Fei and He Tian were both startled. Someone was fighting in the primordial chaos? Swish! A blood-colored divine spear emitted boundless blood-colored light. It broke through the layers of chaos and directly pierced towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Saint-level power surged. Someone was attacking Gu Fei and He Tian. Damn! Just as they were about to leave the primordial chaos, someone was attacking them. That infuriated Gu Fei and He Tian. Swish! A figure charged out of Gu Fei's dantian. A saint-class energy surged out of that figure, unleashing waves of destruction within the primordial chaos. Humph! That person sneered and directly punched forward to meet the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force shook the surrounding chaos and instantly collided with the blood-colored divine spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine spear shattered, and the figure in front of Gu Fei and the others also took a few steps back. However, he still stood in front of Gu Fei and the others, blocking all the mighty destructive power. Eh! A cry of surprise came from ahead. It seemed that the person who had attacked secretly was very surprised. The figure that had charged out of Gu Fei's dantian was Gu Fei's Saint-class battle avatar. This Saint-class battle avatar looked exactly like Gu Fei. The Saint-grade combat avatar had become a clone of Gu Fei. With this Saint-class clone, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven domain. What primordial Emperor Xian? What heaven demon descendant? He could ignore all of them. The Saint-class clone pressed forward. Its eyes emitted 2 rays of divine light that pierced through the primordial chaos and locked onto a blood-colored figure. That is, within the blood-colored demonic light, a fiend god was faintly discernible. Chapter 13:11. What is that? Gu Fei's doppelganger locked onto a demon in front of him. It was a blood-colored demon's shadow. It was blurry and hard to see its face clearly. On the body of the demon's shadow, there were demonic patterns. This was the embodiment of the power of the Great Tao. Even with the heavenly eye, it was absolutely impossible to see its face clearly. Could it be the great demon in the demonic prison Blood Sea? He Tian's background was mysterious and he was knowledgeable. He seemed to have thought of something, but he dared not confirm it. One should know that the great demon appeared earlier than primordial demon and wind demon. Impossible. He Tian shook his head. If that great demon came out, perhaps the entire heaven realm would have flowed with rivers of blood. Only the extreme Tao saints could compete with it. Who cares what it is? Since it has come to us, there is nothing more to say. Gu Fei said coldly. His doppelganger, which looked exactly like him, pressed forward step by step. His primordial spirit entered the doppelganger and allowed it to exert the power of a saint. Even if a saint came, he could fight with him. Powerful waves of immortal force spread out from Gu Fei's doppelganger, blocking the surrounding primordial chaos. He had already locked onto the chi movement of the demon in front of him. A saint puppet? The demon in front of him was very surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to have such a thing. He seemed to have been too careless. He attacked before figuring out his opponent's strength. Humph. Very good. I just happen to lack a body that can accommodate my primordial spirit. The demon's body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. He shook the blood spear in his hand and directly met Gu Fei's doppelganger. The monstrous blood light turned the land of primordial chaos into a world of blood. In the blood light, there seemed to be countless blood shadows faintly appearing. They let out waves of heart-palpitating demonic howls, like the wailing of vengeful spirits in the blood sea. It was extremely terrifying. Swish! The demonic spear pierced forward, turning into a beam of bloodlight that pierced through the heavens and earth. It broke through the layers of chaotic chi and pierced towards Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not dodge. Instead, he struck out with the flawless 5 elements fist. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei's Saint-class clone seemed to have appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the 5 elements circulated, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang! The fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger collided with the blood-colored demonic spear, causing a metallic sound to ring out. The 2 figures moved rapidly as they fought. Blood slaughter 9 heavens 10 earths. The blood-colored devil let out a furious roar, causing the entire land of primordial chaos to shake. A blood-colored devil spear swept through everything, even the primordial chaos was destroyed. Monstrous blood-colored demonic light swept out and engulfed Gu Fei's doppelganger. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene from afar, they could not help but be taken aback. The other party was extremely ferocious. His strength seemed to be above the primordial sky demon incarnation and wind demon incarnation. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared and fully displayed the power of the flawless Five Elements fist. The Five Elements void world formed by the Five Elements essence chi erupted, pushing back the blood-colored demonic light. He struck out 18 punches in a row, clashing with the blood-colored demonic light 18 times. The chaotic void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread out. Even the primordial chaos could not withstand it. The blood-colored devil was also extremely powerful. It was not at a disadvantage against Gu Fei's Saint-class doppelganger. The two were evenly matched, and each displayed invincible combat strength. Where did this guy come from? In the distance, Gu Fei and He Tian, who were protected by the mountain and river cauldron, were extremely shocked. Such an existence should not have appeared in this world. Was the world really going to change? It's not his real body. It's just a doppelganger, just like the others. He Tian saw something strange. The demonic figure in front was not the real body. What is this guy's real body? Gu Fei asked. If the doppelganger was so powerful, wouldn't the real body be even more monstrous? It was really hard to imagine. If I'm not wrong, this guy's real body should be the legendary demon ancestor born in the blood sea of the devil prison. He Tian said. The demon ancestor was an extremely ancient name. It was the ancestor of all demons in the world, and it had invincible power that allowed it to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The doppelganger of a demon ancestor? Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. This kind of existence was not something that a supreme saint could fight against. No wonder this doppelganger was so powerful and had the power of a saint. A battle between saints broke out. Gu Fei's doppelganger displayed supreme combat skills and battled with the demonic figure. The saint's power was vast, and the demonic aura was turbulent. For a moment, it was hard to suppress the other. Let's go out first. He Tian did not want to stay in this land of chaos. Who knew if there were other guys hiding in the dark and suddenly attacked them? It was safer to go out. Okay. Gu Fei nodded. Obviously, this great demon was waiting here to attack them. Could it be that this great demon was also an expert invited by the female demon emperor? If that was the case, then the female demon emperor's means were too terrifying. The existence of the saint level had disappeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for countless years. Since the untainted land was broken, the existence of the saint level had collectively disappeared. However, some of the super forces in the untainted land still had various kinds of heritage left by the supreme existence of their race. The doppelganger of the saint level was a kind of heritage that could deter all directions. Also, the supreme holy weapon was a kind of deterrent force. However, no one would easily use such a power unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, someone had actually invited such an existence to help. What was happening in the outside world? Gu Fei and He Tian both felt uneasy. Something big must have happened in the outside world. The demons did not hesitate to wake up their old ancestor. This was not a good thing. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves and then went around the battlefield in front of them, heading in the direction of the power of heaven and earth. Swish! Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out from the chaos. An extremely powerful pressure immediately suppressed them. Outside, the sky was dark. Blood light constantly appeared. People died. Terrifying waves came from everywhere. No one knew how many people were fighting. All kinds of divine light and demonic light flashed. On the ground and in the sky, there were figures everywhere. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Battle cries shook the 9 heavens. Divine blood and demon blood constantly rained down from the sky. Countless immortals and demons were fighting. In the distance, there was the power of the saint level. There were supreme figures confronting each other. Seeing this extremely shocking scene, Gu Fei and He Tian were immediately dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was happening in the outside world? Chapter 13:12. Under the dark red sky, figures were everywhere. People were constantly falling from the sky, their blood splattering across the sky. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Had someone already broken through the land of Saint Burial? Or were they fighting for the immemorial Dao fruit in the Great Tomb? Swoosh! A figure shrouded in demonic aura rushed over from the side and directly attacked Gu Fei and He Tian. A demonic saber emitted a frightening black light and tore through the void as it slashed towards Gu Fei and He Tian. This was an expert of the demons who was close to the Dao's severing realm. He was the Emperor of Demons and was extremely powerful. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and He Tian, this Emperor of Demons was not enough. They were already one step away from the Dao's severing realm, especially Gu Fei. His physique was special. Even without the Dao's severing realm, he could already fight against Dao's severing experts. You're courting death. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and ignored the blade of the demonic saber. He grabbed the demonic saber in his hand and exerted force, snapping the demonic saber in half. What? The Emperor of Demons was shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. After snapping the demonic saber, Gu Fei followed up with a punch that instantly landed on the Emperor of Demons' chest. Kacha! A bone-chilling sound of bones shattering was immediately heard from the Demon Emperor's chest. His entire chest had collapsed. The Emperor of Demons' chest was almost penetrated by Gu Fei's punch. This kind of power was enough to destroy all the vitality in his body. His demonic physique was destroyed. Roar! The Emperor of Demons roared and the top of his head split open. A demonic light rushed out from the top of his head and wrapped around a small figure. This was the primordial spirit of the Demon Dao. The Emperor of Demons wanted to abandon his physical body and escape. Trying to escape. Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but sneer. In front of Big Boss, even a Dao severing almighty was not enough. The moment Big Boss made a move, this insignificant demon emperor's fate was already sealed. Although the speed of the essence soul escape was extremely fast, Gu Fei's speed wasn't slow either. With a point of his finger, he directly dispersed the essence soul demonic light. In just an instant, a devil emperor had fallen. Gu Fei broke the demonic weapon of the emperor with his bare hands and destroyed the body and soul of an emperor among the demons. His lightning-fast attack had truly stunned many of the devil dwellers who were about to attack him. Killing a devil emperor in an instant, this kind of combat strength made people's hearts palpitate. However, not everyone was frightened by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's attack attracted someone's attention. The moment he killed the demon emperor, Gu Fei also sensed a dangerous aura. Someone had already locked onto him, as if a prehistoric beast had already regarded him as its prey. Humph. I didn't expect there to be an expert like you among the human race sovereign realm. A black-haired young man came from afar. When someone attacked him, he casually pointed with a finger or punched out, and they were all killed in an instant. The blood of the immortal sprinkled from the sky, and the immortals who attacked him were directly destroyed. Huh. Seeing this young man's strength, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be stunned. They sensed a dangerous aura from this young man. A celestial sovereign realm demon? Gu Fei stared at the young man in black who walked over calmly. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Although this young man was also a demon emperor, he made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He vaguely felt that there was a shocking power hidden in this young man's body. If this power erupted, even he would be in danger. At this moment, be it the immortals or the demons, they all hid far away. If these two killing gods were to clash, it would be an earth-shattering battle. When Gu Fei struck out to kill the demon emperor, many people saw it. However, the demons were very afraid of this black-robed young man. When they saw him walking over, they all hid far away. With the demonic sky young master making a move, this human is going to be in for it. Ever since the demonic sky young master made his debut, he rarely made a move. Today, I can finally witness the supreme demonic arts of the demonic sky lineage. The surrounding demons were all whispering. They were very wary of this black-robed young man and were unwilling to get close. Even when they spoke, they deliberately lowered their voices. Demonic sky lineage? He Tian was shocked and couldn't help but change his expression. Why? Is this clan very strong? Sensing the change in He Tian, Gu Fei was a little interested in this so-called demonic sky lineage. One must know that this demonic sky lineage was definitely not simple for it to be able to move He Tian. Demonic sky, the legendary ancestor of all demons. To think that this lineage could be passed down. He Tian said with a trembling voice. The demonic sky lineage was the supreme demons of the 100,000 demon mountains. They were the rulers of the 10 great demons. The powerful demons of this lineage had not left the 100,000 demon mountains for close to 10,000 years. Could this so-called demonic sky young master also be here for the primordial Tao fruit in the peerless tomb? Or the treasures of the saints in the saint burial grounds? Kneel and accept your death. The demonic sky young master came in front of Gu Fei and said indifferently. He didn't seem to care about Gu Fei at all. The only thing he cared about was the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron had completely calmed down. No one would have thought that this ancient cauldron was actually an extreme Tao sacred cauldron. However, the demonic sky young master seemed to be able to tell that this ancient cauldron was extraordinary. TSK. Even the son of the demonic sky didn't dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? He Tian recovered from his shock and said coldly. You're very arrogant. Gu Fei said with a frown. Although the demonic sky young master was strong, it seemed impossible for him to suppress Gu Fei. It wasn't a joke to say that he was invincible among his peers. As an emperor, Gu Fei was confident that he could sweep away all other emperors. Since you don't want to die, I'll have to let you die a little more painfully. A murderous glint flashed across the young man's eyes before he disappeared on the spot. Fast, too fast. He was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him. This speed didn't seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed. Almost at the same time, Gu Fei's figure disappeared as well. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. There wasn't even a ripple. The human race martial physique and the young master of the sovereign demons clan attacked at the same time. This was a direct confrontation between two physiques that were rarely seen throughout the ages. The sovereign demon's physique could be said to be one of the strongest physiques in the world. It was inherited from the demonic sky. It was incomparably powerful. Boom! In the next moment, two fists smashed into each other high up in the sky. Two silhouettes appeared high up in the sky, and a circle of visible ripples spread out from the point where the two fists collided. Chapter 13:13. The clash between the human race martial physique and the supreme demon's bloodline attracted the attention of many. Gu Fei had already kept the cauldron of mountain and river and was fighting against the young lord of devil sky in the sky with the 8 desolation steps. Both of them were moving so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to keep up with their speed. Only those who had cultivated the celestial eye could barely catch a glimpse of their figures flashing by. Boom! Bang! It was as if two peerless gods of war were fighting. Their fists and palms clashed, producing a thunderous sound that even destroyed the void. Some of the demons and immortals who could not evade in time were directly torn to shreds by the explosive energy ripples. Too strong. This demon brat is actually able to fight against Boss Gu. The supreme demon's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. He Tian muttered to himself. The strength displayed by the young lord of Devil Sky was too strong. Even though they were both emperors, he was still able to fight against Gu Fei, who was invincible within the same realm and was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Gu Fei. The demonic physique of the young lord of Devil Sky was unbelievably strong, able to fight against him head-on. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the flawless 5-elemental fist. Towering fiery fist force surged out from his fist and rushed towards the young lord of Devil Sky like a raging river. Flawless 5-elemental fist? You are the successor of the martial ancestor. The young lord of Devil Sky did not dare to be negligent. With a solemn expression, he struck out with the killing technique of the Devil Sky clan. Demonic chi surged from his right hand as boundless demonic energy condensed into a demonic dragon that charged towards Gu Fei's fist. Roar! The demonic dragon roared towards the sky and charged out from the palm of the young Lord of Devil Sky. As if it had a life of its own, it emitted a terrifying demonic aura as it soared between the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei's fire element fist force collided with the devil dragon that charged out from young Lord Evil Sky's hand. The entire world seemed as though it was about to collapse as a destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. Huge spatial cracks the size of mountain ridges extended out into the distance. Many immortals and demons in the vicinity were engulfed by the spatial cracks that spread out in an instant. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. SSS. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated far away. Even Hei Tian was shocked and retreated far away to avoid this destructive storm. Roar! Gu Fei shook his fist as the fire element fist force surged violently like 100,000 volcanoes erupting. The extremely ferocious fist force directly shattered the void, causing chaotic chi to burst out. The thousands of feet-long demonic dragon was shattered into several pieces by Gu Fei's fist force before dissipating into the void. The young Lord of Devil Sky was sent flying, but he was not defeated just like that. Good. The young Lord of Devil Sky roared as demonic energy surged out from his body. An even more powerful aura erupted from his body as the ferocious demonic energy caused the entire void to tremble. He charged towards Yifutian from afar, his two demonic eyes emitting a terrifying demonic light of destruction. His right eye was so red that it looked as though blood was about to drip out, while his left eye was pitch black like a bottomless devil's nest. Swish! Two beams of demonic light, one red and one black, shot out from the young Lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes, slashing towards Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At the same time, a beam of purple divine light shot out from between his brows. Then, an almost tangible divine will shot out from between his brows, turning into a Dao sword that slashed forward. Although his Yuan Shen had already entered the Saint-Tier battle avatar, he could still use one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Way, the Divine Seizing Secret Technique. He could use his divine will to form a Dao sword that contained the power of the Dao to slash through everything. However, when the Dao sword collided with the red and black beams of demonic light that shot out from the young Lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes, both shattered in the void at the same time. This. Gu Fei was shocked. The Dao sword contained the power of the Dao, a power that could even harm a saint. Yet, it was blocked. This could only mean one thing. The 2 beams of demonic light that shot out from the young Lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes also contained the power of the Dao. A secret technique of the Immortal Way? How is this possible? The young master of the demon sky was even more astonished than Gu Fei. He came from the sovereign lineage of the demons and was extremely knowledgeable. He could tell that Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? Isn't he the successor of the martial progenitor? It was impossible for the martial progenitor to cultivate a primordial spirit. The martial progenitor's body was the source of power. There was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit. Why would the successor of the martial progenitor cultivate the immortal path? It was incomprehensible. Since ancient times, there had never been a martial cultivator who cultivated other cultivation techniques. In the eyes of a martial cultivator, the martial Dao was the strongest cultivation technique in the world. Furthermore, it was a taboo for a martial cultivator to cultivate both the martial Dao and the immortal path. If one couldn't cultivate both at the same time, it would be difficult to cultivate both to the peak. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He immediately closed in on the young master of the demon sky. With a single step, he instantly appeared above the young master's head. With a single step, he executed the 8 desolation steps. Not only did he have the 8 steps extreme speed, he also had the 8 steps 8 killing steps. When Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 killing steps, a terrifying force surged beneath his feet. Rays of divine light flickered beneath his feet. A part of the void collapsed due to Gu Fei's steps. It was as if it would collapse into a terrifying chaotic destructive force at any time. Demon Sky Steps. The young Lord of Devil Sky also took a step and vanished into the void. In the next moment, he reappeared 100 miles away. Boss has met his match. In the distant sky, He Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The young Lord of Devil Sky's cultivation and strength were actually comparable to Gu Fei. Was the supreme bloodline really that powerful? Devil Sky was the supreme of the demons and the ancestor of all demons. Since ancient times, there had been plenty of demons, but none of them could be compared to Devil Sky. It wasn't a lie that the supreme demons were the rulers of the 100,000 Devil Mountains, and it wasn't just a legend either. The power of the supreme bloodline was unimaginable. Boom! Mo Tian took a step and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head, and a lump of devil light appeared beneath his feet. Horrific devil Tao energy spread out, and it was as though he had stomped down a black sun from the sky. Mo Tian took a step and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head, and a lump of devil light appeared beneath his feet. Horrific devil Tao energy spread out, and it was as though he had stomped down a black sun from the sky. Chapter 13-14. The young master of the demonic sky was extremely domineering, opposing Gu Fei with equal harshness. He displayed the demonic sky steps, ascending to the heavens in a single step and stepping down on Gu Fei's head. Boundless demonic energy surged beneath his feet. A mass of black light surged out from beneath his feet, as though a black sun was being stepped on. The entire void of heaven and earth was sealed, and pitch-black spatial cracks extended from beneath his feet. This was a terrifying destructive force, and everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The young master of the demonic sky stepped on the black sun, and it was as though the ancient invincible demonic body had reappeared. His aura and power were enough to move even the mighty figures of the Severing Tao. Such a figure was truly terrifying. He had not even reached the Severing Tao, but he already possessed the battle prowess of a mighty figure of the Severing Tao. A figure that could defy the heavens and fight mighty figures was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. But now, such figures were continuously appearing. This was a sign that a great era was about to appear, and all the outstanding figures had jumped out. It would be difficult to even catch a glimpse of such an existence under normal circumstances. The black demonic sun was being stepped on by the young master of the demonic sky as it pressed down on Gu Fei. The void was being annihilated, and the heavens and earth were shattering. It was as though doomsday was descending. Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. His chi activity had been locked. Even if he wanted to retreat, the descending demonic sun would instantly bombard him, and it would be difficult to evade. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His long hair danced in the wind, and his martial path true power surged from his body. A five-colored chi aura was emitted from his body. Yin-yang transformed into the 5 elements, and yin-yang true power transformed into the power of the 5 elements. He punched upwards, and a golden radiance bloomed from his fist. His entire right fist was radiant with golden light, as though a golden sun had appeared between the heavens and earth. The power of the metal element surged violently. Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fist, triggering the power of the metal element between the heavens and earth, shattering the void of heaven and earth as he faced the descending black demonic sun. Rumble, the golden divine sun and the black demonic sun had yet to truly collide, but the vast and mighty power had already shaken the entire world. The black sun descended and thousands of demonic auras descended from above. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread from young Lord Demonic Sky's body, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the almighty Tao's severing cultivators who were fighting off in the distance could sense it, and couldn't help but be moved. In this dusky world, there were people fighting everywhere. This was definitely a great war of immortals and demons that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. The existences participating in this war all possessed great strength. Most of them were immortal gods and devil dwellers. Immortal gods and devil dwellers were constantly falling. Their blood spilled on the ground, and broken weapons and magical items could be seen everywhere. In the distance, there was a saint-tier fluctuation. Someone was coming with a holy weapon, but the demons also had a saint-tier demon weapon. It was hard to imagine what was going on. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Gu Fei's golden fist collided with the black demonic sun that came crashing down from the sky. The power of the metal element exploded, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The black sun was shattered, and young Lord Demonic Sky was sent flying high up in the sky. Gu Fei didn't gain any advantage either. He fell from the sky like a five-color divine sun. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. The ground undulated like waves. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Gu Fei was sent flying down from the sky. His entire fist felt like it was about to shatter, and a piercing pain shot up from his fist. This human's martial body, young Lord Demonic Sky was also shocked. He had underestimated this human. This person had obviously obtained the legacy of the martial ancestor and cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The other party's emperor martial body was enough to contend against his supreme demon's body. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent since his awakening. Young Lord Demonic Sky was not a demon from the same era as Gu Fei. He came from the ancient era and had been in slumber until now. He only awakened in the current era from the Demonic Sky mystic ground. What supreme bloodline? Just as so. Gu Fei created a bottomless pit on the ground. His words came from the pit. 5-color divine light flashed and a figure rose from the pit. 5 voids revolved around Gu Fei. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements surged. These were 5 small worlds that represented the power of the 5 elements. It was a technique derived from martial arts and the power of the heavens and earth. It was similar to a divine ability, but not a divine ability. It contained the power of the void of the heavens and earth. This was a combat technique that belonged to Gu Fei, a great technique that he created. He displayed the 8 desolation steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements, increasing his speed to the limit. With a single step, he appeared high up in the sky. Heaven-covering palm. With a loud roar, he slammed his palm towards young Master Devil Sky who was rushing down from the sky. A huge palm shadow rushed out from his palm. Boom! The giant palm instantly enlarged and covered the entire heaven and earth. It emitted a terrifying power that crushed everything and destroyed the void that was enveloped by the giant palm. Demonic Sky Domain. Demonic light surged out of young Lord Demonic Sky's body. A pitch-black void appeared between the heavens and earth. There was a vast amount of demonic aura and terrifying demonic howls. It was as if a group of demons was dancing within. The black demon domain quickly spread out in the void, trying to devour Gu Fei's sky-covering palm into the dark demon domain that had no light at all. Rumble! Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm struck into the dark domain. The aura emitted from the giant palm illuminated the dark void. The entire dark void shook and layers of demonic aura were dispersed. The demonic sky domain was on the verge of collapsing. This shocked young Lord Demonic Sky who was hiding within the domain. Eventually, the demonic sky domain destroyed the heaven-covering palm. However, young Lord Demonic Sky did not fare well either. His demonic body suffered a huge impact and a few cracks appeared on his body. It had been many years since his demonic body was shattered. His demonic body was actually injured by a human who was also a martial emperor. This was unacceptable to young Lord Demonic Sky. He was a demon emperor who could conquer the world in ancient times. This human martial emperor was merely a martial emperor who had just matured. As someone with the supreme bloodline of the demons, it was a great humiliation for him to be injured by a human. This could only be washed away with the fresh blood of a human martial emperor. Demon dominates the world, 9 heavens 10 earths demon emperor fist. Young Lord Demonic Sky let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth. An extremely domineering aura erupted from his body. 10 demonic lights circled around his body in an extremely wild manner. Boom! Chapter 13-15. The 9 heavens 10 earths demonic emperor fist was an invincible battle technique created by the sovereign demons. The demonic sky young master's fist shattered the heavens and earth. The destructive force surged towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner, shattering the void. Even the chaotic chi was forced out, causing the entire world to crumble. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The immortals and demons nearby retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected by the force and end up with their souls destroyed. The demonic sky young master has actually cultivated such a demonic battle technique. Far in the sky, He Tian couldn't help but be appalled at the sight. The 9 heavens 10 earths demonic emperor fist could be said to be the killing technique of the demonic sky clan. If the sovereign demons were to execute it, he would be able to shatter the 9 heavens 10 earths with unparalleled power. Even though the demonic sky young master had yet to reach the severing Tao realm, this killing technique still displayed an invincible might when executed by him. At this moment, Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. A dangerous aura had already shrouded him. Facing such a killing technique, even he started to feel nervous. This human is dead meat. This is the supreme killing technique of the devil race's sovereign bloodline. The 9 heavens 10 earths demonic emperor fist has reappeared. From afar, be it the immortals or demons, they were all stunned by the punch of the demonic sky young master. Some of the demons knew of the background of the demonic sky young master and did not think that the human could go against him. Even the attention of some of the old antiques was attracted over. Roar! Boundless pressure pressed down on him. The 5 elemental true power in Gu Fei's body surged as rays of 5-colored radiance rushed out of his body. The martial path true power was at its peak. He roared into the sky as the 5 elemental lesser worlds revolved rapidly around him. The 5 elemental powers intertwined and the 5 elemental lesser worlds rapidly fused together. 5 elemental unity, invincible. Break! Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The power of the 5 elements merged into one in an instant and gathered towards his right fist in a frenzy. His right fist was like a 5-colored sun, emitting a blinding divine light. Boom! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately punched out. The power of the 5 elements as one was extremely strong. Within the 5 elements chi, blurry Tao patterns appeared. This punch of his had triggered a trace of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were both domineering and powerful. Gu Fei's punch was not any weaker than the Devil Sky Young Master's 9 heavens 10 earths Devil Emperor fist. The power of the 5 elements shook heaven and earth. A vast expanse of the void shattered under Gu Fei's fist. The shattered void returned to its most primitive state, filled with vast and mighty chaotic chi. This was a battle between supreme battle skills. There was no room for tricks. Young Lord Demonic Sky had given it his all in a single punch. This punch was the embodiment of his supreme strength. It was the same for Gu Fei. With the 5 elements as one, the might of his flawless 5 elements fist was pushed to its peak. This punch was already the strongest punch he could unleash. Bang! It was as if 2 ancient mountains had collided together. Gu Fei's fist emitting a boundless 5-colored godly glow collided with young Lord Demonic Sky's domineering fist. 2 domineering forces collided head-on. It was a clash between 2 supreme physiques, or a different kind of battle between the supreme demon sky of the demons and the martial progenitor of the human race. The void within a radius of thousands of feet was instantly torn apart by the destructive power of the fist. A circle of transparent ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out. Wherever the transparent ripples passed, the void was silently annihilated. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly in the wind as he used his right fist to block young Master Evil Sky's fist. The sleeve on his right arm had already turned into ashes, while his entire arm was lacerated, with fresh blood oozing out from the wounds. Every drop of blood was emitting a crimson glow, containing the true force of the martial path. It was a type of precious blood that contained great vitality. Only the martial physiques of the human race possessed such a powerful blood. Gu Fei felt as if his entire arm was about to shatter. He could feel the bones in his arm cracking. If it weren't for the vague Tao runes on his bones, his entire arm would have turned into a bloody mist by now. Imprinting Tao runes on his bones to achieve immortality was the way to refine a supreme sacred physique on the martial path. It was the way to make a martial physique indestructible. So powerful, the supreme demon's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei was astonished by young Lord Demonic Sky's strength. It went without saying that almost no martial dominator of the same rank could resist his five elements fist. A martial physique was the strongest physique among all cultivators. Even the physiques of divine beasts of the same rank could not compare to it. Gu Fei did not expect the supreme demon's bloodline to possess a powerful demon physique that was comparable to a martial physique. Nice. The martial physique of the human race is indeed worthy of its reputation. Young Lord Demonic Sky's right fist collided with Gu Fei's right fist. Black demonic blood oozed out from his fist. This demonic blood was different from ordinary demonic blood. The demonic blood that oozed out from young Lord Demonic Sky's fist was surrounded by demonic chi. It was like a black demonic jade that contained a demonic power. This was a phenomenon that only occurred with the innate true demon bloodline. The supreme demon's bloodline could not be faked. Young Lord Demonic Sky's demonic blood contained the power inherited from the supreme demon's bloodline. This power was hidden within the bloodline and could be said to be the power of the bloodline. "You're not too bad yourself," Gu Fei said. At this moment, with them as the epicenter, the void within a radius of a dozen miles turned into chaos. Huge spatial cracks extended for hundreds of miles. Some immortals and demons who could not escape in time were directly devoured by the spatial cracks and destroyed in both body and soul. "Humph. You're fated to die under my fist today." A cruel sneer appeared on young Lord Demonic Sky's handsome face. Then, as if something had awakened in his body, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body. "What?" Gu Fei was shocked. Young Lord Demonic Sky still had strength left. Could it be that he was only using the bloodline power that he inherited from the devil race's supreme Motion now? Bam! An unimaginably powerful force erupted from young Lord Demonic Sky's fist. It was unstoppable and Gu Fei was sent flying more than 10 miles away by the force. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The human race martial physique is actually this powerful. Young Lord Demonic Sky was secretly shocked. He had already used the power of his bloodline, but it was still difficult to kill this human race martial physique. He could only injure him but not kill him. Chapter 13:16. The young Lord of Demonic Sky was like a primordial demon that had descended. His black hair danced in the wind as demonic aura surged from his body. A faint demonic shadow was faintly discernible on his body. The illusory figure emitted a domineering demonic might. Although it was only an illusory figure, it exuded a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens. The immortals and demons that were fighting nearby stopped involuntarily. They felt an extremely dangerous aura and their souls were trembling. The power of the bloodline, in the distant sky, He Tian was equally shocked as he witnessed the scene. The young Lord of Demonic Sky was a descendant of the supreme demons and possessed the bloodline of the supreme demon. Not everyone could possess such a bloodline. The power of the demonic sky had been refined into his bloodline. Once this power was unleashed, it could display unimaginable strength. Gu Fei was sent flying over 10 miles away as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His emperor martial body had suffered a huge blow and his right arm had almost turned into a mist of blood. His entire arm was filled with cracks from the unstoppable power that erupted from the fist of the young Lord of Demonic Sky. Even his arm bones that were branded with vague Tao patterns had cracked like a spider's web. His flesh was torn apart and his bones were injured. The power of the young Lord of Demonic Sky's bloodline was so strong that even Gu Fei was affected and his martial body was injured. The young Lord of Demonic Sky closed in on Gu Fei step by step. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his footsteps as if resonating with the great Tao and gathering supreme demonic power. This fluctuation was controlled by the young Lord of Demonic Sky and it surged towards Gu Fei as if it wanted to tear him apart. This was the vibration of the great Tao of heaven and earth and it could kill a sage. Although the young Lord of Demonic Sky had yet to sever his Tao, his current strength was enough to kill a Tao-severing almighty or even a half-sage. Not everyone could withstand the vibration of the great Tao. Gu Fei's body jerked, causing the void to tremble. A transparent ripple spread out from his body, blocking the terrifying shockwave. At the same time, his right arm was rapidly recovering. His injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cracks on his bones were also rapidly disappearing. In an instant, his arm had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured. It was as good as new and full of strength. Kill. Yi Futian's battle intent was like a rainbow as his qi and blood surged into the sky. He went straight for the young lord of the devil sky. Who cares about the sovereign bloodline or the invincible great demon? I'll just destroy him with a single punch. The five elemental true force surged as both of Gu Fei's fists emitted a brilliant five-colored divine radiance. The terrifying energy shook the heavens and earth as he charged forward and punched towards the young lord of the demonic sky. The entire heaven and earth was submerged by the five elemental true power. Gu Fei's entire body was covered with blurry Dao patterns, and traces of Dao energy were condensing in his body. However, he had still underestimated the supreme bloodline of the demons. The Demon Sky Young Master made his move as the Demon Sky Young Master unleashed a torrential demon chi that engulfed the heaven and earth. Boom! The boundless five elemental true power was dispersed, and Gu Fei was once again sent flying dozens of miles away. He seemed to be completely suppressed by the young lord of the demonic sky. To be more precise, he was suppressed by the supreme bloodline of the demons within the young lord of the demonic sky. This was an innate advantage that others could not compare to. The power contained within the bloodline was already present at birth, and it was the power of the sovereign demons. Gu Fei did not have such an advantage. He had to take things one step at a time, and relied on his unremitting efforts to achieve his current cultivation and strength. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. How is this possible? The power of his bloodline is even stronger than the sky demons? Gu Fei was truly shocked. The supreme bloodline of the demons was stronger than the sky demon's bloodline? One must know that the sky demon was also a connate great demon and was one of the two demon ancestors of the demon race. The sky demon's bloodline should also be the supreme bloodline. However, the power of the supreme bloodline of the demons had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Human martial physique is only a so-so. Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant. The young lord of the demonic sky was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and was already in front of Gu Fei. The young lord of the demonic sky seemed to have struck out casually. Demonic runes appeared on his palm, drawing upon the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was difficult to resist such power. Bam! Gu Fei raised his palm to meet the attack, but even with his full strength, he was still sent flying by the young lord of the demonic sky's palm strike. Cracks appeared on his emperor martial physique. Oh no! He Tian, who was far in the sky, was shocked to see this scene. His boss was completely suppressed by the young lord of the demonic sky. The young lord's battle strength was probably comparable to a half-saint. If even his boss was suppressed, he would only be sending himself to his death if he went up. He Tian had the intention to retreat. As long as there's life, there's hope. As long as he didn't die, it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. However, He Tian wasn't that worried because Gu Fei still had the strength to fight. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal path possessed heaven-defying power. He should be able to fight against the demonic sky. Roar! Ascend to the heavens! Gu Fei bellowed. An extremely powerful energy burst out from his body, rapidly healing the wounds on his body. Rumble! The energy emitted from Gu Fei's body shook the heavens and earth. Transparent ripples appeared in the void around him as if it couldn't contain his martial physique. This was an extremely tyrannical energy. Gu Fei's strength instantly rose to a level that shocked the young lord of the demonic sky. 5-colored qi and blood circled around his body like huge dragons. It was as if a supreme 5 elements martial saint had descended. The 9 secrets of the immortal path's ascension secret technique? The young lord of the demonic sky stopped in his tracks. Demonic light flickered in his demonic eyes. Blood-colored and black demonic light intertwined, forming an extremely strange state. It's still uncertain who's the ant. You want to kill me? Unless you've already severed your Tao. That might be possible. Gu Fei sneered. The young lord of the demonic sky was very arrogant. So what if it's the 9 secrets of the immortal path? I'll kill you all the same. Although the young lord of the demonic sky was shocked, he didn't show it. As he spoke, blood-colored demonic light and black demonic light intertwined in his demonic eyes. 2 beams of demonic light shot out from his eyes. This was a great technique of the demonic path activated by the power of his bloodline. Tao power gathered in the demonic eyes of the young lord of the demonic sky. This was the power of the great Tao that could penetrate through everything. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward. He completely ignored the 2 beams of demonic light that shot out from the young lord of the demonic sky's eyes and instantly appeared in front of the young lord. The 2 beams of demonic light imbued with Tao power struck Gu Fei's body. However, they were immediately dispersed by the invincible power that emanated from his body. This. Chapter 13-17. The secret skill of ascension had caused Gu Fei's strength to soar. The strength of his emperor martial body had reached an unimaginable level. He was able to block young Lord Develsky's attack with his physical body, causing the latter to be moved. Swoosh! Young Lord Develsky was forced to retreat by Gu Fei. He left an afterimage on the spot while his real body retreated over 10 miles away. His speed was so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. However, even though he was fast, Gu Fei was faster. The moment young Lord Develsky appeared a few miles away, Gu Fei's fist had already landed on his chest. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch sent young Lord Develsky flying. Young Lord Develsky's sternum was shattered and a fist mark appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. He was injured. He was actually injured by a human. Young Lord Develsky was infuriated. The demonic shadow that emerged from his body was almost dispersed. Roar! He stopped his retreat and roared into the sky. His black hair stood on end and his demonic eyes shot out a terrifying demonic light. The demonic shadow that emerged from his body looked as though it was about to walk out from the void. A domineering aura was emitted from the demonic shadow. Young Lord Develsky's bloodline power erupted and his injured body recovered rapidly. The fist mark on his chest disappeared in an instant. His injured body was healed in an instant and the demonic aura that he exuded was even stronger than before. The power of the Supreme Demon's bloodline was undeniable. There were not many people who could be called Supreme Demons even in ancient times. Young Lord Develsky's bloodline power that he inherited from the Supreme Demon's bloodline erupted. The demonic shadow on his body emitted a terrifying aura that made everyone have the urge to kneel down. Some demons with weaker cultivation were already kneeling on the ground in fear. Their bodies were trembling as though they were worshipping their supreme demon. I'm going to extract your spiritual soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. I'll make you wish you were dead. Young Master Develsky was truly enraged. How many years had it been? Even in the ancient times, no human had ever been able to hurt him. Although the human tribe had produced a few supreme saints in ancient times, the human tribe was still a relatively weak race compared to the 10,000 tribes of the untainted land. Other than the supreme sages, there were not many true experts in the human race. However, it was different for the other races. The demons and the demon race all had peerless experts. In the eyes of the experts of the other races, other than the supreme sages, the rest of the human race were extremely weak and could not even withstand a single blow. In some savage places, the human race had even been reduced to become the blood food of the ferocious primeval races, and they were slaughtered at will and taken to be a type of food that was raised in captivity. The weakness of the human tribe could not be changed by the emergence of a few supreme saints. However, with the existence of a few supreme saints, the untainted land did not dare to provoke the human tribe. However, back in the ancient times, the young lord of the demonic sky was extremely respected. He was the descendant of the ancestor of the 1,000 demons and possessed the supreme bloodline of the demon race. Being injured by a human race expert was something that young Master Develsky would never have dreamed of. Swoosh! Young Lord Develsky stretched out his hand. Boundless demonic energy surged from his palm and formed a pitch-black demonic hand. It enveloped the entire heaven and earth in an instant and slammed down towards Gu Fei. Rumble, demonic runes appeared on the demonic hand. The void below the palm was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even the chaotic energy was released. Clang! Against the killer move, Gu Fei's body vibrated. Then, 5 divine swords appeared around him. These were the divine swords formed by the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The crimson divine sword was the fire divine sword, the dazzling metal divine sword, the water divine sword, the earth divine sword, and the wood divine sword that was full of vitality. The 5 divine swords emitted a sky-piercing sword aura. The temperature of the void dropped rapidly due to the impact of the sword aura. The chilling sword aura made everyone's heart palpitate. Swoosh! Gu Fei received the metal divine sword and slashed upwards. A dazzling golden sword radiance rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. It soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, splitting the black hand that was slapping down from the sky into 2. The void of heaven and earth seemed to be split into 2 by this sword. The metal divine sword aura was unstoppable. After splitting the demonic hand, it soared up tens of thousands of feet, illuminating the dark heaven and earth. This sword was too shocking. Everyone was stunned by the ripples of the sword aura. What? Young Lord Devil Sky was shocked to see that Gu Fei had broken through his demonic divine technique so easily. The secret technique of ascension was indeed extraordinary. It could allow a human race martial body to have the strength to fight against his sovereign bloodline. An existence with a sovereign bloodline would also have a sovereign physique. It was unbelievable that someone in the human race could fight against such a sovereign physique. If this human was a descendant of the martial ancestor and had the bloodline of the martial ancestor, it would make sense. After all, the martial ancestor was also a sovereign of the human race. Although he was a sovereign, the martial ancestor's bloodline still contained the power of the sovereign bloodline. The extreme Dao Saint's bloodline was extremely powerful and could be passed down to his descendants. This was the continuation of the extreme Dao Saint's life. Roar! Go to hell! Young Lord Devil Sky roared. He waved his hands and a ball of black light appeared between his hands. There were demonic runes on the black light and he shot it out. Gu Fei didn't care about such an attack at all. He pointed his finger, wanting to destroy the ball of black light. However, the ball of black light seemed to have a life of its own and dodged his attack. The ball of black light with demonic runes smashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen such an attack before. Just as Gu Fei was about to dodge, the ball of black light suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Destructive energy swept out in all directions and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei broke through the layers of destructive energy and rushed out. The 5 elements' magical swords vibrated in unison and emitted a monstrous sword chi wave, piercing towards the young Lord Devil Sky. The 5-colored sword light soared tens of thousands of feet. Everything in its path was destroyed, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. It was extremely terrifying. Humph. The secret art of ascension can't last for long. As long as I persevere, I can still kill this human race martial physique. Young Lord Devil Sky thought to himself. Gu Fei was also aware of his own situation. He couldn't maintain the ascension state for long. If he couldn't kill the young Lord Devil Sky within the duration of the secret art of ascension, he would be in deep trouble. The dazzling sword light pierced through and the terrifying sword chi caused the young Lord Devil Sky to feel danger. A demonic flag appeared in young Master Evil Sky's hand. As he waved the demonic flag, a powerful force of the Tao emanated from it, sweeping away the 5 elements' magical swords that had pierced through it. Demonic flag? Chapter 13:18. Boom! A demonic flag was waved, and a powerful demonic power that seemed to be able to split the heavens spread out from the demonic flag. In an instant, the entire space turned into nothingness. The 5 dazzling sword lights were destroyed by this power. Heavenly demon flag, in the distant sky, He Tian immediately retreated. The destructive demonic power swept across the heavens and the earth. The earth was sinking and the stars in the sky were shaking. All lives within 100 miles were harvested in an instant. Immortals and demons who could not escape in time were turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. There was no other way to die more thoroughly than this. Destruction of body and soul. This was a phrase that would make any cultivator pale. This was the power of the demonic path. The demonic aura emitted from the heavenly demon flag was enough to crush the entire mountain range. Everyone's expression changed. I didn't expect the demonic sky young lord to bring the heavenly demon flag out. Someone murmured above the clouds in the distance. The power of the demonic path erupted and shook the heavens and earth. All living beings in the southern region of the heaven realm could feel this aura. The demonic weapon, the heavenly demon flag, has appeared. A powerful spiritual wave came from all the forbidden zones in the heaven realm. The existences in the forbidden zones were alarmed. Some supreme existences sent out their divine senses and scanned the southern region of the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a world that was ancient enough to be traced back to the Great Desolate Era. During the Great Desolate Era, someone discovered such a perfect world. At that time, the world had not changed. The experts of the 10,000 races of the heaven realm could enter and exit the heaven realm. However, during the later stages of the heaven realm, the world changed and the path to heaven disappeared. After countless years of evolution, the waters of the heaven realm became more and more complicated. Some people said that some of the saints did not leave and were hiding in the heaven realm. The various forbidden zones in the heaven realm were also guarded by supreme existences. As long as one barged in, even a half-saint might die inside. The appearance of the heavenly demon flag had alarmed some of the super antiques. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying 100 miles away by the mighty demonic power of the heavenly demon flag. Even the secret art of ascension was not enough. His physical body was on the verge of collapsing. Terrifying cracks appeared all over his body, and the martial physique's divine blood, which contained endless vitality, flowed out. Damn it! In the face of the sky demon flag, Gu Fei felt powerless. This was an extreme Dao demonic weapon. The wisp of extreme Dao aura that emanated from it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Everyone was retreating. No one dared to get too close. If Gu Fei didn't have a martial body and didn't use the Ascension secret technique, he would have turned into ashes like everyone else. Under the extreme demonic might, his martial body was still cracking, as if it could collapse in the void at any time. The extreme demonic power was too terrifying. Gu Fei felt the threat of death. Buzz! A tremor came from Gu Fei's dantian. Then, an aura so powerful that it could contend with the demonic flag surged out from Gu Fei's dantian. The demonic sky young master's expression changed when he sensed the aura from Gu Fei. It was an extreme Dao aura. Could this human also have an extreme Dao sacred weapon? At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body, blocking the extreme demonic might that was surging in from all directions. Could it be? The demonic sky young master's expression turned ugly as if he had thought of something. Gu Fei's injured body was recovering rapidly. The divine blood flowed back and the cracks on his martial physique healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I didn't expect it to be this. The demonic sky young master's demonic eyes flickered with a terrifying demonic light. He stared at Gu Fei with a murderous aura. He waved the sky demon flag and swept it towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic might filled the air, shocking the heavens. Even a powerful being with a sacred weapon would be shocked by such power. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei drew out the power of the mountain and river cauldron, which was equivalent to becoming one with the cauldron. At this moment, he dared to throw a punch at a saint. With just one punch, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. This was a clash of extreme Dao powers. If these two powers were to collide, it would result in great destruction. Everyone started to run for their lives. The clash between the extreme Dao sacred weapon and the extreme Dao demonic weapon would probably sink the entire region. Even in the regions that were emitting saint powers, there were people who retreated far away, not daring to get too close. After all, this was the power of the Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon. The Extreme Tao Sacred Weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by an Extreme Tao Master. It was the strongest weapon in the world and had the power to destroy the world. No one could imagine what would happen if the two Extreme Tao Sacred Weapons collided. Perhaps the billions of living beings in the southern region of the Heaven Realm would be wiped out. The entire Scarlet Plains that had existed for countless years would probably sink and cease to exist. Two lunatics. Everyone was running for their lives, wanting to leave this region as soon as possible. If they were to be affected by the Extreme Tao's sacred force, even a half-saint would die. Just as the power of the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag were about to collide, a demonic figure appeared next to the young master of the demonic sky. He then stretched out his hand and snatched the heavenly demon flag from the young master's hand. At the same time, another figure appeared next to Gu Fei and suppressed the power of the mountain and river cauldron that erupted from his body. Swoosh! The heavenly demon flag unfurled and wrapped around the young master of the demonic sky. Then, the demonic figure and the heavenly demon flag instantly disappeared into the void. The one who suppressed the power of the mountain and river cauldron within Gu Fei's body was the incarnation of the ancient wind god. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even the mighty beings who were holding sacred weapons in the distance could relax. The clash between the Extreme Tao sacred weapon and the Extreme Tao demonic weapon was no joke. The two supreme existences took action and stopped this disaster. Senior, Gu Fei looked at the incarnation of the ancient wind god. The ancient wind god was a great saint king of the human clan. His cultivation was earth-shattering and only the Extreme Tao saints were able to suppress him. Why did the incarnation of the ancient wind god stop him? Gu Fei was at a loss. He did not know why the incarnation of the ancient wind god did this. After all, the demons were the greatest enemies of the human clan. The incarnation of the ancient wind god did not speak. After suppressing the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he then disappeared into the void. The existence was so powerful that it could suppress a wisp of the Extreme Tao's sacred force emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering noise was heard. A part of the void in the distance suddenly shattered. Chaotic chi gushed out and two extremely powerful sacred forces appeared between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 13:19. The clash between the sacred weapon and demonic weapon didn't actually happen. The crisis just vanished like that. Everyone felt as if it was a lifetime ago. If the two supreme weapons were to collide, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Among the people present, there wouldn't be many who could survive. But just as the crisis passed, the void suddenly shattered. Two terrifying figures broke through the void and fought from the primordial chaos. Two saint-level auras appeared between heaven and earth. What? How could there be such existences in this world? Saints? The appearance of these two silhouettes shocked everyone who saw this scene. They could not believe what they were seeing. The two figures exuded a saint-level aura. They looked down on the world and intimidated everyone, causing all the spirits in the world to tremble. This was a powerful pressure that reigned above all living beings. Saints had already surpassed the heavens and earth. They had condensed their own great Tao and coexisted with the Tao. In a sense, such existences were no longer bound by the heavens and earth. Transcending everything, high and mighty like a supreme god. This was what a saint was. Boom! The power of the immortal Tao erupted as the immortal Tao saint unleashed a supreme art of the immortal Tao, attacking an extremely terrifying blood fiend. Monstrous blood-colored demonic chi enveloped half the sky. These two saint-level existences were Gu Fei's avatar and the blood-colored demon. Gu Fei's avatar and the blood demon avatar broke through the void and rushed out from the primordial chaos. What's going on? The appearance of that immortal saint, the appearance of Gu Fei's avatar was exactly the same as his main body. Some people noticed the abnormality and were shocked once again. The blood demon avatar was extremely powerful. It could actually display the power of a saint level just like the ancient wind god avatar. Gu Fei's avatar couldn't gain any advantage at all. Swish! With a flash of crimson light, the blood demon incarnation thrust the crimson demonic spear in its hand at Gu Fei's battle avatar. The crimson demonic light emitted from the demonic spear directly shattered the void. Swoosh! Just as the blood-colored demonic light pierced through, Gu Fei's doppelganger abruptly disappeared, along with all the aura belonging to Gu Fei. What? When the blood demon clone saw this, his heart trembled. He retreated without hesitation. However, at this moment, a huge hand pressed down on his head. Boom! The power of the immortal Tao erupted from the palm. The boundless power of the immortal Tao blasted the blood demon clone apart, sending crimson demonic blood splattering everywhere. The instant the blood demon incarnation was blasted apart, a figure appeared where the blood demon had been. This person was none other than Gu Fei's battle avatar clone. The blood-red demonic spear soared into the sky. Roar! An indignant spirit wave was emitted from the blood-red demonic spear. A blurry figure emerged from the demonic spear. The smashed flesh and blood soared into the sky and converged on the blood-red demonic spear. Fresh blood flowed in reverse as the blood demon incarnation condensed once again. In an instant, the blood demon incarnation reappeared in front of everyone. Such an existence was very difficult to truly kill. As long as a strand of spirit remained, it could condense a new demonic body that was almost indestructible. Gu Fei's clone used the anti-void secret technique. This was a type of void profundity. Once mastered, one's body could merge with the void and become one with the world. Even those who had cultivated the inner eye would find it difficult to detect. Using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with saint-level power, the combat strength displayed was terrifying. Even the ancient blood demon incarnation would be affected by this move. Swish! The blood demon incarnation's body emitted tens of thousands of beams of demonic light. Then, within the endless blood-red light, a blood-red figure manifested. The figures rushed from all directions and surged towards Gu Fei. The blood demon incarnation hid among the thousands of figures. Even Gu Fei's saint-level battle avatar could not sense the true location of the blood demon incarnation. Every blood-red figure exuded the aura of the blood demon. Gu Fei's saint-level clone was shocked. The blood demon incarnation was hiding in the void. The blood demon incarnation's aura was everywhere. He felt a great sense of danger. Humph! Gu Fei's clone sneered. His figure blurred and he also entered the void, disappearing from the world. He used the void profundity to the fullest. Bam! Gu Fei's clone's fist collided with the blood demon's demonic spear. The thousands of blood-red figures immediately dissipated, and the blood demon incarnation condensed out of the void. He was struck out by Gu Fei from his state of merging with the void. At this moment, another blood-red figure silently appeared behind Gu Fei's clone. An extremely evil demonic spear pierced towards the back of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly sensed the killing intent coming from behind. Without thinking, he dashed forward in an attempt to avoid the attack from behind. However, Gu Fei's clone was still too slow. He only felt a vibration on his shoulder. His entire shoulder felt like it was being torn apart. Gu Fei's clone was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Cracks appeared on his shoulder. It seemed like it could break at any time. The strength of the two was very close. It was really difficult to determine a winner. The blood demon incarnation did not continue fighting. He used a supreme demonic technique to force back Gu Fei's clone. Then, he rushed into the sky in an attempt to leave this chaotic region. By the time Gu Fei's clone rushed forward, the blood demon incarnation had already turned into a blood-red demonic light. Like a divine blood-red rainbow, it streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed was already comparable to the 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei did not chase after the blood demon incarnation. The saint-grade battle avatar displayed great combat strength. It jumped out like a saint and stunned everyone. Even an almighty with a holy weapon might not be a match for Gu Fei's saint-grade battle avatar. Rumble, just as the blood demon incarnation retreated, a shocking sound suddenly came from the depths of this dusky region. An unimaginably powerful aura spread out. It seemed like something had awakened. Has the land of saints been opened? Everyone couldn't help but look towards the depths of this region. Hadn't they been fighting desperately to enter the land of saints? The human race, the demons, and the demon race had all sent supreme experts. Some had even come with holy weapons. The supreme experts of the human race were facing off against the great demons of the demons. The battle between the saint-grade experts hadn't happened, but the two sides were already at each other's throats. A battle between the saint-grade experts could erupt at any time. However, at this moment, everyone rushed into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this dusky region. They all wanted to enter the land of saints as soon as possible. Chapter 13:20. The land of Saint Burial was one of the great forbidden zones of life in the heaven realm. No one knew when such a forbidden zone had appeared. It was said that saints were buried in the land of Saint Burial. Some people had even seen the corpses of saints inside. It was a great tomb of a saint. The Scarlet Plains had long been in chaos. There were traces of attacks from holy weapons everywhere. The earth had sunk and the cracks in space had yet to be repaired. Before Gu Fei and the others came out of the world created by the great saints of the ancient times, many great figures had already made a move. In particular, the experts who came with holy weapons could destroy the heavens and the earth. They could sink the earth, dry up rivers, and destroy a region. It was a display of supreme saintly might. The aura that suddenly erupted from the depths of the Scarlet Plains was definitely at the saint level. Even Gu Fei felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. Several powerful auras erupted from various parts of the Scarlet Plains. Some people with holy weapons soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of the Scarlet Plains. Everyone believed that this was a sign that the land of Saint Burial had opened. Gu Fei and He Tian walked together. Gu Fei already had the strength to compete with experts from all sides with his holy battle avatar. The land of Saint Burial had endless mysteries that were worth exploring. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the avatar. The avatar took on an appearance that was no different from him. Its body emitted a saintly aura that made no one dare to approach it. The power of a saint was too powerful. Gu Fei's avatar just stood quietly in the void, but it had an invisible might that could crush the world. Saints were high and mighty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to know how powerful a saint was. What is in the land of Saint Burial? I'm really looking forward to it. He Tian was in favor of Gu Fei exploring the land of Saint Burial. As long as there were treasures, this guy was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His eyes shone brightly. Swoosh! Gu Fei's saint-grade clone used its Immortal Dao divine ability to open a small world and put them inside. His primordial spirit entered the saint-grade clone, which was equivalent to Gu Fei's main body. The land of buried saints was said to be able to bury saints. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Gu Fei and He Tian did not want to gamble with their lives. This was the safest method. Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the Immortal Dao fused perfectly with the battle avatar refined by an ancient great immortal, allowing him to unleash immortal arts with even greater ease. He retracted the saint-level aura on this clone and then disappeared into the void. It was as if he had escaped into the world and became one with it. This was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Dao, the anti-void secret art. It was the power of the void, allowing Gu Fei's clone to traverse the void at a speed no less than 8 steps. The appearance of the land of Saint Burial and the supreme tomb that accompanied it caused the entire celestial realm to boil over. Even the appearance of the lost palace of the moon deities hadn't caused such a stir. This time, a few super antiques and the avatars left behind in the celestial realm appeared. This was definitely a sign that a great era was about to begin. Some people had already guessed that the opportunity to become a saint would appear in this era. No one who dared to enter the forbidden zone of life was weak. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade battle avatar and used the anti-void secret art to head deeper into the Scarlet Plains. The Scarlet Plains was a barrier between the central plains and the southern regions of the celestial realm. Even in normal times, absolutely no one would be willing to enter such a place. But at this time, the entire Scarlet Plains had changed greatly. The blood-colored mist that had shrouded the sky all year round had dissipated. The sky had become incomparably dusky, as if the entire sky was about to fall down from the heavens. On the scarlet ground, bottomless cracks could be seen everywhere. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from these cracks. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade battle avatar and could use the power of a saint. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw a blood-colored light soaring into the sky in front of him. That's, Gu Fei's heart trembled. A blood-colored door had appeared in the void in front of him. All the blood-colored light was emitted from that blood-colored door, and a terrifying aura of death was being emitted from it. Boom! At this time, someone made a move. A pitch-black demonic will descended from the sky, exuding a majestic demonic might that could shake the heavens. It moved towards a figure shrouded in immortal energy that resembled Emperor Xian of the Nine Heavens. Bang! The figure with the aura of the immortal Tao pointed out with a finger, shattering the void. He wanted to collect the demonic will that was falling from the sky into the void of primal chaos. Saint-grade power, Gu Fei stopped in the distance. Those who could come to this place were either super antiques that had survived from the desolate world, or giants of major powers with holy weapons. A great devil was attacking, wanting to kill a blurry immortal silhouette. It wasn't a true body, but an incarnation. The immortal energy resonated with the grand Tao, and the incarnation was drawing in Tao energy. Could it be another incarnation left behind by those monstrous characters from the ancient era? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken by this scene. The divine abilities of those monstrous characters from the ancient era had reached an unimaginable level. Even the incarnations left behind could display the power of a saint. The heavenly world wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. These existences weren't true saints, but they could display the power of a saint. In the current era, such power represented invincibility. An old man appeared nearby and said, "The land of Saint Burial has truly opened. That's the legendary gate of hell." Gu Fei recognized the old man. He was the arcane guru of the heaven world's arcane holy land. This old man was unfathomable. Although he was only a half-step saint, Gu Fei could sense that he was even more terrifying than a half-step saint. He was afraid that he had already touched the threshold. Over the endless years, many existences had been shackled to that threshold. Now that the opportunity to become a saint had appeared, it would be strange if they didn't jump out. It was unknown who would emerge victorious in the battle for the origin Tao fruit and become the first saint since the destruction of the desolate world. Gu Fei believed that the one who would obtain the origin Tao fruit in the end would be the old turtle. That was because the old turtle had the great sovereign seal of the great path. No one could contend against him. Unless someone also used an extreme Tao sacred weapon. The gate of hell has appeared. We're not too late. While Gu Fei was thinking, two terrifying figures appeared in the nearby void. They were two middle-aged men who looked like gods and demons. One of them was dressed in white while the other was dressed in black. Yin-Yang Duo. Chapter 13:21. The Nethergate's appearance attracted a few peerless characters. Arcane Guru, a half-step sage from the profound sky's sacred ground, the incarnation of a supreme immortal Tao existence, and even the great devil with a sacred-grade devil weapon. Rumble. The world quaked. A battle was unavoidable. A demonic will exuded monstrous demonic energy and powerful fluctuations of the sacred grade as it shot toward the immortal Tao incarnation. The clone of the immortal Tao was also incredibly powerful. With a single point of his finger, he shattered a part of the void, wanting to collect the demonic will into the shattered void. This was a battle between sacred grade power, a battle between immortal and devil. At this moment, Gu Fei noticed two more figures appearing nearby. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in white and the other in black. The Yin-Yang venerates, Guru Tianxuan's expression changed when he saw the two middle-aged men. His murky eyes flickered with a frightening light as a powerful aura spread from his body. The Yin-Yang venerates? Who are they? Gu Fei was startled to see the guru's apprehension toward the two middle-aged men. He knew that the yin-yang venerates weren't simple if even such a character was alarmed. Arcane Guru, you're still alive? The yin-yang venerates also noticed the guru and Gu Fei. The white-robed middle-aged man was glaring coldly at the guru. Humph. You two old ghosts aren't dead yet, so how could I possibly die? The guru sneered. Gu Fei calmly watched the scene unfold. He noticed that the two so-called yin-yang double venerables were emitting fluctuations of yin and yang energy. The white-robed middle-aged man had an extreme yang energy hidden within his body. He resembled a sun with wisps of yang energy curling around his body. Meanwhile, the black-robed middle-aged man exuded a chilling aura. His entire body was as cold as ice and his complexion was deathly pale. One yin and one yang, this was a rare physique. Yin and yang energy complemented each other. If these two were to join forces, they would be much more terrifying than either one of them. Big brother, let's clear the place. The black-clad middle-aged man's cold gaze swept over Arcanum Guru and Gu Fei, and a chilling murderous aura surged from his body. How arrogant. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Following that, a figure shrouded in demonic aura appeared in the distance, and was rapidly approaching. Demonic chi spread for 30,000 miles. This was an extremely powerful expert of the demon race. He slowly walked over from afar, and the entire world trembled under his feet. Nanling Demon Tribe? Everyone was taken aback. In the purple demon chi, everyone could only see a tall figure faintly discernible. No one could clearly see the face of the demon race expert. The yin-yang double supreme seemed to be a little apprehensive about the newcomer and did not make a sound. Did you kill my good-for-nothing brother? Purple demonic chi surged and 2 rays of divine light were emitted from the demonic chi, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Even the void was annihilated by these 2 rays of divine light. Wherever the divine light passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks were left. Gu Fei did not make any move and continued to stand quietly in the void. He did not dodge at all and allowed the 2 divine lights to sweep towards him. However, the 2 beams of light dispersed as soon as they reached Gu Fei. It was as if they had hit an invisible wall and dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's primordial spirit possessed a saint-grade battle avatar. With the protection of immortal energy, he could ignore most attacks. The incoming great demon wanted to test Gu Fei. Who are you? Who's your brother? Gu Fei's tone was incomparably calm. His face did not reveal any emotions. He had killed many great demons recently. Could this great demon be an expert from the heavenly demon tribe? The Heaven Realm's demon clan was not a monolithic block. There were 2 opposing forces within the demon clan. These 2 forces had been opposing each other since ancient times. The old tortoise had gone through life and death with Gu Fei. He would not harm Gu Fei. Only the heavenly demon tribe held a grudge against Gu Fei. Many experts from this tribe had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Humph. I'll let you die knowing. My brother's name is Yao Tiandu. A murderous voice came from the purple demon chi. A terrifying murderous intent had already enveloped Gu Fei. The great demon in the demon chi could attack Gu Fei at any time. The one who killed Yao Tiandu, is he? Could it be the unparalleled expert of the demon tribe, Yao Wuji? Yao Tiandu was a demonic half-saint. His death was definitely a huge matter. The news quickly spread throughout the cultivation world of the Heaven Realm. Almost everyone knew that a human named Gu Fei had killed Yao Tiandu. Arcane Guru and the yin-yang duo retreated far away. Once such an existence made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Although they were not afraid, they did not want to be affected. Moreover, the yin-yang duo had already set their eyes on Arcane Guru. Even before entering the land of Saint Burial, these peerless experts were already at each other's throats. Yao Tiandu. Gu Fei's expression was still calm. Now that he had the saint-grade battle avatar, he feared no one. He did not expect Yao Tiandu to have such a powerful elder brother. Bang! At this moment, a huge purple hand surrounded by monstrous demon chi grabbed down from the sky. A strand of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. Yao Wuji did not say anything else and immediately attacked Gu Fei. The gigantic purple hand enveloped the entire world, imprisoning the void. The mighty power of the gigantic hand crushed the void, and black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. Gu Fei was as small as an ant under the cover of this huge hand. Swoosh! A ray of divine light instantly surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then, an illusory sword shadow charged out from between his eyebrows and shot towards the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. He immediately used a secret technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a sword. It pierced through the void and broke the monstrous hand. What? A cry came from within the demon Qi. After breaking through the hand, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword didn't slow down at all. It went straight for the figure within the demon Qi. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword was about to pierce through the purple demonic clouds, a divine arrow suddenly broke through the demonic clouds and shot out to meet the faint and illusory sword shadow. Pfft! Chapter 13:22. What? Gu Fei was astonished to see that his opponent was able to block his primordial spirit Dao sword. It should be known that this Dao sword was executed with the power of a saint. His primordial spirit entered the saint-level battle avatar and could use the power of a saint. This was something that the true body couldn't compare to. If his opponent was able to block such an attack, could this guy be a demonic saint? Ever since the primordial era, the world had changed. The Tao of heaven and earth became unfathomable. Since then, no one could comprehend the Tao and become a saint. In order to become a saint, one must first comprehend one's own Tao. This was an insurmountable threshold. However, if one couldn't even touch the Tao of heaven and earth, how could one comprehend the Tao? Although the world had changed after the primordial era, there were still many outstanding geniuses. However, no matter how experienced they were or how heaven-defying their physiques were, they could only stop at the half-saint realm. No one could truly take that step. Die. Just as Gu Fei's thoughts were rapidly spinning, a cold voice rang out from within the torrential purple demonic Qi. Following this, a glowing arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, shooting towards Gu Fei. Swish! The purple arrow light soared for thousands of meters, emitting a boundless demonic aura. It seemed like it was going to make a hole in the sky. Humph! I'm invulnerable. How are you going to kill me? Gu Fei soared into the sky. His body was shrouded in divine light. He was like a supreme saint of the immortal Tao. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. He directly charged towards the incoming arrow light. Buzz! The moment Gu Fei collided with the arrow light, the entire sky shook violently. With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's figure disappeared. A black void appeared. Transparent ripples formed by spatial fluctuations were undulating. The shocking sword light entered the shaking void as if it was shot into a bottomless abyss, vanishing without a trace. This, in the demonic clouds, the great demon was shocked. How could this be? What kind of great art was this? Was it the legendary supreme secret art of the immortal Tao? Swish! In the midst of Yao Wuji's shock, the arrow light that had disappeared reappeared once more. The resplendent arrow light emitted a boundless demonic glow that lit up the entire sky. The arrow light pierced through a transparent wave of water, shooting out from the void. The arrow light soared for tens of thousands of zhang, shattering the void and piercing the heaven and earth, shooting towards the figure in the demonic cloud. How is this possible? Yao Wuji, who was hidden in the demonic clouds, was shocked to the extreme. He simply could not believe what he was seeing. The arrow he shot actually shot back at him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that there would be someone in this world who could reverse the direction of his divine arrow. It must be known that this was not an ordinary divine arrow. The arrow was extremely fast, instantly piercing through the layers of demonic clouds, heading straight for Yao Wuji. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Tao? This kind of supreme immortal art that has been lost for countless years is actually cultivated by someone. Truly inconceivable. In the distance, the arcane guru, the yin-yang twin venerables, and the devil and immortal fighting had all noticed what was going on between Gu Fei and Yao Wuji. Yao Wuji's arrow of light contained the formidable power of a saint. Even old-timers like them would have a hard time dispelling this arrow, let alone reversing it. In this world, only the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could do such a thing. It was no wonder this person dared to say that he was untouchable by all arts. Cultivating this secret art truly meant that he was untouchable by all arts. Swish! Yao Wuji shot out another arrow, causing the light of the arrow to soar tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A strand of saintly might appeared between the heavens and earth as the 2 terrifying beams of light clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens. The 2 arrows of light contained saint-tier power, and when they collided like that, it would definitely be a disaster in the outside world. Rumble! The entire void was being destroyed as a destructive force spread out, instantly dispersing the towering demonic chi, causing Yao Wuji, who was within the demonic chi, to have nowhere to hide. Roar! Yao Wuji roared and quickly retreated. He moved 100 miles in a single step, but the destructive power forced him to retreat. Just at this time, the place where Gu Fei had vanished shook slightly. A figure silently appeared in the sky. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei? Gu Fei saw Yao Wuji's true body. This Yao Wuji was a burly middle-aged man. His burly body exuded a ferocious aura similar to that of an ancient beast. Even with his martial Tao heavenly eye, Gu Fei couldn't see the true body of this grand demon. There seemed to be an indescribable power concealing everything. The 2 beams of light collided with each other and cancelled each other out. After that, they completely dissipated in the void. The vast destructive power that spread out was simply too terrifying. It destroyed a part of the world, and even the chaotic chi was blasted out. The blood-colored gate of hell that was fixed in the void was also affected and shook. The blood-colored light it emitted became even more resplendent and strange. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble rang out in the distance. A black demonic will pressed down from the sky, and a figure surrounded by celestial light fell from the sky. The battle between the mysterious Grand Devil and the Immortal Tao's incarnation had already been decided. The Great Devil true body descended with a saint-grade demonic weapon in his hand. His demonic might shook the area and suppressed the Celestial Tao incarnation. However, the Celestial Tao incarnation was also extremely strong. Although he was defeated, he wasn't killed. Swish! A demonic shadow swooped down from the sky and entered the demonic weapon. Then, the demonic will that emitted the countless demonic flags soared into the sky and rushed towards the blood-colored door in the sky. You want to enter the Saint Burial Land? The Yin-Yang Venerables and the Arcane Guru had no choice but to take action now. As human experts, they definitely didn't want to see a Grand Devil enter the Saint Burial Land. Boom! Boom! Yin and Yang energy erupted from the Yin-Yang Venerables. The Yang Venerables' body blossomed with endless flames, seeming to transform into a divine sun. As for Lord Yin, the Yin and Yang on her body were boundless as a black Yin Qi engulfed the entire world. An extremely cold Yin Qi spread out, causing the entire void to seem as though it was about to freeze over. Buzz! The void trembled, and 2 masses of divine light revolved. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved, forming a Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, it collided with the saint-level demonic wheel. Bang! The devil wheel was intercepted, while the Yin-Yang Venerable's Taiji diagram was blown away. Yin and Yang merged into one, capable of contending against a sacred weapon. Swish! Just at this moment, a beam of divine light shot over from afar, striking the black demonic wheel. The boundless demonic chi was dispersed by this beam of divine light. Boom! The divine light broke through the layers of demonic chi and struck the demonic wheel. The enraged roar of the mysterious Great Devil rang out, his voice filled with unwillingness. He was just a single step away from entering the land of the Saint Burial. However, just this one step away was obstructed by someone. The divine light that shot over from afar had actually sent the saint-level demonic wolf flying hundreds of meters away. To be able to shake a saint-level demonic weapon, this kind of power was most likely also a saint-level power. Everyone looked in the direction of the divine light and saw a sage-like middle-aged Taoist priest in the distant sky. He was holding an ancient mirror and striding toward them. The Grand Pure Half-Saint? Guru Tianquan's pupils shrank. The Grand Pure Holy Land and the Profound Sky Holy Land were two great cultivation powers of the human race. However, the relationship between them wasn't that harmonious. The Grand Pure Void Mirror? The Taiji diagram dissipated, and the yin and yang energy receded like the tide. The yin-yang venerables appeared in the sky, looking like they hadn't been affected at all by the Devil Path's sacred item. The power the yin-yang venerables had displayed was terrifying. Where did this devil come from? How dare he target the Saint Burial Land? The Grand Pure Half-Saint's voice didn't contain the slightest emotion. His otherworldly temperament was something others couldn't compare to. Fellow Taoists, the devil is the public enemy of the world. How about we work together to kill this devil first? Asked Guru Tianxian. We have no objections. The yin-yang venerables were the first to express their stance. They didn't have a good impression of this great devil. It would be best if they could work together to kill this devil. Humph. Yao Wuji stared at Gu Fei and sneered. He had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his brother. His essence, qi, and spirit were all raised to the peak. He only had one target, Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful opponent. He didn't say anything. In the end, the yin-yang venerables, Guru Tianxian, and the Grand Pure Half-Saint attacked the mysterious devil together. This was the power of a sacred. Even with a sacred weapon, the great devil wouldn't be able to resist it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the devil immediately fled. When a great demon with a sacred-level demon weapon became ruthless, it was very frightening. The demon will shook, and a bright demon light shot out from the demon wheel. It created a path in the encirclement of the four experts and escaped. At this time, Gu Fei and Yao Wuji started fighting again. A strange power circulated around Gu Fei's body. The void around him rippled like water. No matter what demonic arts Yao Wuji used, they couldn't threaten him. Gu Fei managed to reverse all of Yao Wuji's attacks. This was the profundity of chaotic reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao. Each secret could be described as heaven-defying. I don't believe that you're invulnerable. Yao Wuji no longer used demonic arts. Instead, he sent a punch at Gu Fei. It was a simple and direct punch, but it contained a great amount of power. He had actually managed to strike the rippling space around Gu Fei. Furthermore, his attack had not been deflected by Gu Fei at all, causing Yao Wuji to be both surprised and delighted. Chapter 13:23. Bang! Gu Fei's fist and Yao Wuji's fist collided fiercely. The power of a saint exploded, piercing through the void. Gu Fei could only feel a great force coming from Yao Wuji's fist, causing him to involuntarily retreat hundreds of feet. Every time he took a step, the whole world trembled along with him. What? Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent had actually used his physical body to take on his attack. How was this possible? After all, his clone was a saint battle avatar. Yao Wuji's fist was extremely fierce. He didn't fall into a disadvantage against Gu Fei, but he was still sent flying several hundred meters away by the force of Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? He was even more shocked than Gu Fei because he knew just how powerful his punch was. Even a half-step saint would die if they were hit by it. But not only did Gu Fei not die, he didn't even seem to be affected at all. Yao Wuji was dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed something strange about Yao Wuji. Saints were extinct in the current era, so this Yao Wuji was definitely not a demonic saint. However, the aura of a saint on Yao Wuji's body couldn't be deceived. This was an aura that only saints possessed. It could intimidate the heavens and make all life tremble. Gu Fei knew that if his Yuan spirit hadn't entered the saint battle avatar, his body definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this kind of pressure. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a certain possibility. I didn't expect you to use the demon race's trump card. Up in the sky, the arcane guru's eyes flickered with divine light. He seemed to have noticed something. Old geezer Arcane, instead of wasting time here, why don't we put aside our grudges for now and enter the land of saints together? Yang Zun, who was dressed in white, said these words. The land of saints was extremely dangerous. No one could truly investigate the situation inside. Every time this land of danger appeared, countless lives would be lost. Over the endless years, many outstanding experts had fallen in the land of saint burial. Some people even said that they had seen sacred corpses inside. There were many legends about the land of buried saints, but no one could verify the veracity of these legends. No one knew if there were truly sacred corpses or peerless treasures inside. Alright, let's work together this once. Sage-to-be Grand Pure One also walked over. An ancient mirror floated above his head and a mighty aura emanated from it. This was the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. Everyone could sense a strong sense of oppression from this ancient mirror. It was as if they were facing a saint, and they had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. A flawless saint artifact refined by a saint is indeed extraordinary. The arcane guru and the yin-yang venerables were both shaken. The saint weapon didn't emit its saintly might, but it was still intimidating. At their level of cultivation, there was no need to say anything else. Then, they entered the gate of hell in the sky that emitted boundless bloody light and disappeared inside. The appearance of the gates of hell had indeed alarmed many people, but not everyone could approach this strange and evil gate. There was a terrifying aura of death surging out from within the gate. This was a power that could destroy all life. Only Dao severing experts could block this kind of death energy. Any immortal or god below that level would be in danger of having their life devoured as long as they approached the gate of hell. Boom! Gu Fei and Yao Wuji once more clashed. Yao Wuji's power had reached a peak. He had completely abandoned all the demonic arts he had cultivated and relied on his physical body to fight against Gu Fei. This isn't his power, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This Yao Wuji seemed to possess an indestructible demonic body. He was displaying a power that made even Gu Fei's heart shake. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei directly sent out a palm strike. A huge golden palm rushed out and with a bang, it slammed into Yao Wuji's body. In the instant Yao Wuji was struck by the palm strike, ancient demon runes appeared on his body. Yao Wuji was knocked thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's palm strike, but he only paused for a moment before charging back at Gu Fei with a torrential purple aura. This is a saint-tier demonic body. Even though Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed it, he was still shocked when he confirmed it. Yao Wuji had actually entered the body of a saint-tier beast. No wonder Yao Wuji dared to challenge Gu Fei. He had come fully prepared. A saint-tier demonic body was as powerful as the indestructible martial body. Even a saint wouldn't be able to destroy such a demonic body. Yao Wuji was fearless. Even if he didn't use his demonic arts, he could still fight against Gu Fei, displaying his terrifying battle prowess. It was hard to imagine where Yao Wuji had found a perfect saint-tier demonic body. It had to be known that even in the ancient desolate era, demon saints were definitely one of the strongest existences in the world. Even if a demon saint died, it would be very difficult for them to leave behind a perfect saint-tier demonic body. Chaotic reversal. The space around Gu Fei fluctuated as translucent ripples spread from his body. He was using the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao to fight Yao Wuji. Swish! Yao Wuji's punch was channeled by the chaotic energy and blasted to the side, causing the space there to collapse as demonic might gushed out in all directions. At the same time, Gu Fei unleashed a perfect 5 elements fist. The 5 elements true energy crazily gathered in Gu Fei's fists. A 5-colored astral energy shot out of his fists. Boom! It was like 5 minor worlds had appeared on Gu Fei's fist. The power of the 5 elements shook heaven and earth. Even Yao Wuji had no choice but to dodge. Gu Fei's fist had drawn on the power of the 5 elements. Divine runes of the Immortal Tao appeared on his fist, and a trace of saintly might appeared in the world. The perfect five elements fist was a peerless battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. When Gu Fei used it, the profundities of the battle skill contained a trace of the Grand Tao. Such a battle skill was a manifestation of the Great Tao and possessed supreme power. However, it was still difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the true power of the battle skill with his current cultivation. Even so, the power of Gu Fei's fist was enough to shake the world. You really are the martial ancestor's successor? Yao Wuji was incomparably shocked. Although he had dodged Gu Fei's punch, the energy ripples emitted from Gu Fei's fist were unimaginably powerful, causing his heart to palpitate. However, the immortal Tao aura on Gu Fei's body was simply too thick. This caused Yao Wuji to be indescribably shocked. This was clearly a saint-grade immortal Tao saint physique. Chapter 1324. If a great sage of the human race and a great sage of the Yao race were to fight, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, the battle avatar that Gu Fei had taken over was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race. What Yao Wuji had taken over was not a battle avatar, but the body of a saint of the Yao race. It could be said that this was the sacred body of a saint of the Yao race. It was unknown which era the saint of the Yao race had left this sacred body behind, but Gu Fei knew that this sacred body was extremely ancient. Time was the most merciless thing. Given enough time, apart from immortal materials and immortal spirits, everything else could be worn away by time. Sacred bodies, on the other hand, were branded with Tao patterns and condensed with Tao power. They could survive through the ages and exist forever. However, the power of the Yao race's sacred body was not that easy to unleash. Given Yao Wuji's cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this Yao race's sacred body. But a sacred body was a sacred body after all. Just a wisp of saintly might that leaked out from a sacred body was not something that just anyone could withstand. Fortunately, Gu Fei had obtained this saint-grade battle avatar from a world created by a great sage of the ancient era. Otherwise, he would not have dared to have designs on the land of the buried saints. No one would go to their deaths if they knew that they would die. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the untouchable secret technique. Even if Yao Wuji did not use any of his killing techniques and used the power of his sacred body to fight Gu Fei would still be able to deflect his attacks. Untouchable secret technique? Yao Wuji's heart trembled. He was on the defensive all the time. His attacks were deflected and did not pose any threat to his opponent at all. On the other hand, his opponent's flawless 5 elements fists kept coming at him. The power of the 5 elements shook the heavens and the earth. Even though Yao Wuji had taken over the body of a saint, he still suffered a great impact. His spirit was almost shaken out of his martial body. As time went by, Gu Fei gradually gained the upper hand. Even if you have a holy body, you are still no match for me. Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will, using the flawless 5 elements battle technique with the power of the immortal Tao, transforming the power of the immortal Tao into battle prowess. With every punch, the entire world trembled. Damn it! Damn it! Yao Wuji roared again and again. Initially, he thought that he would be able to kill that human cultivator named Gu Fei after using one of the Yao race's trump cards. Who didn't know that this human cultivator named Gu Fei was so powerful and terrifying? Not only did he fail to exact his revenge, he even placed himself in danger. Yao Wuji felt so stifled that he nearly vomited blood. Sky Demon slaughters saints. Kill, kill, kill. Yao Wuji's eyes turned red. He no longer had any scruples and displayed the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. A terrifying power erupted from his body. Rumble, Yao Wuji's hands seemed to have turned into 2 demonic blades, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as they slashed at Gu Fei. A blurry phantom image appeared on his body. The phantom image emitted a terrifying ripple. This was the phenomenon produced when the supreme killing art created by the Sky Demon was activated. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was slashed back to its most primitive state. Void reversal. Gu Fei used one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret art. A strange vibration erupted from his body, and his entire being became transparent. Whoosh! Two beams of destructive demonic light slashed down and a shocking scene unfolded. Gu Fei's body turned into the void and the two beams of demonic light slashed down on his body, which had already become faint and illusory. What? Yao Wuji's shock was no small matter. His opponent had merged with the void and was one with heaven and earth. How was he supposed to fight? His opponent was now in an invincible position. Gu Fei's figure completely disappeared into the void, but Yao Wuji grew even more cautious. He couldn't catch his opponent's signal at all. Just as Yao Wuji opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, a silhouette silently appeared behind him. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with his strongest punch. His fist seemed to have 5 minor worlds revolving around it, and a powerful force of the 5 elements shot towards Yao Wuji. An attack like this was impossible to defend against. Only when Gu Fei punched out did Yao Wuji feel a dangerous aura coming from behind him. Yao Wuji rushed forward without hesitation, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's punch first. However, reality was very realistic. Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch landed on Yao Wuji's body, and the sound of bones breaking came from his body. Yao Wuji opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a saint-level demon was injured. Gu Fei's body merged with the void, leaving no traces behind. He kept attacking Yao Wuji in this way, and Yao Wuji found it hard to defend. He was hit by Gu Fei's punches several times. In a battle between saint-level experts, victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Gu Fei beat Yao Wuji until he kept coughing blood and retreating. Even the 2 killing lights condensed from the celestial demon slaughtering saint art were destroyed and dissipated in the void. Roar! Yao Wuji let out a helpless roar. No wonder his younger brother was defeated by this person. Judging from the combat strength displayed by this person, he could even fight against a sage. Yao Tiandu was shockingly talented. He had cultivated to become a half-saint level expert and was originally an overlord of the demon race. However, such a person with unlimited potential had died at the hands of Gu Fei. As the elder brother, Yao Wuji naturally wanted to cut Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces, chop out his spiritual soul, and suppress him for tens of thousands of years before he could vent his anger. However, the world was cruel. Gu Fei's combat strength was comparable to that of a sage, and he was actually able to suppress Yao Wuji. Swish! At this time, a purple-gold divine light suddenly shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The divine light instantly turned into a faint Dao sword. This was the primordial soul Dao sword. As soon as the primordial soul Dao sword appeared, sword chi rushed out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. The primordial soul Dao sword turned into a killing light of the great Dao, directly piercing Yao Wuji's head. This Dao sword condensed from the power of the primordial soul was specialized in attacking primordial souls. Yao Wuji knew how powerful it was. At the same time, his eyes also shot out 2 almost transparent beams of demonic light, silently meeting Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword. This was the celestial demon of forgetfulness / Yao Wuji was an expert of the celestial demon lineage. Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword clashed with Yao Wuji's celestial demon of forgetfulness / The 2 forces collided, cancelled each other out, and then disappeared at the same time. Swish! Chapter 1325. Gu Fei suppressed Yao Wuji's saint-grade demon body and chased him away. Although Yao Wuji was powerful and even used the resources of his race, he was still chased away by Gu Fei. Even a true sage would have a headache dealing with the battle avatar refined by a great sage of the human race and Gu Fei's immortal path secret technique. At this time, many figures appeared in the vicinity. These people were all Dao severing experts. Only Dao severing experts could approach the gates of hell. High up in the sky, the gates of hell emitted a demonic blood-colored light. The deathly aura inside was vast and mighty. The inside of the gates of hell was like a kingdom of death. This was the legendary burial ground of saints. No one dared to enter it casually, because those who entered would definitely die. Not many people would be able to come out alive. There were even half-sages who entered and never came out. No one knew what dangers lurked inside, and no one knew where the legendary peerless divine treasury was. The ancient legend might just be a scam. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to enter the gates of hell. However, he stood outside the gates of hell. Others wanted to enter the gates of hell, but they dared not approach Gu Fei. The saint-grade aura made everyone feel uneasy. The power of a saint-grade expert was too strong. If Gu Fei were to attack these people, even a Dao-severing emperor would not be able to fight back. The powerful saint-grade aura made everyone feel a great pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the aura of a saint-grade expert. Swoosh! At this moment, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the distant sky. A terrifying demonic aura spread from the demonic shadow. Gu Fei sensed the arrival of the demonic shadow. His eyes shot out 2 rays of divine light and scanned the demonic shadow. Undying Demon Saint? When Gu Fei sensed the familiar fluctuations on the demon figure, he could not help but change his expression. He never expected that the demon who was defeated by Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body would appear here. Gu Fei had personally witnessed the battle between the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body and the Undying Demon Saint's incarnation. This demon was able to fight endlessly with the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body. It was extremely terrifying. It should be noted that the Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body was a genuine indestructible martial body of the human clan. The power contained in the martial body was definitely at the sacred level. Even so, the Old Tortoise was still unable to destroy the incarnation of the demon. The incarnation attached itself to the undying demon blade and escaped into the chaos. Swoosh! Without any words, the demonic shadow directly attacked Gu Fei. A pitch-black blade light slashed over from afar, tearing through the void and slashing down on Gu Fei's head. How dare he attack a sage? In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a sage. Even though sages were extinct in this world, others had reason to believe that Gu Fei was a sage. Because the powerful aura of a sage could not be concealed, no one could see through Gu Fei's actual strength. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot, and instantly dodged the attack. This saber light contained the power of the demonic Tao, and even a sage would be in danger of dying if struck by it. The Undying Demon Saint was a great sage among the ancient demons. He created the 9-death demon technique and died 9 times in 100 lives. He cultivated 9 lives and obtained the 9-life Undying Demon body. It seemed that Old Tortoise did not catch up to the incarnation of the Undying Demon Saint and did not kill it to avoid future troubles. Seeing that Gu Fei had dodged the attack, the Undying Demon Saint did not chase after him. Instead, he directly rushed towards the gates of hell in the sky. His goal was not to kill Gu Fei, but to get to the land of Saint Burial. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry at the same time. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. He created a huge pit on the ground and dust rose high into the sky. Rumble! The moment Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, 9 dragon silhouettes shot out from the ground. They looked like 9 gigantic dragons that charged towards the Undying Demon Saint ferociously. Gu Fei drew the essence of the earth and condensed them into 9 huge dragons. This was the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. Even the Undying Demon Saint would be moved by such an attack. This was a killing technique contained in the 9-color divine crystal that Gu Fei had obtained that day. That day, Gu Fei and Zi Huang fought in the floating cloud city of the eastern domain of the heaven realm. It was a terrifying battle that could destroy heaven and earth. The floating cloud city of the eastern domain was not an ordinary divine city. The mysterious dragon Great Sage had set up the 9 dragons killing technique outside the divine city. The mysterious dragon Great Sage had used the 9 dragons killing technique to suppress this divine city. During that battle, the floating cloud city was completely destroyed. Even the 500 celestial emperors' combat weapons of the primordial emperor Xian were destroyed. The mysterious dragon Great Sage's 9 dragons killing technique had also collapsed. In that battle, Gu Fei was the biggest winner. He had obtained the mysterious dragon great sage's 9-colored divine crystal, which contained a flawless killing technique. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his killing art. 9 gigantic dragons burst out from the ground, soaring 10,000 zhang into the sky, exuding a boundless might. The flawless killing technique left behind by the mysterious dragon great sage had displayed its terrifying power. The 9 huge dragons intercepted the undying demon saint, who was so powerful that even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. A devil Dao saber appeared in the undying demon saint's hand. Then, he slashed at the 9 huge dragons. Swoosh! The saber light passed by and the 9 huge dragons were directly cut down by the saber light of the undying demon saber. The undying demon saber was a peerless demonic saber refined by the great sage of demons. With a slash, the heaven and earth void could be split apart. It contained the destructive power of the devil Dao. Gu Fei knew that the 9 dragons killing technique could only stop the undying demon saint for a while. He did not think that the 9 dragons killing technique could kill this demon on the spot. His purpose was to stop the undying demon saint. Although the undying demon saint had only paused for a while, it was enough for Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky, charging towards the undying demon saint. Rumble, he activated the power of the earth and the 9 huge dragons circled around him. The entire heaven and earth trembled under this power. He had increased the power of the 9 dragons killing technique to a terrifying level. Swoosh! The undying demon saint only had 1 slash. The power of the devil Dao was vast and mighty. The pitch-black saber light was terrifying. The saber light of the undying demon saber could destroy everything. A great sage demonic weapon was too terrifying. One should know that this was a divine weapon of the devil Dao, second only to the extreme path demonic weapon. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Buzz! Gu Fei sensed danger. An ancient cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. At the same time, the undying demon saber light had already destroyed the 9 huge dragons around Gu Fei. Clang! The undying demon saber light emitted a terrifying wave and ruthlessly slashed at the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. It let out an ear-piercing sound. Traces of blood seeped out from the ears of the mighty figures of the Dao severing realm who were watching from afar. The undying demon saber light was repelled by the mighty wave from the mountain and river cauldron. It then dissipated into nothingness in the void. Even the undying demon saint was affected and took a few steps back. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head shook continuously after being hit by the great sage demonic weapon. It almost fell from the sky. This was a battle between divine weapons. Logically speaking, a great sage weapon was no match for an extreme path divine weapon. Without any suspense, the undying demon saber light was repelled. The undying demon saint's body emitted a strong wave of divine thoughts. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. In this world, the only thing that could withstand a blow from a great saint-level devil weapon, other than other great saint-level holy weapons, was an extreme holy weapon. A great sage divine weapon was rare even in the ancient untainted world, especially a great sage ancient cauldron. A great sage ancient cauldron could only be found in the cauldron of all medicines, which was refined by the medicine saint of the human tribe. This ancient cauldron was not the cauldron of all medicines, but the legendary extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, had disappeared for countless years. Even in the ancient untainted world, this ancient cauldron was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, after countless years, the mountain and river cauldron actually appeared in this world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron displayed a terrifying power that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The vast and mighty primordial chaos chi rushed towards the undying demon saint. The void below the ancient cauldron was annihilated. Even the undying demon saint's expression changed when faced with such an attack. He broke through the void immediately and rushed out from under the ancient cauldron. Even though he had the undying devil blade in his hand, he did not dare to go head-on against the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme path divine weapon. The divine weapon had already nurtured a godly soul, which was a weapon soul that only an extreme path divine weapon could possess. The aura of the undying devil blade was too strong. If such a fluctuation could awaken the sleeping weapon soul within the extreme path divine weapon, it would definitely be a disaster for the demons. Once the weapon soul of the extreme path divine weapon was awakened, even if there was no one to control it, the weapon would still attack the enemy. Even if a strand of the godly aura of the extreme path divine weapon leaked out, it was enough to crush a mountain. If the extreme path divine weapon was fully awakened, it could even sink an entire region. The undying demon saint knew how powerful it was. All he could do was to keep retreating to prevent the undying devil blade from colliding with the mountain and river cauldron again. The undying demon saint did not want to awaken the weapon soul within the mountain and river cauldron. Kill. Gu Fei did not have any scruples. He attacked with all his might, driving the mountain and river cauldron towards the undying demon saint. The power of a martial sage spread out in all directions, freezing the space and affecting the undying demon saint's movement speed. Chapter 13:26. Just as Gu Fei was hesitating whether he should enter the gate of hell or not, an incarnation of the undying demon saint suddenly appeared. A great battle was unavoidable. The incarnation of the undying demon saint was severely injured in the battle with the old tortoise. However, this demon seemed to have completely recovered. The undying demon blade displayed a great demonic power, forcing Gu Fei to use his trump card, the heaven and earth cauldron of mountains and rivers, to fight against it. Rumble, the cauldron of mountains and rivers emitted boundless divine power and pressed down from the sky. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from above like chaotic dragons, shaking the heavens and earth. The whole world was shaking and the ground below was sinking. Even though it had not displayed its saint power, it had caused a great destruction in the void. Bang! The undying demon saint fell from the sky and endless demonic chi was dissipating. Even with the great saint-level demon weapon, the undying demon blade, he could not withstand the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Buzz! The cauldron of mountains and rivers shook and transparent ripples spread out in all directions with the cauldron as the center, suppressing everything. An ancient cauldron became the only thing in the world. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble from the depths of their souls, as if they were facing a supreme existence in the world. Could it be the legendary item? It can't be. Didn't that thing disappear in ancient times? Those who could come near the gate of hell were all emperors who had cut down their daos. In normal times, such an existence would definitely be a hero. Moreover, there were many forces in the heaven realm that had existed for countless years, such as the Dao sect in the heaven realm and the Li clan that claimed to have the bloodline of the supreme Tao ancestor. The golden spiritual apes in the eastern land, the Tai Huang clan and the Sky Demon clan, the Tianping clan, and so on. These were all forces that had existed for countless years. These ancient forces all had ancient books that recorded all kinds of great secrets of the world. Many people had already thought that this ancient cauldron that could suppress the undying demon blade might be the legendary item. If it really was that legendary thing, then it would be incredible. The entire heavenly realm would probably go crazy for it. Even if this thing was in the hands of a real sage, there would probably be people who would try to snatch it. Rumble, the cauldron of mountains and rivers descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Nothing was left behind. Everything was destroyed. Even the sky and earth were destroyed. The entire ground was sinking. This scene was too terrifying, and everyone was shocked. No one dared to go up, because no one wanted to die. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, stepping on the ancient cauldron. As the ancient cauldron descended from the sky, endless demonic chi was obliterated. The undying devil saint had already been suppressed into the ground. This demon was protected by the undying sky demon blade, so it would not be easy to kill him unless the mountain and river cauldron truly awakened and displayed its true extreme saint might. The undying devil saint was quite powerful. He directly shattered the void with the undying sky demon blade, and escaped into the chaotic void once again. The undying devil saint cultivated the 9 deaths devil art. After 100 reincarnations, he experienced 9 births and 9 deaths, and cultivated 9 devil lives. This was only one of the 9 lives. As long as the other lives existed, he would be able to return from the chaotic void. There was a subtle connection between the 9 lives of the undying devil saint. Because of this, the undying devil saint could freely enter and exit the chaotic void without getting lost. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to enter the chaotic void frequently. One should know that once one got lost in the chaotic void, even a sage would not be able to come out. They would be trapped there until they died. What a pity. The undying devil saint's chi completely disappeared. Gu Fei knew that the demon had already escaped. If he wanted to kill this demon, he would have to make the mountain and river cauldron display its true extreme saint might. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once the extreme saint might was released, everything in the world would be frozen. No one could escape by shattering the void. Under this saint might, everything could be killed. Unless it was an extreme saint, no one would be able to escape. Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. Without hesitation, he directly rushed into the gate of hell in the sky that emitted endless blood light, and entered the legendary saint burial ground. Whoosh! As soon as Gu Fei entered the saint burial ground, a thick death chi immediately rushed towards him. It was not completely dark inside the gate of hell, but the sky was gloomy, and the death chi was vast and mighty. There was not a single trace of life. On the ground, there were many hills. Each hill was like a huge mountain, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Grave? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at this scene. Could it be that these hills are all graves? Are there sages buried in these graves? If that was really the case, then it would truly be too shocking. How could there be so many sages in the world? This was absolutely impossible. Gu Fei directly punched a hill in front of him. With a bang, the entire hill was instantly shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. A skeleton fell from the dust. When Gu Fei saw the skeleton, he could not help but be shocked. It was an incomparably huge skeleton that still glowed with light. This was the skeleton of an unknown creature, and it was the size of a small hill. It was unknown how long this unknown creature had died. Its flesh and blood had already melted, but its bones were still as clear as divine jade. One could imagine that this creature was definitely a terrifying primordial beast when it was alive. Even if it was not a saint-level existence, it was definitely an almighty existence at the severing Tao level. Is this really a grave? Gu Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Each hill was a grave, and he could not see the end of these graves at a glance. A thick death chi shrouded these graves. Someone had buried the corpses of countless powerful existences here. Someone wants to condense death chi. Could it be that they're refining corpses? Gu Fei could not help but think of the corpse refinement sect that had been annihilated by the alliance of the various ancient factions. This method seemed to really be nurturing corpses. Someone is nurturing sacred corpses? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he thought of this. The so-called land of saint burial seemed to be an incomparably huge place for nurturing corpses. Such a large scale was truly unimaginable. Although he was shocked, Gu Fei did not stop. He directly flew towards the depths of this dusky world. He wanted to know what was in the depths of the land of saint burial. He was very cautious and was not in a hurry. It was impossible to be careless in a place like this. If he was not careful, he would most likely be buried here. White bones could be seen everywhere around the hills on the ground. Among these remains were bones that were almost rotten, and there were also bones that were as clear as divine jade. Some of these bones were very extraordinary and had blurry marks branded on them. This was a sign that one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao severing realm. The owner of these bones was most likely a half-step saint. Gu Fei did not find it strange at all that a half-step saint had fallen in this place. The power of the world in this part of the world had already been changed by someone, turning this part of the world into a land of death where death chi gathered. There was not a trace of life here. Swish! When Gu Fei was less than 100 miles into the land of saint burial, a black light that emitted an endless death chi suddenly shot out from a hill below and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. This attack had come without any warning, causing his heart to skip a beat. He used the 8 desolation steps and left an afterimage where he originally stood. In the next moment, he appeared more than 10 miles away. The black light of death flashed by and destroyed Gu Fei's afterimage. Roar! A roar rang out from one of the mountains below, causing the entire ground to tremble. A tall figure broke through the mountain and walked out. Boom! Endless death chi instantly spread out. It was a humanoid dead creature that looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. It was extremely terrifying. What is this thing? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw such an evil creature walk out from the hill. The death chi on this evil creature was too strong. This death chi was already comparable to the power of a Tao-severing almighty. This was a dead creature that was comparable to a almighty. It was truly inconceivable to Gu Fei. There were corpses in these graves that had gained sentience. Roar! The dead creature roared and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Grey death chi immediately engulfed the world and shrouded half the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not care about an inanimate creature of this level. He directly punched out, causing visible transparent ripples to appear. Buzz! The void shook violently, and the monstrous grey aura of death immediately dissipated into nothingness. The inanimate object in the aura of death was also shattered by Gu Fei's fist force. If an ordinary almighty encountered this dead creature, they might be in danger. However, this dead creature was nothing in front of Gu Fei. It was directly blown up by his punch. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was necessary to invite He Tian out. It should be known that He Tian's attainments and formations were far beyond the formation grandmasters in the heaven realm. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei opened up a void and a figure fell out from it. When that person fell out of the void and saw the surrounding scenery, his face immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. This person was He Tian. At this time, Gu Fei's main body was still in the void and had no intention of coming out. It should be known that no one knew what dangers there were in the land of Saint Burial. The Saint Grade Battle Avatar had only just entered this place when it had already been attacked by a dead creature. There were definitely even more terrifying dangers waiting for Gu Fei ahead. Chapter 1327. The aura of death in the land of Saint Burial was so strong that it cut off all life. Nothing could survive in such a place. As soon as He Tian fell out of the void, he immediately felt his own life aura begin to leak out, frightening him out of his wits. His life was slipping away. This was his life. Without it, his life would come to an end. The land of Saint Burial was a place that devoured all life. He Tian hurriedly activated the divine weapon in his body. A sphere of astral light rose up from the top of his head, shining with resplendent astral light. The astral light cascaded downwards, enveloping He Tian within, isolating him from the terrifying death chi around him. With that, his life force was no longer lost. This place, when He Tian saw the surrounding landscape, he was shocked to the extreme. Under the dusky sky, he could see mountains towering over the land. He couldn't even see the end of them. This was a tomb. Gu Fei had already confirmed it. The land was filled with endless tombs. This scene left even someone as knowledgeable as He Tian dumbfounded. He couldn't speak for a long time. What do you see? Seeing He Tian's expression, Gu Fei knew that this was another heaven-defying place. Someone had laid out an unimaginable trap. Incredible, this place is no worse than the Great Tomb. Erebus was stunned for a long time before he recovered and said such words. His words caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble involuntarily. No worse than the Great Tomb? What did that mean? It had to be known that the Great Tomb had given birth to a Tao embryo, a complete Tao fruit. Whoever obtained this Tao fruit would have a chance of becoming a saint. Right now, everyone was fighting for the Tao fruit that had emerged from the great necropolis. Everyone wanted to become a saint. Even the old tortoise had used his ultimate demon weapon, the Grand Imperial Seal. But there seemed to be no result. At that time, Gu Fei had yet to obtain a saint-tier battle avatar, so he did not have the power to compete with those peerless figures for the hope of becoming a saint. He could only retreat. His eyes lit up when he heard He Tian's words. The land of Saint Burial was no less powerful than the peerless Great Tomb. Could it be that something heaven-defying had been nurtured inside as well? Death leads to life. Death leads to death. Endless death can give birth to a bit of life. If my guess is correct, someone wants to obtain a legendary heaven-defying item. He Tian's attainments in array formations were not to be underestimated. He observed the general situation of heaven and earth and seemed to have seen something. What heaven-defying thing? Gu Fei was very curious. The land of buried saints seemed to be like a peerless tomb. Someone had used a heaven-defying method to set up all of this. This kind of extravagance was too shocking. Perhaps only the existence of the extreme Tao would be able to do this. Ordinary saints would definitely not be able to do this. I haven't seen that thing yet, so I can't say for sure, said He Tian. His frivolous expression had already vanished, replaced with incomparable seriousness. Gu Fei had never seen He Tian so serious before. Then what are we waiting for? With that, Gu Fei flew into the depths of the dusky world. He didn't use his 8 steps, as he needed to be extremely careful in this kind of place. He Tian hastily followed. Endless mountains stretched into the depths of this world. As Gu Fei and He Tian went deeper, the surrounding aura of death grew stronger. They could even sense strands of death aura seeping out from the mountains and gathering in the depths of this world. Roar! Suddenly, a world-shaking roar came from the distance. The power of death was vast and mighty, causing the entire world to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. Then another wave of immortal aura came from that direction. This aura wasn't unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It belonged to the immortal incarnation. Although it had lost to the demon outside the gates of hell, it hadn't suffered any heavy injuries and still entered the land of buried saints. The incarnation fighting the mysterious great demon was incomparably powerful. Although it wasn't a true saint, it could still display the power of a saint. However, such a powerful incarnation seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble while fighting the unknown creature of death. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. That unknown undead creature roared again and again. The immortal Tao incarnation seemed to be unable to suppress that undead creature at all, and was fighting endlessly against it. At the same time, several powerful auras came from the depths of this world. Powerful figures who had entered this part of the world were taking action. Did those people find that heaven-defying thing? Asked He Tian in shock. Let's go. Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and was about to use the 8 steps of extreme, but at that moment, a gigantic bone claw swiped at Gu Fei and He Tian from the dusky sky. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. The bone claw enveloped the entire sky and exuded boundless power of death. It was like a death claw from hell. An unimaginably powerful aura of death descended from the sky. The star above He Tian's head dimmed, and the power of his divine weapon was suppressed. Swish! 9 rays of immortal light shot out from Gu Fei's body. The vast power of the immortal Tao repelled the descending aura of death and protected He Tian. A saint-grade battle avatar refined by a great saint of the primordial era was equivalent to a saint body of the immortal Tao. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit took over, he could use this saint-grade battle avatar to display all kinds of immortal Tao divine arts. Sword cleaving the heavens. Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered as a resplendent sword light rushed out from his dantian. It emitted boundless sword chi that soared into the sky. Clang! The startling sword rainbow collided with the skeletal hand that was grabbing down from the sky, producing an ear-piercing sound. The sword light that could cut through the heavens and the earth actually failed to shatter the skeletal hand, only cutting off the middle finger of the hand. Roar! A furious roar resounded in the sky. A gigantic figure appeared in the dusky sky. It was a bone body the size of a mountain. Within the malevolent head, there was a radiant soul light like the sun. As soon as this undead creature appeared, Gu Fei and He Tian felt endless pressure. This was a terrifying existence that might be comparable to a saint. How can there be such a powerful undead creature here? Gu Fei and He Tian were aghast. The bone hand that came down from the sky belonged to this undead creature. The undead creature was enraged. These two ants actually cut off one of its fingers. It was infuriated. Bang! The gigantic bone hand slammed down from the sky again. This time, the entire sky was shattered. The power of death and destruction swept towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Chapter 1328. A terrifying undead creature suddenly appeared and launched a terrifying attack at Gu Fei. This level of attack was definitely at the saint rank. This was an undead creature comparable to a sage. Rumble, the giant skeletal hand slammed down on Gu Fei. The void instantly crumbled like a piece of paper. The power of destruction and death converged into an extremely terrifying energy storm that engulfed everything. How can there be such an existence in the land of Saint Burial? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just approached the depths of the land of Saint Burial and he had already encountered an undead creature of this level. This was something he had never expected. A saint-rank undead creature. It was no wonder that even Dao's severing experts were unable to return after entering this place. Killing such a terrifying creature was as easy as pinching an ant to death. He used the 8 desolation steps and moved like a bolt of lightning. With just one step, he had already rushed out of the encirclement of the skeletal hand with He Tian. This is too terrifying. The power of death here is too thick. I'm afraid it's even thicker than the Naraka realm. He Tian's voice trembled. An undead creature of this level was not something he could contend with. Bam! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately used an immortal divine technique. 9 dragons soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth as they rushed towards the mountain-like undead creature in the sky. This was the 9 dragons killing technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the mysterious dragon great sage. It was a killing technique created by a great sage and its power was unimaginable. The 9-color divine crystal that he had obtained back then contained a flawless killing technique. This flawless killing technique was the 9 dragons killing technique created by the mysterious dragon great sage. Each dragon was like a real dragon that had descended from the 9 heavens. They emitted an endless draconic might as their huge bodies tore the void apart. Roar! The undead creature also felt the danger. Gu Fei's 9 dragons killing technique posed a threat to it, causing it to feel uneasy. Boom! The undead creature opened its mouth and spat out a grey deathly aura. The deathly aura spread out in an instant and enveloped the entire world. The deathly aura then rushed towards the 9 dragon shadows. This deathly aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was unknown how long this undead creature had nurtured this aura. At this time, it spat out a mouthful of it, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster. The entire world seemed to be corroded by this deathly aura. Fortunately, there was no life in the land of Saint Burial. If the undead creature had spat out this deathly aura outside the land of Saint Burial, it would have instantly wiped out all life in an area and devoured countless creatures. The 9 dragons were enveloped by an endless deathly aura. The 9 dragon shadows disappeared within the deathly aura, and the 9 dragons killing technique was broken just like that. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. This undead creature was much more terrifying than he had imagined. A monstrous deathly aura swept down from the sky, causing the void to be annihilated. This was the power of death of a saint. Anyone below the saint realm would undoubtedly die upon coming into contact with this deathly aura. Gu Fei's entire body flickered with divine light. 9 strands of immortal light revolved around him, forming a barrier of light that kept the surging power of death outside of his body. At the same time, it also protected my Tian. However, the deathly aura immediately dimmed the immortal light around his body. This deathly aura seemed to be able to corrode all energy. Buzz! Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands and activated the yin-yang seal of life and death. A large seal of yin and yang appeared in front of him. He then violently shook the seal, causing the power of yin and yang to spread out in all directions and disperse the deathly aura. The mountain-like undead creature appeared high up in the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei's killing technique was unleashed one after another. A ray of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. The power of his primordial spirit surged out and turned into a sword, slashing at the undead creature. The Dao rhythm of the primordial spirit Dao sword flowed, capable of cutting through anything in the world. Its speed was extremely fast, and it immediately pierced through the skull of the undead creature, cutting the soul fire that was as dazzling as a divine sun in half. Roar! The undead creature roared. It seemed to be going crazy. After being cut by the primordial spirit Dao sword, a large portion of the soul fire in its skull was instantly extinguished, causing its strength to plummet. The primordial spirit Dao sword was definitely the bane of this undead creature. This terrifying undead creature's strength was reduced from the saint realm to the celestial sovereign realm by Gu Fei. The power of an undead creature came from the soul power in its skull. If the soul power in its skull was destroyed, the undead creature's soul would be completely destroyed, and it would be killed again. If I had known this would happen, I would have used the primordial spirit Dao sword earlier. Gu Fei did not expect such an outcome. A single primordial spirit Dao sword was able to reduce the strength of this undead creature from the saint realm. The primordial spirit Dao sword is specialized in restraining the power of souls. He Tian also saw the profoundness behind this. With a large portion of its soul fire extinguished, the undead creature was no longer ferocious. Gu Fei soared into the sky and blasted a punch at this undead creature that was as huge as a mountain. Bam! A large portion of the skeleton was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Countless bone fragments and ashes rained down from the sky. The crystal-clear skeleton that was like divine jade couldn't withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. There was no suspense in the following battle. Gu Fei took out the primordial spirit Dao sword again and extinguished a large portion of the undead creature's soul fire. This undead creature was completely powerless to fight back. In the end, even the small mountain-like skull was plucked off by Gu Fei. Gu Fei extracted the pure soul fire from the skull. It would be too much of a waste if this kind of soul fire were to be directly dispersed. Therefore, he directly dispersed the remnant divine sense within the soul fire and kept the soul fire. An undead creature could evolve to a level comparable to a saint. This made Gu Fei think of the undead creatures that came from the Naraka realm in his inner world. As Gu Fei's strength increased, he had almost forgotten about the undead creatures in his inner world. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a lot of room for them to evolve. After Gu Fei killed this saint-level undead creature, the energy waves from other regions grew stronger. Many people who entered the land of saints were in danger. Even with saint-level strength, the land of saints was not safe. It seems like there is more than one saint-level undead creature. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. It was already amazing that one saint-level undead creature could be born. It was definitely unusual for so many saint-level undead creatures to appear in the land of saints. Chapter 1329. Saint-rank undead creatures appeared one after another, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be extremely shocked. This was not a good sign. It must be known that a single saint-rank undead creature was already incredible, but there were so many of them here. This was beyond common sense. A mountain cannot hold two tigers. How could so many saint-rank undead creatures appear at the same place at the same time? Gu Fei and He Tian did not go to watch the battle. Many great figures who entered the land of Saint Burial encountered terrifying attacks. The saint-rank undead creatures seemed to be guarding something. Roar! A terrifying roar came from afar, shaking the heavens and earth. In that direction, the aura of death was overflowing. A powerful life force was dissipating. Some experts had been killed by the undead creatures. In another direction, the endless aura of death was scattered. A death aura not weaker than a saint-rank one was rapidly weakening. Another powerful saint-rank power was suppressing this death aura. Some saint-rank undead creatures were being suppressed and killed. All the big shots of the heavenly realm had come. Some of them came with holy weapons that could kill saint-rank undead creatures. Their holy power was vast and mighty, shocking the heavens. When such a character took action, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. Let's go. Gu Fei and He Tian no longer hesitated. If they let others obtain the things inside the land of Saint Burial, they would have wasted all their efforts. Since they had already entered the land of Saint Burial, they might as well fight with those people. As Gu Fei and the others continued to go deeper, the huge hills gradually decreased. Moreover, the hills also became shorter. However, He Tian's brows furrowed even more. This is an incomparably ancient tomb. Someone has already set up all of this since the ancient era, or perhaps even the primordial era, Erebus said. Although the ancient tombs had become sparse, the aura of death here had become even stronger. Moreover, Gu Fei and the others noticed that some of the tombs had already collapsed and cracked. It seemed like something had drilled out from inside. What a terrifying land of death. How extravagant. The more Gu Fei looked at it, the more shocked he felt. This ancient tomb gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. This was the tomb of an ancient expert. Could it be that the saint-level undead creatures originated from here? Gu Fei and the rest walked very slowly. He Tian was carefully observing the forces of heaven and earth. He Tian's attainments in array formations were of great help to them. The land of absolute death was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The power of the world here had already changed. The tombs were not simply standing on the ground. He Tian continued to deduce and stop from time to time. He managed to avoid many deadly traps, but the others were not as lucky as him. Someone in the nearby region had triggered a restriction, and the endless grey deathly aura had completely submerged that region in an instant. Roar! Someone roared. The expert trapped in the deathly aura wanted to rush out as a divine light flashed in the midst of the deathly aura. However, the power of heaven and earth was in operation. There was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the expert who had rushed into the deathly aura. That person only struggled for a moment before he lost all signs of life. The grey deathly aura was vast and mighty. This deathly aura was too powerful, and it was enough to obliterate an expert. Gu Fei and He Tian were watching this scene from afar. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. How could someone who could rush into this place be a weakling? Every one of them was an expert among experts. However, even such an existence had fallen. The land of Saint Burial could bury saints. This didn't seem to be a legend. This place could really obliterate saints. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to move forward. The deathly aura in front of them was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was a deathly grey world with terrifying figures moving about inside. Don't tell me there's also a terrifying existence from the palace of the moon deities here. Gu Fei and He Tian had to stop. When the palace of the moon deities appeared in the eastern land, countless people had died. Almost half of the saints had fallen there. There were also sacred corpses buried in the palace of the moon deities. Moreover, the inextinguishable evil thoughts of the sacred corpses had turned into an extremely evil corpse monster. A saint-level corpse monster was simply invincible. No one knew how many corpses were buried under the walls of the palace of the moon deities. An extremely evil and ferocious thing formed from the evil thoughts of the saints. He Tian couldn't help but change his expression. Such an evil thing was like the descent of a saint. It was invincible. If such an evil thing appeared in the land of Saint Burial, it would definitely be a disaster. Bang! At this moment, a tremor came from afar. A mighty holy power came, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to feel a tremor in their souls. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. The deathly grey world in front of them immediately surged. The dense deathly aura was vast and mighty, and a terrifying roar came from within. A terrifying creature has really been born. When Gu Fei and He Tian heard this terrifying roar, their expressions immediately changed. An extremely evil aura came from the front. Humph. A tall figure with an ancient seal floating above his head appeared. Rays of divine light fell from the ancient seal and protected him. He directly broke through the heavy deathly aura and rushed into the deathly gray world in front of them. That person was surrounded by divine light. He was like a god of war descending from the ninth heaven. He was fearless and directly killed his way into the terrifying death zone in front of them. One could imagine that all the deathly aura in the entire land of Saint Burial had gathered here. The power of this death energy was absolutely unimaginable. It was a god emperor, and he was coming with a holy weapon. Soon, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the death zone in front of them. The god emperor was fighting with the terrifying existence in the death zone. The deathly aura in front of them was vast and mighty. Roars continuously sounded from all directions. Several saint-level death energy erupted, alarming the terrifying undead creatures. Gu Fei and He Tian were incomparably shocked. It was hard to imagine that the land of Saint Burial was actually so terrifying. Inner world energy spread out from Gu Fei's dantian and enveloped him and He Tian, isolating all of their auras. In this death zone, Gu Fei and He Tian's exuberant life force was like a bright lamp in the night, attracting the undead creatures. If they didn't isolate their exuberant life force, they would immediately be targeted by the terrifying saint-level undead creatures. Gu Fei and He Tian weren't the only ones who had the ability to isolate their auras. Anyone who could enter the land of Saint Burial and make it this far was not a weakling. In the depths of the death zone, the god emperor fought with the unknown existence. Powerful holy might surged from the front, shaking the heavens. However, the god emperor's aura was quickly suppressed and his holy might weakened. The unknown existence was actually able to contend against a holy weapon. Boom! In the end, there was a loud noise as an ancient seal broke through the void and rushed out from the death zone, instantly disappearing from Gu Fei and He Tian's line of sight. The result of the battle was already clear. The god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated. Even his body seemed to have been destroyed by the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. The holy weapon refined by an ancient saint had the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it still wasn't enough. This made Gu Fei and He Tian's hearts palpitate. If even the god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated, then who would truly be able to enter the depths of the land of Saint Burial and seize the supreme divine treasury? What should we do? Asked He Tian. The unknown existence in the death zone was terrifying, but Gu Fei had a holy weapon of extreme path. Holy weapons of extreme path were not ordinary holy weapons. There was simply no comparison between the two. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry because he had already sensed several powerful auras appearing in the nearby area. Experts had arrived, and these experts all gave off saint-level energy waves. Although these powerhouses weren't sages, they were able to display the power of sages. Of course, such combat strength couldn't be compared to that of a true sage. Terrifying roars rose and fell in the dusky sky. Many terrifying undead creatures broke through the ground and rushed toward the several auras that were as exuberant as divine suns. Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden in the sky as they watched this scene. A golden figure stood in the void in front of them. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire world. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty between the heavens and the earth. That person was like a dazzling golden divine sun. This was a powerful semi-saint who cultivated in the path of divinity. The power of the metal element was monstrous. Roar! A terrifying undead creature appeared. A vast aura of death spread out, immediately suppressing the golden divine light and causing the entire world to darken. It was a dragon-shaped undead creature. Its dragon-shaped skeletal body was thousands of meters long. The soul fire in the dragon's head was as dazzling as a green divine sun. The dark green soul fire in the dragon's skull emitted an endless aura of death. Humph! You're courting death. The semi-saint made his move. A golden light rushed out from the top of his head and shone toward the skeletal dragon. The endless aura of death dissipated under the golden light. An ancient golden mirror hovered above the half-stepped saint's head, and the ray of divine light came from the ancient golden mirror. Buzz! The ancient mirror trembled and ancient golden Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A powerful Tao energy condensed. This was a powerful sacred tool. Swish. The golden mirror flashed with extreme speed. The lower half of the skeletal dragon's body immediately dissipated under the golden light. The saint-level skeletal body was severely injured. The semi-saint wielded a sacred tool and displayed a formidable combat strength. Swish. The golden divine light flashed again. The upper half of the skeletal dragon's body instantly turned into nothingness under the golden divine light. Even the soul light was completely dispersed. Chapter 1330. The power of metal filled the sky and the earth. Endless golden light dispelled the heavy deathly chi. The metal saint wielding the holy weapon showed the terrifying strength of a saint. A sacred rank undead creature was instantly killed by the metal saint weapon. Just as the half-step saint weapon was about to kill the sacred rank undead creature, a terrifying roar came from the death zone ahead. The unknown terrifying existence was alarmed, but it didn't rush out from the death zone. However, the deathly aura coming from the death zone made people's hearts palpitate. At the same time, in other areas, there were also people taking action. Saint-level undead were killed one after another. The mighty saint aura came from the heavenly realm. Almost half of the heavenly realm's big shots had arrived. Moreover, these existences also brought their heritage. Several saint-level fluctuations came from different directions. Boom! The metal element semi-sage emitted a brilliant golden light. Like an innate metal element deity, he strode directly in the void and walked into the zone of death ahead. The endless deathly chi was blocked by the bright golden light, unable to get close to the metal saint. The death zone was the central area of the land of saint burial. The deathly chi there was so dense that it almost condensed into a liquid state. The golden divine mirror floated above the metal saint's head like a golden sun. The vast and mighty saint power came out. Even the dense deathly chi was dispelled by the light of the mirror. Soon, the golden figure, which was hard to look at directly, disappeared in the deathly gray death chi. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the death zone ahead. Obviously, the metal saint had encountered the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at this scene coldly from the sky. They were not in a hurry because there would be someone to scout the way for them. A great battle broke out in the depths of the death zone. Two saint-level powers were colliding. From time to time, golden light would pierce through the void from the depths of the death zone and shoot out. This was the terrifying power of a saint level. The power of a half-step saint using a saint weapon was completely different from that of a Tao-severing emperor using a saint weapon. The terrifying power of a saint spread out from the depths of the death zone, shaking the whole world. True saintly might shook the heavens and the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. This was an existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. Will that person succeed? He Tian muttered to himself. Although the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone was powerful, the arrival of a half-saint with a saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a true saint. No one could guess who would be the winner. The land of saint burial was filled with danger and endless killing tribulations. None of those who could make it here were weak. The giants of the heaven realm were the strongest among the strong. After the metal saint entered the zone of death, a few others entered the zone of death in succession. In the depths of the land of death, an even more powerful saint-level aura emerged. There was a saint weapon fully awakening, releasing an extremely terrifying saint might. As the giants made their moves, the power of death was suppressed by the saint might that erupted. The full awakening of the saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. Oh no, if those guys join forces, I'm afraid they can really fight their way into the place where the corpse of a saint is buried. He Tian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Who didn't want to become a saint? He Tian was no exception. The land of saint burial probably gave birth to something that defied the heavens. There might be a little vitality in the endless chi of death, which was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever could obtain the vitality born from the endless chi of death might be able to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and then become a saint. Then let's make our move too. Gu Fei said. Not us, you'll have to make your move. He Tian shook his head. A battle of this level was definitely not something he could intervene in. With his current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to resist the power of a saint. Gu Fei didn't say much and directly put He Tian into the inner world in his dantian. He then used the desolate steps and rushed into the land of death in front of him. The chi of death that had accumulated for who knew how many years emitted a terrifying aura of death. As soon as Gu Fei rushed in, he felt his own essence, chi, and spirit leaking out. The saint-level battle avatar's doppelganger dimmed a little. With 8 steps, Gu Fei was unparalleled in the world. He took a few steps and entered the depths of the land of death, quickly rushing in the direction of the battle. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Then, a large hand rushed out of the grey chi of death and slapped at Gu Fei. Buzz! The void trembled and an ancient cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian, directly smashing at the large hand. Bang! The large hand that emitted the endless chi of death was smashed and shattered. Boom! Endless chi of death exploded in front of him. A tall figure appeared in Gu Fei's sight. It was a humanoid dead creature with long gray hair. When Gu Fei saw this dead creature, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a zombie. It was a corpse that had been buried under the earth for countless years. It had absorbed the chi of the earth and condensed its spirit again. This zombie was extremely terrifying. Just the death aura emitted from its body was enough to make Gu Fei feel a terrifying pressure. This undead creature was not the unknown creature that could fight a saint-level creature in the land of death. Bang! Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly punched at the zombie that was approaching him step by step. The terrifying fist force rushed forward like a surging river. Roar! The long-haired zombie let out a roar, and all the gray hair on its body stood up. Sensing danger, it didn't dare to be careless, and threw out a punch as well. Bang! Gotcha! Gu Fei's fist and the long-haired zombie corpse's fist collided fiercely. The long-haired zombie corpse's arm was directly broken and the latter was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Whoosh! Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up with the flying zombie and stomped on its head. Rumble! The sound of wind and thunder came from under his feet. The first step of the 8 kill steps triggered the power of destruction between the heaven and earth. The entire void under his feet was collapsing. The zombie with long hair was also amazing. At the critical moment, it avoided the attack on its head. Then, Gu Fei stomped on its chest. Boom! The zombie's entire body exploded. Not a single drop of blood splashed out. The zombie seemed to be a dried-up corpse. Its blood vessels had already dried up. The zombie had the power of a saint-level expert. However, it was not enough in front of Gu Fei. It should be known that a saint-level battle puppet was a holy weapon refined by a great saint of the human race. The power of such a holy weapon was second only to a holy weapon of extreme path. It was called a great holy weapon. Friend, you have such a powerful technique. A voice suddenly sounded nearby. A dark and thin old man silently walked out from the deathly energy. This person looked like a devil that crawled out from hell. His whole body was surrounded by deathly energy. Who are you? Gu Fei suddenly turned around. His eyes flickered as he looked at the dark and thin old man. His tone and expression were filled with hostility. I am from the Undying Mountain. The dark and thin old man said. The Undying Mountain? Gu Fei was shocked to hear this. He had never expected to meet someone from the Undying Mountain here. It should be known that the Undying Mountain was also a famous ominous place in the heaven realm. People from the Undying Mountain were surrounded by deathly energy. They cultivated the power of death and were feared by everyone. Gu Fei hadn't spent much time in the heaven realm, but he had heard many secrets of the cultivation world. The Undying Mountain was also a forbidden zone in the heaven realm. Friend, how about we join forces? The dark and thin old man said. His squinted eyes flickered from time to time, as if they would open at any time. Join forces? Gu Fei was startled to hear this. However, he immediately thought of the reason. It seemed that no one had joined forces with this guy. He had been rejected by everyone. People from the Undying Mountain weren't welcomed. If you and I join forces, we might be able to open the Saint Burial Ground before everyone else and obtain the legendary peerless treasures. The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain tried to persuade Gu Fei. He had taken a fancy to Gu Fei's strength. This person could easily kill Saint-rank undead creatures. This was an invincible killing blade that could be used by the old man. How could Gu Fei not know what this guy was planning? He smiled and said, "I've always been a lone ranger and don't like to join forces with others. You should do as you please." The dark and thin old man thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He retreated into the surrounding deathly energy. If he couldn't persuade this person, then he shouldn't pester him. If he were to pester him and anger the other party, then it would bring about a fatal disaster. The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain was very shrewd. He didn't want to provoke Gu Fei. One must know that this was a ruthless person who could kill saint-rank undead creatures. The people from the Undying Mountain are here. Gu Fei looked in the direction where the dark and thin old man disappeared and muttered to himself. The people from the Undying Mountain usually didn't leave the mountain and were always cultivating on it. The emergence of the land of Saint Burial had even attracted the attention of such a sect. It was hard to imagine that the people of Undying Mountain were also interested in the things that had been bred in the depths of the land of Saint Burial. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He continued to move forward after killing the undead creature. Soon enough, he arrived near the area where the battle was taking place. A terrifying holy aura filled the sky and earth. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, he could still feel his soul trembling. That's Chapter 1331. The 10,000 feet tall giant dragon soared above the 9 heavens, stirring up endless death chi. The giant dragon claw reached down from the gray cloud-shaped mist towards the golden figure below, shattering the void. This was a black giant dragon. The fluctuation of the death chi from its body was so strong that the whole heaven and earth trembled, as if it could be crushed by this giant figure at any time. Gu Fei was hiding in the void with the anti-void secret technique. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in the depths of the death zone. There was a giant dragon in the depths of the death zone. This was too shocking. The giant dragon spewed out death chi, clashing with the golden figure. It was actually using its body to resist the sacred weapon. It was a saint-level dragon, and it possessed a saint-level body. The entire dragon was equivalent to an incomparably huge dragon-shaped saint weapon. Every strike it unleashed would shatter the void, and even the chaotic aura would be blasted out. Wang! Golden divine light burst out, and a golden sun-like mirror shone with dazzling golden light. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, dispersing the deathly aura that was surging from all directions. The golden light pierced through the heavens and earth, striking the body of the gigantic dragon. However, it actually failed to penetrate it. This caused Gu Fei to feel incredulous. One must know that that was a saint artifact, not an ordinary divine artifact. When the sacred weapon was fully awakened, it could release a terrifying power that was comparable to the full strength of a sage. Is this an innate divine dragon? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The body of an innate divine beast was extremely strong. This giant dragon's body could resist the sacred weapon. It was probably an innate divine dragon. Even if such an existence died, its body would not decay like the indestructible golden body of the human race. It would still contain great power. The divine beasts that were born in the heaven and earth should have the most vigorous life force among all living things. Only when endless life force gathered in one place could life be born. In his mountain and river cauldron, there were also 2 dragon corpses. They were also saint-level divine dragons. The aura of the 2 divine dragons seemed to be inferior to this black giant dragon. Such an existence could fight a saint. Even if the metal element half-saint came with a saint weapon, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of this black dragon. It was no wonder that when the Emperor God came with a sacred weapon, he ended up fleeing. Even a real sage would have a headache dealing with this black dragon. However, very quickly, a few powerful auras that were not inferior to the metal element saints appeared in this deathly gray world. There were heaven realm great leaders holding holy weapons coming over. Boom! A resplendent beam of starlight suddenly descended from the sky. It was as resplendent as a mountain and emitted a boundless aura of destruction as it bombarded the black dragon. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the starlight connected the heavens and the earth. It was as if all the power of the stars in the entire starry sky had been drawn down. This was a powerful saint-level power. A half-step saint with a holy weapon made his move. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously towards the sky and spat out a black dragon pearl from its mouth. It smashed upwards and an endless power of death surged out from the black dragon pearl. Bang! The black dragon pearl displayed great power. It was like a black sun that went against the sky and directly smashed the power of the stars descending from the sky. This black dragon had already developed spiritual wisdom and cultivated a death dragon pearl. This was definitely an extremely terrifying undead creature. The starlight was resplendent and a figure shrouded in starlight walked over from afar. A divine blade that seemed to be completely condensed from the power of the stars was floating above his head. Metal element old ghost, how about you and I join hands? The figure approached and said. A saint-level fluctuation spread out from the divine blade above his head. Star constellation old ghost, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Very well, let's join hands and take down this evil creature first. The metal element half-saint readily agreed. Buzz! The divine blade suspended above the star constellation half-saint's head immediately emitted a buzzing sound and turned into a resplendent killing light of the stars. It directly chopped towards the black dragon's mountain-like head. The starlight of the blade split the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world had been split into two halves. The star constellation half-saint used the power of the holy weapon to display the terrifying battle strength of a sage. The starlight of the blade rushed out and the blade crushed everything in its path. The endless death chi was dispersed by the blade aura that swept out in all directions. At the same time, the metal element half-saint also attacked with all his strength. A 10,000 zhang tall golden figure appeared between the heaven and earth. He displayed the law of heaven and earth. An incomparably huge golden deity held an ancient golden mirror in his hand and shone it at the black dragon. The power of a sage erupted and the void was directly annihilated by the light of the mirror. Boom! The 10,000 zhang tall black dragon was blasted away by the two saint-level powers. A ball of dragon pearl blossomed with endless black light. The land of death erupted and blocked the golden mirror light and the starlight of the blade aura. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously and brought about a torrential death chi. The grey death chi enveloped the dragon's body. The terrifying death ripples were terrifying. Gu Fei was hidden at the side. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be speechless. This black dragon was too powerful. Even when two half-saints used their holy weapons, they still could not injure it severely. The 10,000 zhang tall golden giant took a step into the endless death chi and slapped down with his hand. The heavy death chi dissipated under the golden giant's hand and revealed the black dragon's figure. Bang! The black dragon sensed danger and immediately spat out the dragon pearl at the golden giant. The black dragon pearl exuded a terrifying power of death, and a large area of the void collapsed from the impact. This was the black dragon's life pearl. The power of the smash was not small. The law of heaven and earth was smashed in half and dissipated in the void. The huge dragon claw slammed down and the metal element half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Clang! At the same time, the star constellation half-saint arrived on his saber. He used all his strength and slashed at the black dragon's head, chopping off one of the dragon's horns. The star constellation half-saint quickly retreated after the successful slash. However, he was still hit by the black dragon's claw and was sent flying thousands of zhang away. If it was not for the protection of the sacred saber, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. So powerful, the star constellation Half-Saint's body emitted resplendent starlight. There seemed to be a starry sky floating around him. The vast power of the stars repelled the nearby death chi. Chapter 1332. Although the star stone was not an immortal divine material, it was still hard to find in the world. It was already amazing to obtain a piece the size of a fist. However, the star constellation Semisage's divine saber was completely refined from this rare divine material. The entire saber seemed to have stars revolving around it, blooming with dazzling starlight and emitting powerful fluctuations that could intimidate the heavens. The star saber was a very famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. It was a sacred saber refined by the star sage. The star sage war saber protected himself, so the black dragon couldn't hurt him. Only the great sage war saber could cut off one of the dragon's horns. Roar! That terrifying black dragon roared within the endless death chi. The entire world was shaking, and a black sun-like death light was floating within. That was the black dragon's death dragon pearl. The black dragon was furious after having one of its horns cut off by the star sage, but he also knew that those two weren't easy to provoke. Furthermore, powerful auras were also coming from other directions. Many experts had already arrived, but they were just watching the show. No one had any intention of making a move. These guys, the star constellation Semisage and the metal element Semisage, knew what these people were thinking. These people wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. They would only make a move when they and the black dragon were both injured. Bang! At this time, the dragon pearl rushed out of the deathly aura and emitted endless black light. The power of death erupted like a deathly storm, engulfing the world and surging towards the star constellation Half-Saint and the metal Half-Saint. This was a death dragon pearl that the black dragon had refined for countless years and gathered endless death chi. This dragon pearl was definitely comparable to a sacred weapon of a great sage. Buzz! The divine mirror of gold was shaking, and a bright golden divine light rushed out from the mirror, directly scattering the surging black chi, and hit the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl shook and black gas filled the air. Although the dragon pearl was affected by the golden light, it still managed to block the golden divine light. Humph! At the same time, the star sage sneered and soared into the sky. The power of the stars around him surged, and the starry sky around him became clear. Eat my blade! The star constellation Semi-Saint roared. Then, the power of the stars in his body frantically gathered towards the star saber in his hand. The fluctuation of the sage level spread in all directions. Swish! The star constellation Semi-Saint slashed out with his saber, and the dazzling saber radiance instantly soared up, destroying everything in its path, and fell on the black dragon in front of him. The boundless death chi was like snow under the sun, dissipating under the peerless saber light. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Star constellation Semisage attacked with all his strength. The mighty holy power on the star saber shook the entire world and deterred everyone. A trace of great sage divine power appeared between heaven and earth. The coercion of a great sage was incomparably terrifying. Even if it was just a wisp, it could almost crush the void between heaven and earth. Cracks appeared in the void, and a part of the void almost turned into chaos. The black dragon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The death dragon pearl emitted a terrifying death aura. The power of death spread out from the dragon pearl in an attempt to block the peerless saber light that was slashing towards it. However, the power of the great sage level was second only to the power of the extreme path. It could even kill a sage. The saber light of the star saber fell like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It directly broke through the layers of black gas and slashed on the dragon ball. Kacha! A soft sound came from the dragon ball. The star saber cut a crack on the dragon ball, which contained endless death chi, but it was not destroyed. However, the dragon ball was seriously injured, and its light was dimmed by more than half. It was almost cut in half by the saber attack of the star constellation Semisage. The star sage Semisage was taken aback. He had already attacked with all his strength, and the star saber also showed a trace of great sage divine power. With such combat power, even a real sage would not dare to take this saber attack. He thought that this saber attack could break the Dragon Ball, but there was only a crack on the Dragon Ball. This result was unexpected. Roar! The black dragon roared and recalled the Dragon Ball. Then, it turned into a ray of black light and rushed into the depths of the land of death. It actually did not dare to fight against the Star Sage and the Metal Sage. Chase! The Star Sage wielded the Star Saber and was the first to give chase. With the Great Sage Battle Saber protecting him, he had no worries and directly rushed into the depths of the land of death. The Metal Sage also rushed in with the Golden Divine Mirror as protection. After the two great experts disappeared, a few figures walked out from the darkness. Since these people were able to barge their way here, each one of them was not simple. Among them were the big shots of the Heaven Realm. Let's go in as well. Don't let the Star Sage and the Metal Sage obtain the legendary heaven-defying item, the leader said coldly. Then, these big shots, who were not weaker than the Star Sage and the Metal Sage, also walked into the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The core area of the land of Saint Burial was the most important place in the land of Saint Burial. The people who had set up this land of death had used a heaven-defying power to turn it into a land of death. Gu Fei didn't dare to charge in recklessly. He silently followed behind them from a distance. This way, he would be much safer. If he could avoid taking risks, he would. Roar! An abrupt roar sounded from the depths of the death zone ahead. Death energy surged violently. That place was in chaos, and roars of anger sounded one after another. Very quickly, some people couldn't hold on any longer and charged out of the depths of the land of death. There seemed to be something terrifying chasing them from behind. What was going on? Gu Fei remained hidden in the void and didn't reveal himself. He wasn't in a rush. He would first wait for the cannon fodder to come forward and then draw a safe path for them. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge explosion rang out. Death energy surged up ahead as all the saint weapons wielding half-saints attacked. Holy might filled the 9 heavens, and even that black dragon found it hard to resist. Several great holy weapons awakened, and the vast and mighty energy ripples turned a part of the world into soil. It was as if several saints had appeared in the saint burial ground at the same time. Even Gu Fei, who was protected by an extreme saint weapon, felt his soul tremble from the aura. It was too powerful. If it weren't for the saint weapons protecting him, he would have long since been unable to stand up from the pressure. However, just as the few saint weapons were awakening, an even more powerful aura of death appeared. The temperature of the entire world dropped under the impact of this aura of death. An undead creature even more terrifying than the black dragon had appeared. Chapter 1333. The aura of death was overwhelming. In the depths of the land of death, an extremely terrifying ripple appeared. An undead creature even more terrifying than the black dragon appeared. 4/8065" boom. The world shook and the void shattered. The battle was inevitable. Everyone had already entered the center of the land of Saint Burial and touched upon its secrets. No one knew what was inside this forbidden zone. This time, the giants of the heaven realm had come with their saint weapons. Perhaps they could enter the depths of this forbidden zone. Bang! A golden figure flew out from inside. An ancient mirror emitted boundless golden light and floated above the man's head, displaying the power of a saint. This is, Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. The metal saint who came with his saint weapon was unexpectedly sent flying. Even the saint weapon's protection was useless. Buzz! The power of the stars was vast. A divine blade flew out from inside. The star saint also suffered a great loss. His star battle blade was sent flying and he vomited blood. The terrifying undead creature in the depths of the land of death had yet to appear, but it had already repelled the two powerful saint weapons wielding saint weapons. This kind of battle power was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei was shocked. That awakened undead creature was too powerful. Even a saint-rank expert couldn't suppress it. Could it be that this undead creature was a true saint-rank existence? The other giants of the heaven realm also made their moves. Divine lights constantly pierced through the void. The power of a saint weapon was vast. It was as terrifying as the arrival of several saints at the same time. Roar. An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the land of death. The entire world collapsed and turned into chaos. Although Gu Fei had taken control of the saint weapon, he still felt as if his soul was on the verge of collapse. He didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The transparent void rippled like water. Several figures flew out from the chaotic area. The big shots of the heavenly realm ended up the same as Semi-Sage Star Constellation and the others. They were also sent flying. So what if they had a saint weapon? In the face of absolute power, even a saint weapon's full recovery was not enough. What is that thing? How can it have such terrifying battle power? Gu Fei was truly stunned. Even the great leaders of the heaven realm were not a match for them. This made him feel that it was a little unreal. It should be known that these great leaders of the heaven realm were wielding their holy weapons. Even if a true saint were to descend, they might still be able to fight against them. TXT ebook among the giants, Gu Fei recognized the profound heaven holy land's half-sage, the profound heaven old man. He had never seen the others before. However, none of them were weak. Above Guru Tianxuan's head was a primal chaos seal. Strands of primal chaos chi flowed down from it, protecting him. This was a saint-ranked ancient seal. The black ancient seal contained a powerful Hun chaos energy. This was a saint seal refined from a Hun chaos divine stone, and it was shrouded in chaotic energy. Even with the protection of the primal chaos seal, Guru Tianxian was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, half of his white hair was pulled out, and half of his head was bloody. The other heaven realm giants weren't in a better state than Guru Tianxian. All of them were covered in dust as they suffered from different degrees of impact. How can there be such an existence? Is there really a saint corpse buried inside? A heaven realm giant said with a trembling voice. It's like the existence inside the palace of the moon deities. Guru Tianxian said. He was one of the participants when the palace of the moon deities appeared. A dead soul came out from the palace of the moon deities and killed almost everyone who entered the palace. Even a half-saint had almost perished there. What? Gu Fei, who was using the anti-void secret technique to hide himself, was startled after hearing Guru Tianxuan's words. He had personally experienced the terror of the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities. If it was the same as the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities, then wouldn't the existence in the depths of the land of the dead be invincible? A fallen saint and the corpse fiend condensed from an undying evil will. Perhaps no one here would be able to do anything against such an existence. Only a true saint would be able to eliminate such an existence. The thing I didn't want to see the most has happened. Gu Fei muttered to himself. Legend has it that a saint was buried in the land of the dead. This legend has been verified. The appearance of the corpse fiend was an irrefutable proof. Only in the land of the dead could the corpse fiend condense the undying evil will and turn it into an evil corpse fiend. Once this corpse fiend was formed, it would have the strength equivalent to a saint. No wonder the giants of the heaven realm were sent flying even though they came with their holy weapons. Gu Fei was still planning to wait and see what would happen next. Since these big shots had come with their saint weapons, they would definitely not retreat just like that. The divine treasury of a saint was an irresistible treasure to anyone. Now that the corpse fiend had appeared, it proved that a saint was indeed buried in the core of the land of the dead. Even if it wasn't a saint, it was definitely a saint-level existence comparable to a saint. The person who gathered the endless death chi and laid out this plan was definitely planning something heaven-defying. Since they were already here, no one would easily retreat. Roar. Starlight shone brightly as a starry sky floated. In the starry sky, a figure stepped on the void and walked over from afar. A divine saber emitting resplendent starlight danced around him. The star constellation Semi-Sage rushed over again. At the same time, the metal element semi-sage also came from afar. The giants of the heaven realm who were sent flying were also very unwilling. No one was willing to leave. There were 6 saint-level auras in the world. When such auras gathered together, the entire void was pressured to the point where cracks appeared from time to time. Fellow brothers, how about we join forces and fight? Someone made such a suggestion. The other 5 semi-sages did not say anything, but they all knew very well that if they joined forces, they might have a chance. If they did not join forces, there would be no chance at all. The palace of the moon deities had become a forbidden area for life in the eastern land. The corpse fiend of the dead had devoured all life within a radius of 10,000 miles. There was a deathly fog floating there all year round. Many talented people had tried to break into the palace of the moon deities, but without exception, all of them were trapped inside and became walking corpses in the palace of the moon deities. Among the major powers of the heaven realm, some had even used their holy weapons to attack the palace of the moon deities. After losing many people, they had no choice but to return in failure. The corpse fiend of the dead had become synonymous with invincibility in the eastern land. Now, they encountered another corpse fiend in the core area of the saint burial ground. The giants of the heaven realm were having a headache. They were about to enter the core area, but they encountered such an obstacle. Let's join forces and gather the power of our holy weapons to completely refine that thing, Tianxian Guru said. The others had no objections. This was the safest method. Roar. Terrifying roars reverberated from the land of chaos in front of them. The terrifying sound waves tore the sky and earth apart, causing the land of chaos to expand outwards, shattering the void with a single roar. This kind of existence was too terrifying. This kind of combat strength could already be said to be invincible, able to fight against a true saint. A huge shadow was hovering in the chaos ahead. It was the black dragon from before. A figure was standing on the mountain-like head of the black dragon. Using a giant dragon as a mount, the corpse fiend was very ostentatious. Boom! The ancient golden mirror shone brightly, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the endless death energy. It was like a golden sun rising from the head of the metal saint. The power of the metal element spread in all directions. The fluctuation of the saint level caused the world to tremble. Then, the star saint's star saber also flew up, displaying a dazzling saber light. The saber energy soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its brilliance under this saber light. Tianxian Guru's chaos seal and the other 3 giants' holy weapons also flew up one after another. 6 saint-level powers appeared in the world. It was too shocking. The mighty power of the saints shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 6 half-saints exerted their full strength, displaying their supreme magic power and wielding their holy weapons. Gu Fei was hiding on the side with the anti-void secret technique. He was also a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The might of the saint weapons was too powerful. Even though Gu Fei's primordial spirit was in control of the saint-level puppet, he still felt endless pressure. The terrifying might of the saint weapons almost made him unable to stand up straight. It almost shook him out of the void. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had no choice but to retreat again. The 6 saint weapons were awakening. 6 saint-level powers shook the heavens. Such power made the corpse fiend in the chaos very uneasy. Whoosh! The zombie stood on the dragon's head, then directly reached towards the 6 holy weapons in the sky. The illusory giant hand broke through the layers of chaos, stretching out from the chaos zone. The hand emitting a monstrous death energy shrouded the entire world. It really wanted to grab the 6 saint weapons in the sky. You're courting death. The 6 half-saints were furious. They shook their saint weapons at the same time. A destructive power spread out from the saint weapons and blocked the hand. Bang! The hand immediately exploded, and the 6 saint weapons began to shine with boundless light. 6 saint-tier energies condensed into one, then shot towards the figure standing on the dragon. Whoosh! The divine light was unstoppable. It flashed and directly pierced through the corpse fiend. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The power of 6 saint-level powers was unstoppable. The corpse fiend roared again and again. Endless death energy surged as it stepped on the dragon. It rushed out of the chaos and fiercely pounced towards Tianxian Guru's group. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1334. The power of the 6 saint weapons converged together. Perhaps even a true saint would be shocked. The terrifying power of a saint had been raised to the limit, and a single strike could even penetrate the primal chaos. Boom! The saint corpse devil was pierced by the divine light and suffered heavy injuries. However, the pierced chest of the saint corpse devil recovered in an instant. It raised a monstrous death energy as it stepped on a huge dragon and rushed out of the land of primal chaos. Rumble, the entire world was shaking, and the void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the terrifying pressure emitted by the saint corpse fiend. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone used their saint weapons with all their might. The 6 saint weapons vibrated and emitted a boundless saintly might that annihilated the entire void. The destructive power spread out, and the saint corpse devil who was riding the huge dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. The huge dragon under the corpse devil's feet let out an earth-shattering roar and opened its mouth to spit out the death dragon pearl. But this time, the death dragon pearl could no longer withstand the power of the 6 saint weapons. It was directly shattered by the surging power. The death dragon pearl's monstrous power was instantly obliterated. The 6 saint weapons combined were unstoppable and invincible. Even killing a saint didn't seem to be a difficult task. The saint corpse fiend sensed danger and soared up from the dragon's body. The combined power of the 6 saint weapons instantly blasted the black dragon. The black dragon let out a mournful roar as its giant body was blasted into more than a dozen pieces. Black dragon blood splattered in all directions. Every drop of blood contained boundless deathly aura, and even the void was pierced. The black dragon, which was comparable to a saint, was destroyed in both body and soul. This kind of power was enough to destroy an entire region. However, the land of Saint Burial was very sturdy and was definitely branded with extreme Tao patterns. Although the combined power of the 6 saint weapons pierced through the world, it didn't cause a great destruction. It didn't affect the core of the land of Saint Burial. The core of the land of Saint Burial was the place with the densest deathly aura. Someone wanted to use this extreme method to nurture a bit of life from the endless death. This method was stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. It was too shocking. The person who could use this method was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Swoosh! The saint's corpse fiend charged towards the crowd like a phantom. A terrifying aura of death spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to crack and the void space to almost collapse. This was its territory, and there was boundless death energy that it could use. Wanting to kill it was very difficult, because in this place, its power was boundless. Buzz! The 6 saint weapons trembled simultaneously. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power radiating from the 6 saint weapons was sufficient to split apart the primal chaos. Boundless energy descended from the heavens, actually locking that illusory figure in the air. It's done. Hidden in the void, Gu Fei couldn't help being shaken by this scene. The so-called indestructible Saint Devil corpse was about to be destroyed? Roar! The Saint Corpse Devil roared again and again as it struggled desperately. The vast and mighty death energy was definitely of the saint rank. This corpse devil was too terrifying. Its strength was definitely of the great saint rank. However, the power of the 6 saint weapons gathered together was also unimaginably powerful. This might already be the peak power of the saint rank. As soon as the 6 saint weapons descended, the boundless death energy was instantly melted away. This part of the void was suddenly annihilated, and nothing existed anymore. The Saint Corpse Devil was actually directly scattered. The 6 saint weapons operated and obliterated everything. This was the peak power of the saint rank. Even if it was a great saint, his expression would change. Humph! What Saint Devil corpse? It's just a so-so, said a middle-aged man in black, whose whole body was emitting purple and blue divine light. His tone was somewhat disdainful. The Saint Devil corpse seemed to be too easy to kill. "Brother Zhou, let's not be careless." "It's always good to be careful," said a handsome young half-saint dressed in white. The Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm was an extremely ancient cultivation family. In ancient times, this clan once had a Renhuang, who left behind an emperor sword. The half-saint of the Zhou clan did not bring the emperor sword with him. Instead, he used a purple and blue wheel. As the wheel revolved, purple and blue qi surged out. "Brotherly, if you are too careful and have too many concerns, you will often be a step slower than others." The purple and blue half-saint of the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm said disapprovingly. "Brothers, there's no point in talking too much. Since the Saint Devil corpse has been killed, let's put away our saint weapons and kill our way in," Arcane Guru said. "Of course." Everyone nodded and then called back their saint weapons. Some directly put them into their bodies, while others floated above their heads. Then, they rushed towards the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The Saint Devil corpse was killed just like that. A figure silently appeared in the void. Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique to merge his body with the void. Even the half-saints could not sense his existence. Gu Fei had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, the Saint Devil corpse was formed from the Saint Devil corpse. The source of the Saint Devil corpse was the Saint Devil corpse. Logically speaking, the Saint Devil corpse would not be killed as long as the Saint Devil corpse was not destroyed. Otherwise, the Saint Devil corpse in the Moon Deity's palace would have been killed a long time ago. After all, the appearance of the Moon Deity's palace back then shocked the entire world. Many old antiques jumped out, and some even used saint weapons, but they were not able to break into the Moon Deity's palace. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion rang out in front of them. Saintly might erupted, followed by shouts. The 6 half-saints seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble. Gu Fei was stunned. He then used the anti-void secret technique and merged with the world, disappearing on the spot. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Way were extremely powerful. Very soon, Gu Fei arrived near the source of the explosion. His vision suddenly widened as he charged out of the dense aura of death. Gu Fei was startled by the sudden widening of his vision. He didn't expect there to be no trace of death aura in the center of this place. Under the dusky sky, there was a huge, pitch-black city floating in the sky. Endless death chi gathered to form a huge, deathly gray dragon, descending from the sky into the huge city. The sight of the city absorbing the aura of death left Gu Fei in awe. Not many people were capable of such a feat, even in the primeval era. The ancient city emitted a boundless aura of vicissitudes. It was unknown how many years it had existed for, but it was still floating in the sky. Below the city, there were piles of bones. It was a thick layer of bones, and there were a few towering bone mountains standing in the sea of bones. Countless ghostly flames floated above the sea of bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the arcane guru and the other half-saints were using their saint weapons to attack the ancient city in the sky. Loud explosions resounded in the sky. Please go to the arcane divine palace. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1335. The core of the land of Saint Burial was actually a vast space. The ground here was covered with bones. An ancient city was floating in the sky. Death energy was descending from the sky like a huge dragon. A dreadful existence was breathing death energy inside the city. The death energy emitted by the city was stronger than any other place. The entire city seemed to be made of death energy. The death city in the sky was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Even the leaders of the Heaven Realm who came with their holy weapons felt danger at this time. A dreadful power that could threaten even a saint was hiding in the city. What a heaven-defying method! Gu Fei was stunned by everything he saw after entering this space. An endless amount of death energy was pouring into the city. There seemed to be a weak life force coming from the city. Although this trace of life force was weak, it was born from the land of extreme death. Life came from the extreme of death. This was originally a cycle of heaven and earth, but it was thought to have been created. This was simply stealing the fortune of the heaven and earth. The land of Saint Burial really gave birth to a heaven-defying Tao fruit. All the half-step saints were shocked when they sensed the faintly discernible life force coming from the city. This was the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was considered to be created. Such a Tao fruit was not inferior to the primordial Tao fruit bred in the peerless Great Tomb. As long as one could obtain it, they might not be able to become a saint immediately. However, becoming a saint was only a matter of time. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could sit still. 6 half-step saints acted at the same time. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the city in the sky. Buzz! A golden sun-like divine light soared into the sky. The golden splendor soared for thousands of zhang, illuminating the entire dusky heaven and earth. A dreadful fluctuation spread out, causing the sea of bones below the city to undulate. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. The metal element half-step saint attacked. Moreover, he went all out. He wanted to break the city in the sky and obtain the heaven-defying Tao fruit. The primal chaos seal, the star blade, the purple-blue divine wheel, and many others flew up one after another. Boundless saint power emitted a dreadful fluctuation that shook the heavens. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled as dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Primal chaos energy seeped out from these cracks. This place is actually so sturdy. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this from afar. The power of a saint weapon had reached an unimaginable level. A single strike from a saint weapon could directly pierce through space and sink an entire region, causing countless lives to be lost. But now, the 6 saint weapons had soared into the sky, but they had only caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in this part of the world. Even a saint weapon was unable to break through the void here. It was truly inconceivable. Gu Fei also discovered that even though he was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the anti-void secret art, it was very difficult for him to merge with the void. The art actually failed. Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's presence. They didn't expect such a person to be following them. Saint-level aura. Could this person be a sage? When everyone sensed the aura emanating from Gu Fei's body, they were all shocked. The aura of a sage could only be possessed by a sage. It could not be imitated. And at this time, they were using their saint weapons with all their might, and could no longer care about anything else. The ghost city in the sky began to tremble. The 6 saint weapons displayed their supreme might, shaking the heaven and earth. However, a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. Under the impact of the saint weapons, the originally motionless ghost city began to emit ancient runes. A layer of transparent light screen condensed in the void, enveloping the entire ghost town. The ancient runes triggered a powerful and terrifying power. When the 6 saint weapons struck the transparent barrier, they were all blocked. Not a single saint weapon was able to break through the barrier. What? Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 6 saint weapons attacked at the same time. Even the legendary evil fiend was destroyed. Could it be that this was a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao? If that was the case, then even a true saint wouldn't be able to break through this city. They could only sense the existence of the peerless Tao fruit from the outside but not obtain it. This feeling was enough to drive them crazy. There was no one in this world who didn't want to become a saint, but the current world didn't allow a saint to appear. Ever since the destruction of the desolate era, no one was able to become a saint. A heaven-defying Tao fruit could help one become a saint. Any cultivator would go crazy for such a supreme Tao fruit. Even a saint would be envious of it. How can this be? The Zhou clan's half-saint controlled the azure and violet divine wheel and smashed it towards the city of death. The azure and violet chi were vast and mighty, and the divine will was obliterating everything in its path. Even the void was cracking. But it was all in vain. More and more ancient runes appeared on the ghost city, and the barrier became brighter and brighter. Ancient runes were circulating on the barrier. This is the extreme Tao rune. All the half-saints were shocked. This ghost city was definitely a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao. Just like the lost palace of the moon deities, there were ancient extreme Tao runes imprinted on it. It was also because of the extreme Tao runes that the ghost city could exist for a long time and didn't disappear in the endless erosion of time. Time was the most merciless thing. As long as enough time passed, it could erase everything. Only the extreme Tao runes could make this ghost city eternal. Can I only stop here? I really can't accept this. The Zhou clan's half-saint retracted the wheel and roared towards the sky. This result made him go crazy. How could an ordinary saint weapon break the extreme Tao grand formation? Even a great saint weapon wouldn't have such power unless someone came with an extreme saint weapon. However, the extreme saint weapon was a supreme saint weapon in the legends. It contained a flawless Tao rune and gave birth to a weapon soul. It was the strongest weapon in the world. In the entire heaven realm, it seemed like only the demon race's crown prince possessed the crown prince's seal. As for the other extreme saint weapons, no one knew where they were. Of course, the crown prince's extreme saint weapon wasn't the only one in the heaven realm. During the fight for the primordial Tao fruit nurtured by the peerless tomb, the aura of the extreme Tao had appeared. Extreme Tao rune? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately retreated. He had an extreme holy weapon on him, but with so many people present, if he were to break the grand formation that enveloped the ghost town, a great battle would be unavoidable. It would be better to wait for these people to retreat before he could do it. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1336. The holy weapon could break the city of death, but Gu Fei didn't go forward. Instead, he retreated into the endless aura of death outside. The 6 half-saints thought that he was retreating because of the difficulty. ? However, no one expected that Gu Fei didn't want to make a move for the time being. He could only wait for them to retreat and then make a move. How could he share the peerless Tao fruit with others? The city of death floated in the sky. 9 dragon-like aura of death fell from the sky and landed inside the city of death. There were 9 frightening death energies lurking inside. Terrifying undead creatures were sleeping inside the city of death. No one knew what was swallowing the endless aura of death, but they were certain that it was definitely not a good creature. The person who set up this heaven-defying plan must have a backup plan. The city of death definitely had unimaginable dangers, so Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had seen a lot of such city of death. Back when he was still at the Taishan sect, he entered the virtual sky world and tried to break through the eternal ominous city inside. His mountain and river cauldron was obtained from that eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron gave birth to a chaotic origin embryo, which allowed him to form his own inner world. In the eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and the old tortoise narrowly escaped death and almost got trapped inside. It was easy to imagine that this ancient city was definitely not a good place. Boom! Bang! Loud explosions kept ringing out from up ahead. Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His body had merged with the void, so he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations that shook the world. The 6 half-saints didn't want to retreat. Each of them used their holy weapons to attack the city of death in the sky. Terrifying holy might spread throughout the world and destructive divine lights tore through the void. However, the city of death in the sky was like an immortal demonic mountain. It towered in the sky and was shrouded by a layer of divine light with flowing Tao patterns. No matter how powerful the 6 holy weapons were, they couldn't break through the divine light shrouding the city of death. They simply couldn't shake the city of death in the sky. Using the holy weapons consumed a large amount of vitality. Soon, the 6 half-saints had no choice but to stop. They realized that this couldn't go on. I'll go get the Emperor Sword. The Zhou clan's half-sage decisively retreated and went to ask for the Sovereign Emperor Sword, the supreme holy weapon of the Zhou clan. Although the Sovereign Emperor Sword was not an extreme holy weapon, it was an Emperor Sword refined by an ancient human sovereign. Its might was infinitely close to an extreme holy weapon. In ancient times, the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm had produced a Renhuang. Renhuang, the Emperor of Men. Those who could have such a title were all supreme figures of the human clan. Although the human sovereign was not an extreme grade saint, he was still a supreme figure. He was invincible below the extreme grade. Even a great accomplishment saint might not be a match for the human sovereign. If Zhou clan's half-sage were to invite the number one holy weapon under the extreme Tao, they might really be able to break the ghost town's seal. The other half-sages were shaken. I'll also go and invite the clan's trump card. The Heavenly Worldly clan's half-step saint also left. The Heavenly Worldly clan was the original clan of the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the Li clan was regarded as the descendant of the Supreme Tao ancestor. The Heavenly Worldly clan possessed the bloodline of an extreme grade saint. This bloodline was extremely powerful and contained the power of the Supreme Tao ancestor. Once the bloodline power was activated, they might be able to borrow the power of the Tao ancestor. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to look down on the Li clan. No one knew how deep the Li clan's foundation was. Some said that the Li clan had a supreme holy weapon left behind by the Tao ancestor. However, no one had ever seen the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon. There was even a time when the Li clan encountered an unprecedented crisis. The entire Li clan was almost massacred, but no one saw the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon to kill the enemy. The other half-sages were very curious about the Li clan's trump card. The Zhou clan and the Li clan left to invite their clan's trump card. However, Arcane Guru, Star Constellation Half-Step Saint, and the others didn't leave. There was an energy sealing the ghost town. On the barrier that enveloped the ghost town, a Supreme Tao rune was faintly discernible. The power of the Supreme Tao was condensing. Let's try again. Star Constellation Half-Step Saint's star power surged violently. His body emitted boundless starlight that illuminated the entire dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz! The star saber floated in front of the star constellation Semisage, emitting a terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The divine saber emitted an unprecedentedly powerful star power. On the blade, there seemed to be 9 big stars shining. Roar! Let's go all out. Star Constellation Half-Step Saint didn't hold back. The vast star power crazily surged towards the star saber. The 9 big stars that appeared on the blade emitted dazzling starlight. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out from the star saber. It was as if a terrifying desolate heavenly beast had awakened inside the divine saber. This is the aura of a great sage. Arcane Guru and the others were alarmed. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they still felt a great threat at this time. Even their souls were trembling. The star saber was the weapon of the ancient star sage. This star constellation half-step saint might be the descendant of the star sage's bloodline. One should know that this star constellation half-step saint had almost completely revived this great sage weapon. Fellow Arcane Guru, fellow Jean, fellow Chu, come and lend me a hand. Star constellation half-step saint's body was emitting starlight. Endless star essence was continuously drawn towards him. At this time, it was impossible for him to back down. In just a short while, Star Constellation Half-Step Saint felt a sense of exhaustion. Just a little bit more, and the star saber would be completely awakened. No one knew how powerful the awakened great sage weapon would be. The Zhou and Li families' half-step saints had invited their foundation. The situation would be difficult to control at that time. Arcane Guru and the others looked at each other and then flashed behind Star Constellation Half-Step Saint. They stretched out their right hands and slapped on Star Constellation Half-Step Saint's back. Rumble, the entire world shook. The combined power of 4 great half-saint experts had finally awakened the Star Saber. The aura of a great sage spread out from the Star Saber. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the surrounding deathly energy, felt a great pressure. Even his soul was trembling. After the star saber devoured the endless star essence, it turned into 9 balls of starlight and soared into the sky. It was as if 9 big stars had appeared in the sky. A starry sky appeared in front of everyone. This is the power of a great sage. 9 stars shone in the sky. Powerful fluctuations came down from the sky. The 4 half-step saints couldn't even straighten their backs. They were shocked to the extreme. To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1337. For half-step saints joined forces to fully awaken the great sage weapon, the star blade, and displayed the terrifying power of a great sage. 9 balls of starlight soared into the sky, and a part of the starry sky appeared in the dusky world. This was the power of the stars. The entire world seemed to be crushed by the endless power of the stars coming from the 9 great stars. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Too scary, the power of great sage realms spread out mightily. The entire world was shaking. Even the ghost city in the sky was shaking. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Even though it was a saint-level battle puppet, he still felt that his spirit was trembling. The deterrent force that came from a great saint weapon made him tremble from the depths of his soul. A great sage was only 1 step away from attaining the extreme Tao fruit. Such an existence was absolutely invincible under the extreme Tao, and was a supreme-level character. Rumble, the star blade turned into 9 big stars that illuminated the sky. The entire starry sky was faintly discernible, and the power of the stars reached the extreme. The 9 stars tore the sky and the earth apart, and struck the layer of divine light outside the ghost town. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The starry sky was vanishing, and the 9 big stars exploded. The entire divine light was shaking, and the extreme Tao runes appeared. The Tao pattern of the extreme Tao was condensing the power of the extreme Tao. This was a power that was more powerful than the power of the great saint level. The vast power of the stars formed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It shook that layer of seal. When the starry sky dissipated, the layer of divine light outside the ghost town was torn apart, and a 10-feet-long crack appeared. Although the crack was small, it was barely big enough for people to pass through. It's a success. Star Constellation Saint and the others were pleasantly surprised. The power of a great sage was able to tear apart the layer of the seal. This was beyond their expectations, and their joy was indescribable. However, a terrifying aura leaked out from the crack on the layer of divine light. It was a dreadful and powerful aura that made even half-step saints palpitate. Even with the protection of their holy weapons, Tianxian Guru and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. I can sense the aura of a sage. The star constellation semi-sage was extremely shocked. It seemed like a sage was buried in the ghost city. One should know that a sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if they had fallen, their corpses were not something that anyone could approach. This aura, with the protection of my saint weapon, I can barely withstand it. The 4 half-step saints chatted for a short while and wanted to enter the ghost city to seize the heaven-defying Tao fruit. However, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack. This is, Elder Tianxian, and the others immediately stopped because they recognized this figure. They were all dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. How could this thing appear here? Evil saint? Gu Fei, who was hidden in the deathly aura at the periphery of this world, was not surprised to see this scene. It should be known that the evil spirits of the sage could not be destroyed so easily. This kind of extremely evil and ferocious creature was born from the body of the holy corpse after the holy corpse had fallen. As long as the holy corpse was not destroyed, this evil spirit would exist forever. How is this possible? Didn't we destroy this evil spirit? The Chu clan's half-step saint's voice trembled. One should know that this evil spirit was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Even the 6 saint weapons couldn't destroy it. Moreover, it was no longer 6 half-step saints. The Zhou and Li clans' half-step saints had already left to invite their clans to break the formation. What should we do? Elder Tianxian asked. At this time, on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town, the crack that was torn by the stellar blade was gradually becoming smaller. The power of the seal was repairing that crack. There must be a saint buried in the city. This is not something we can deal with, the metal semi-sage said. Even if they came with saint weapons, they wouldn't be able to deal with the evil spirit. How could they enter the ghost city? But we are already here. The star constellation semi-sage was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a lot of effort only to find out that it was all in vain. This feeling was truly infuriating. Swish! The evil spirit attacked. Four terrifying black lights shot out from the evil spirit's hand and pierced through the 4 half-step saints. The void was torn apart wherever the black lights passed. This was the power of a saint without a doubt. One should know that this world was extremely stable. How could an ordinary power tear apart the void here? Buzz! An ancient golden mirror hovering above the metal semi-sage's head trembled. A dazzling golden light shot out from the mirror and dispersed the black light shooting towards him. Elder Tianxian, the Chu clan's half-step saint, and the star constellation semi-sage all took action to block the black light. With the protection of their saint weapons, it wouldn't be easy for the evil spirit to injure them. The evil spirit soared into the sky and stirred up a boundless death energy. It pounced towards everyone with a terrifying aura that caused their hearts to palpitate. Swish! Wherever the saber light passed, the star constellation quasi-sage's lightning-fast saber cut through the void, destroying the heavy death chi and chopping the evil spirit charging over into two. However, the evil spirit did not have a physical body and instantly recovered. Boom! A boundless death energy erupted and engulfed the world. This death energy devoured all essence energy, causing the 4 half-step saints to lose their essence. Bam! Primal energy surged as a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed the evil spirit into a ball of black energy. The seal displayed its powerful divine might. However, the ball of black energy was still surging. Then, a figure appeared inside it. The evil spirit was known to be indestructible, and it was proven once again in front of everyone. The 4 half-step saints took action and fought against the evil spirit. At the same time, the crack on the barrier of light outside the ghost town started to shrink. Although Old Man Dark Heaven and the others were burning with anxiety, the fiend managed to block their path. The fiend had locked onto them and was constantly attacking them. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They wanted to kill this evil spirit so that they could enter the ghost town. However, the evil spirit was extremely ferocious and blocked their path. Gu Fei was hiding in the death energy surrounding the ghost town. He wasn't in a hurry to take action or enter the ghost town to seize the heaven-defying Dao fruit. Since the evil spirit had appeared, who knew what kind of evil monster would jump out from the ghost town? Damn it! The evil spirit seemed to possess boundless power. Not only did it stop the 4 half-step saints, but it also put them in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for the protection of their saint weapons, they would have been killed countless times by this evil spirit. To see the first advertisement, please go to the Please Share. Target =_ blank. Chapter 1338. Roar. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They activated their saint weapons with all their might, wanting to kill the most ferocious and terrifying existence in the world. Buzz. The golden divine mirror emitted a blinding divine light like a golden sun. Rays of golden light pierced through the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and even pierced through the evil spirit. However, it still couldn't kill the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body emitted a boundless deathly aura, and the power of death burst out. Its shattered body recovered once again, as if it had never been injured. Everyone was shocked. This evil spirit was too powerful, as if it possessed boundless power. In this place, this evil spirit was simply invincible. Clang! A dazzling saber light soared into the sky, and instantly slashed the evil spirit that had just recovered into 2 halves. The one who unleashed such a shocking attack was the star saint who was on the verge of collapsing. The star saber was a great saint weapon, and not an ordinary saint weapon. The saber chi was vast and mighty, and the star saber light completely destroyed the evil spirit, leaving nothing behind. It was as if the evil spirit had been killed by the saber. Quick, go in. Everyone was surprised and happy at the same time. They saw that the crack on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town had shrunk to less than 3 meters. If they hesitated any longer, the crack would disappear. Swoosh! For divine light soared into the sky, and rushed towards the crack. The 4 half-step saints used their saint weapons to protect themselves, and ignored the saint chi leaking out from the crack, and rushed into the ghost town. Right at the instant that the 4 half-saints charged into the city, the space where the evil spirit had been annihilated had suddenly started to tremble. After that, threads of black energy converged over from all directions, and then an ethereal figure appeared in midair. This is, Gu Fei, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing this scene. The evil spirit was truly indestructible, and it was still fine after receiving an attack from a great saint weapon. Roar! The evil spirit of the saint reformed its body and roared at the sky. Death chi filled the sky and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei did not enter the void in front of him. He had been hiding in the death chi on the periphery of this part of the void, sensing the fluctuations coming from the void in front of him. This area was surrounded by endless death chi. It had a circumference of 100 miles. The ghost town was the center of this area. It was in the sky above this area. 9 dragon-like death aura fell down from the sky into the ghost town. Inside the ghost town, there were 9 places that emitted a terrifying aura, as if there were supreme existences in deep slumber. When the 4 half-saints charged into the city with their saint weapons, the crack on the layer of light behind them disappeared. It could be said to be a matter of life and death. Someone immediately took out a godly medicine and consumed it, recovering the vitality that he had expended. Just a moment ago, the 4 semi-sage realm experts had joined forces to drive the star saber to unleash a powerful attack, and they had successfully torn apart the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost city, and entered the ghost city. The 4 half-saints had consumed a large amount of vitality. The vitality needed to drive a great sage weapon that had been refined by a great sage was simply too huge. Even a half-saint expert would find it difficult to completely awaken a great sage weapon, and it would be equivalent to a great sage's all-out attack. One could well imagine how powerful this great sage weapon was. The crack on the divine light seal disappeared, and the evil spirit was blocked outside. However, a scene that left Gu Fei dumbstruck appeared. The evil spirit had disappeared in the void, and the monstrous death chi had also disappeared along with it. It was as if the evil spirit had never appeared. This, Gu Fei felt uneasy. This evil spirit was too evil. Such an existence was a great threat to him. If this evil spirit were to pounce on him, he might not be able to protect his saint-level battle puppet. Just when the evil spirit had disappeared, a terrifying figure appeared in the ghost town. The evil spirit that had disappeared had unexpectedly appeared in the ghost town. How did it enter the ghost town? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He couldn't see how the evil spirit managed to enter the ghost town, and how did it pass through the divine light seal so easily? One had to know that the arcane guru and the others had expended a great deal of effort just to tear a hole in the divine light seal with their great saint armament, the astral saber. Dazzling light rushed out of the ghost town. The 4 half-saints that had entered the ghost town had encountered a great danger, and the aura of their saint weapons was vast and mighty. Roar! 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 Several terrifying roars resounded from every corner of the ghost town. Afterward, a terrifying death chi spread out from the ghost town, and a terrifying silhouette appeared. How did they come back to life? Heavens, what am I seeing? Cries of surprise came from the ghost town. Arcane Guru and the others seemed to have encountered an inconceivable existence. The fluctuations of their saint weapons were actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble, the saint-level power was vast and mighty in the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. However, even with the use of saint weapons, the ghost town still didn't show any signs of damage. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in front of the divine light seal. He opened his martial heavenly eyes and scanned the ghost town inside the seal. Amidst the heavy aura of death, there were countless figures moving about. Such a scene shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This scene was very similar to the scene he encountered in the ominous city of eternity in the virtual sky world back then. Could it be that this ghost town had some connection with the ominous eternity city in the virtual sky world? Even with his martial heavenly eyes, it was still difficult for him to clearly see the scenery inside the ghost town. Gu Fei could only see a vague scene. It seemed that there were immortal corpses constantly standing up from the ground and staggering towards the location of the 4 half-saints. That saint evil spirit was nowhere to be found. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the cauldron of mountain and river to dissolve the divine light seal in front of him, a few powerful auras appeared in the distance. There were experts traversing through the deathly aura and were rapidly approaching this part of the void. Humph. Gu Fei sneered and immediately left, once again hiding in the surrounding death qi. The deathly gray mist was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. He used the anti-void secret technique to merge with the void. Perhaps even a true saint wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Swish. Swish. A few beams of divine light broke through the death qi and rushed out of it, entering this part of the void. The power of the saint level instantly spread out in a vast and mighty manner. It's them. When Gu Fei saw those people, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Primordial Era Emperor Xian, the son of the heavenly demon? When Gu Fei saw who it was, his pupils couldn't help but contract. These people were his great enemies, Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Primordial Era, and one of the heavenly demons, Mu Qingtian. In addition to these two, there was also a tall old man with white hair and beard standing side by side with them. Obviously, this old man's status was not lower than that of Primordial Era Emperor Xian and Mu Qingtian. This is a half-saint, Gu Fei noticed the old man. He sensed a trace of a saint's aura from the old man. Only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. In this world where saints were extinct, only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. How did the 3 of them get together? Gu Fei was very surprised. After all, although humans and demons weren't mortal enemies, they rarely interacted with each other, especially at this level. Oh. Someone actually entered. Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others sensed the strangeness of the ghost town and were startled. They felt that it was inconceivable. With the existence of the extreme Dao seal, how could someone enter? Could it be that these people had extreme Dao sacred weapons? Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the others were bewildered. In order to enter this place, they had already prepared for a long time. They even joined hands with the demon race to invite the young master of the heavenly demon lineage, Mu Qingtian. The ghost town isn't that easy to enter. Let's go. Mu Qingtian's face revealed a trace of disdain. He was the son of the heavenly demon, so he knew many great secrets of this world. This was also the reason why Primordial Era Emperor Xian wanted to find him. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage was not a bad thing. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian also needed a powerful ally because he felt great pressure from all sides. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian had exterminated the Eastern Earth's 3rd greatest power, the mysterious dark sect, causing the entire Eastern Earth to be in turmoil. All the big shots of the heavenly realm were eyeing the Eastern Earth covetously. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage would cause the big shots of the heavenly realm to have some misgivings. It must be known that the strength of the heavenly demon lineage was not to be underestimated. The heavenly demon was in existence on par with the Supreme Grand Emperor. Together with the Supreme Grand Emperor, they were known as the 2 great demon ancestors of the demon race. They were the extreme Dao great demons of this world. Did you bring the item? Primordial Era Emperor Xian asked. Here. After Mu Qingtian said that, a purple divine light rushed out from the top of his head. Within the divine light, a purple withered branch rose from the top of his head. This withered branch didn't emit any fluctuations. There seemed to be small holes on it. It seemed to be an ordinary branch of a purple tree. Seeing this branch, Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. They didn't expect that Mu Qingtian would bring such an item. You don't need to be confused. This branch was cut from my father's main body, the holy tree. It can break the ghost city's seal. Mu Qingtian said. When Primordial Era Emperor Xian and the old man heard this, they immediately laughed. This withered branch was truly extraordinary. It was like a real withered tree, but since it was cut from the heavenly demon's main body, it must have endless uses. The heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. The divine light seal outside the ghost city shouldn't be able to stop these guys. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1339. The primordial Emperor Xian and the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had joined forces. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the void, was extremely shocked. He had never imagined that the primordial Emperor Xian would join forces with the sky demon lineage. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a major event. It would cause the expressions of the various powerhouses who were eyeing the eastern territory to change. Although the sky demon lineage did not reveal itself, it was extremely terrifying. The terror of the sky demon lineage was not something that ordinary people could imagine. During the Great Desolate Era, even the Supreme Grand Emperor was wary of the sky demon. As the ancestors of the demon race, the sky demon could not compete with the Grand Emperor and could only endure. The demon race had been divided into two camps since the Great Demon Race. During that era, there were countless great demons who followed the Grand Emperor, but there were also many demon race experts who followed the sky demon. For countless years, the Grand Emperor and the sky demon race had been fighting openly and covertly. This battle did not stop because of the disappearance of the Grand Emperor and the sky demon. However, over the long years, the Grand Emperor's power had always been dominant among the demon race, suppressing the sky demon race. However, in the current era, the sky demon race had gradually become stronger. There was more than one half-saint in this race, and the legendary sky demon's son had also awakened from his deep slumber. When the sky demon race was about to gain the upper hand in the battle, the Grand Emperor's son suddenly appeared out of nowhere and brought back the Extreme Path Grand Emperor's Saint weapon. The sky demon race had just emerged when they were ruthlessly suppressed. The experts of the sky demon race were naturally unwilling to give up and were still restless. At this time, the sky demon's son took out a withered branch. It was an ordinary withered branch with nothing special about it. This is the branch that was cut from the sacred tree, the body of the supreme sky demon. Both the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were bewildered because this withered branch was too ordinary. There was no powerful aura coming from it. Was this withered branch that no one would take a second look at if it was thrown on the ground? Was it really a part of the body left behind by the legendary supreme sky demon? How could the body of an extreme path expert look like this? It should be noted that even the corpses left behind by sages were immortal. The aura that emanated from the corpses was not something that ordinary people could withstand. The body of an extreme path saint should be even more terrifying. Just a trace of his aura would be enough to crush the entire world. Is it really the sky demon's true form? Gu Fei didn't believe it either, but the words coming from the son of sky demon couldn't be false. After all, he was the son of sky demon. Get out of the way, watch how I break the ghost town's seal. The son of the sky demon was very confident. He didn't seem to use any demonic energy, but the branch in his hand flew up and struck the seal outside the ghost town. Yuangu Emperor Xian and the old man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. Everyone nervously stared at that withered branch. That withered branch flew up and struck the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. Under everyone's attentive gazes, that withered branch actually fused into the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. Then, with a boom, a purple demonic light burst forth, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire world was shaking. This was a wisp of extreme path fluctuation that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Gu Fei was affected by it and had no choice but to retreat. Extreme path's aura, Yuangu Emperor Xian and the old man felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Under this aura, they almost knelt down. Fortunately, this aura only flashed for a moment and immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was collapsing. Although the divine light seal was engraved with extreme paths Dao runes, they were also shattered by the mighty power. Countless Dao runes dissipated in the void. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was blasted open by the sudden burst of supreme demonic energy, creating a large hole with a radius of several li, swish. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, waved his hand and retrieved the branch. Then, he held it in his hand. It was this branch that actually broke the seal outside the ghost city. Is it really a branch that was cut off from the heavenly demon's body? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that an ordinary withered branch could actually possess such terrifying might. A casual strike from it was actually several times stronger than a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was even more shocked. He had personally witnessed how Arcane Guru and the others used their great saint weapon, the Star Blade, to break the ghost town's seal. Even the saint weapon refined by a great saint and fully awakened only managed to tear a 10-meter-long hole in the divine light seal of the ghost city. The heavenly demon's body was truly too terrifying. A branch could already suppress a great saint weapon. Perhaps that branch could even contend against an extreme path saint weapon. Only the power of an extreme path saint weapon could break the ghost town's seal. But now, the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had done the same. He broke the ghost town's seal. Rumble, 9 powerful saint auras surged out from the broken divine light seal. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the influence of these 9 saint auras. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. Immortal Emperor Yuangu and the old man hurriedly used their saint weapons. A divine sword rushed out from Immortal Emperor Yuangu's body and hovered above his head. A ray of divine light rushed out from the top of the elder's head. A large bronze bell rose up and floated above the elder's head, protecting him. The aura of a saint was incomparably powerful. Just one aura was enough to shake the world. Not to mention the auras of 9 saints. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Boom! Just when everyone was overwhelmed with shock, a loud sound rang out from within the ghost city. After that, 4 rays of divine light pierced through the void and created a path within the ghost city. 4 figures rushed out from the ghost city in an extremely sorry state. This was the power of a saint. The 4 saint weapons were displaying their terrifying might. They opened up a path of survival in the ghost city, and escaped from the ghost city. Arcane Guru? Immortal Emperor Yuangu immediately recognized the Arcane Guru who came out of the ghost city. The Emperor's eyes lit up because the enmity between him and the Guru wasn't small. Bzzz. The sword hovering above Celestial Emperor Yuangu's head emitted a deafening hum and turned into a dazzling ray of sword light that slashed at Arcanist Guru Arcana, who was still in a state of shock. Please go to target =_blank. Chapter 1340. The 4 half-step saints who had entered the ghost city earlier came out in a sorry state. Every single one of them was covered in blood. It was their own blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger Arcane Guru and the others had encountered in the ghost town. At this time, their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. While the 4 of them were still in a state of shock, a dazzling sword light emitted terrifying sword energy fluctuations and arrived in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Humph. The star constellation Semi-Sage sneered. He held the star saber in his hand and slashed forward. The star saber light instantly cut through the void and soared thousands of feet, slashing down on Yuangu Immortal Emperor's head. This was an incomparably tyrannical slash. What? Emperor Xian was startled. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful character among the opponents who could recover from the shock in an instant and counterattack. He was originally aiming for Arcane Guru, but now, he had to fight against Star Constellation Sage to be. The saint-level sword light and the saber light collided. Buzz! Immortal Emperor Yuangu's sacred sword was trembling. The flying immortal sword light was actually collapsing. The opponent's blade light was incomparably powerful and displayed an indomitable might. Swoosh! Emperor Xian had no choice but to turn into an immortal light and evade the attack. He rushed out of the dazzling saber light that fell from the sky and escaped star constellation Sage to Be's attack. A great saint weapon? Emperor Xian's figure appeared a few dozen miles away in the next moment. A strange expression flashed on his face. A sacred weapon refined by a great saint was definitely an emperor among sacred weapons. Emperor Xian felt that his flying immortal swordlight was no match for the opponent's divine saber. This made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do because his flying immortal swordlight wasn't a great saint weapon. Yuangu? At this time, Arcane Guru and the others who rushed out of the ghost town also saw the surrounding environment. Arcane Guru even recognized Eastern Land Emperor Xian, Yuangu. Humph. Stabbing people in the back. The star constellation Semisage pointed his saber at Primordial Emperor Xian as he spoke. He had already locked onto Primordial Emperor Xian and the star saber in his hand was ready to strike at any time. Star saber? Who is the great star sage to you? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, couldn't help changing his expression when he saw the divine saber in the star constellation half-saint's hand. He recognized the origin of the divine saber and asked. In ancient times, the great star sage was a ruthless person in the great desolate era. No one knew how many enemies he had killed with his star blade. Moreover, a great saint was a supreme existence second only to an extreme path saint. A great saint weapon could be said to be an invincible saint weapon below an extreme path saint weapon. Who are you? When star constellation Sage to Be heard this, he immediately became vigilant. The other party dared to call Star Sage by his name. Could it be that he was from the same generation as Star Sage? Humph. Mu Qingtian sneered. He didn't say anything but stared coldly at star constellation Sage to Be. Old star constellation, don't be presumptuous. This is the son of the demon ancestor. The white-haired old man stepped forward and said to star constellation Sage to Be. The son of the demon ancestor? Star constellation Sage to Be was shocked when he heard this. There were only 2 demon ancestors in the world. Could this guy be the son of the Tai Emperor or the son of the Sky Demon? The return of the Tai Emperor's son to the demon clan had caused a sensation in the heaven realm. Even a hermit like star constellation Sage to Be knew about the return of the Tai Emperor's son. In recent years, there were also rumors that the Sky Demon's son had awakened from his deep slumber. The return of the Tai Emperor's son had caused a change in the attitude of those who supported Mu Qingtian in the demon clan. Wood element demon power. You must be the legendary Sky Demon's son. The metal element Sage to Be suddenly said. He cultivated the power of the metal element and was very sensitive to the other 4 elements. Why don't you get lost if you know? Mu Qingtian was very conceited. He had brought a withered branch from his father's body. It could be said that no one present was a match for him. You, star constellation Sage to Be and the others were furious when they heard this. However, they had to be cautious because of the other party's identity. The Sky Demon lineage was not to be trifled with. Moreover, no one knew if the demon ancestor Sky Demon had left his extreme path demon weapon to his son. If the Sky Demon's son had the extreme path demon weapon, they would be in real danger. Humph. If you have the ability, go and break into this ghost town. Why are you showing off in front of us? The Chu clan Sage to Be said coldly. Although the Sky Demon lineage was powerful, the 4 of them represented the 4 major factions of the heaven realm. Among the 4 major factions, none of them could be underestimated. Even the entire demon clan of the heaven realm was wary of the profound heaven holy land, the Chu clan, the Star Great Sage's lineage, and the Golden Sacred clan. Furthermore, the Sky Demon lineage did not represent the entire demon clan of the heaven realm. You're courting death. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the metal Sage to Be. The withered branch did not emit any energy fluctuation, but the metal Sage to Be suffered a great impact. His body instantly collapsed. The golden divine blood that flickered with a brilliant golden light scattered in all directions. Even someone as powerful as a metal element semisage had his physical body shattered under the protection of a saint weapon. How powerful was this force? The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian's domineering attack immediately stunned everyone present. Buzz! The golden light divine mirror trembled, and rays of golden light fell down. The exploded muscles, bones, blood, and flesh flowed back. The metal element semi-sage was reassembling his body. Golden light flashed, and the power of metal was vast. In just an instant, the metal element semi-sage reappeared in front of everyone. Roar! Do you really want to be the enemy of the 4 major clans? The metal sage-to-be roared angrily. Mu Qingtian was too hateful. He destroyed his body in one move. Although his body had been reconstructed, he was still seriously injured. If you speak again, I will really destroy you. Mu Qingtian did not seem to care about the metal sage-to-be at all. However, he did not dare to harm the metal sage-to-be's life. The Gold Sacred Clan in the Heaven Realm was an extremely powerful clan. It was said that this clan was the descendants of the metal element divine being. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies. The Gold Sacred Clan was extremely powerful. Even the Sky Demon lineage did not want to offend this clan. The metal sage-to-be's eyes turned red. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, Mu Qingtian's strength was extremely powerful. He was not someone he could deal with. You have gone too far. At this time, the star constellation sage-to-be spoke. He looked coldly at Mu Qingtian. This sky demon's son was too arrogant. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man walked out from behind Mu Qingtian and confronted the mysterious sky sage-to-be and the others. Please go to the mysterious sky sage-to-be. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1341. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, had the right to be arrogant. He was confident that he could ignore a half-step saint, even if he was facing a half-step saint with a holy weapon. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man also approached Guru Tianxian and the others. They were ready to fight at any time. You've gone too far. Star Constellation Semisage held the star blade in his hand and stared coldly at Mu Qingtian. Although they had just escaped from the ghost city, they still had the strength to fight. So what if I've gone too far? Get lost. Mu Qingtian looked down on Star Constellation Semisage and the others. He was still extremely domineering. He didn't care even if he offended the 4 major powers. Good. Star Constellation Semisage laughed angrily and said, good, 3 times in a row. A cold light flashed in his eyes and a cold murderous aura emanated from his body. Humph. You want to kill me? You? Mu Qingtian laughed. He had an extreme path saint weapon in his hand. Even the star blade of a great saint was nothing to him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone these 4 guys in front of him. Then let me experience the supreme divine ability of the sky demon lineage. Star Constellation Sage-to-be said as he slashed at Mu Qingtian with his saber. 9 stars appeared on the star saber. The dazzling saber light tore through the void and soared tens of thousands of feet towards Mu Qingtian's head. Good. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw this scene. It would be best if these people fought and both sides were injured, so he could reap the benefits. However, Mu Qingtian only sneered in the face of this earth-shattering blade attack. Then, he directly attacked with the withered branch. There were no energy fluctuations emanating from the withered branch, but the star constellation Sage-to-be's extremely sharp blade had been neutralized. The 10,000 feet long blade light silently collapsed and was neutralized by a strange force. Bang! Star Constellation Semisage was directly sent flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had such terrifying power. What? Arcane Guru Tianxian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were already in disbelief when the sky demon's son destroyed the metal half-saint's physical body. Now, the withered branch was able to withstand a sacred weapon. After all, the star saber in the semi-god star sage's hand was not an ordinary holy weapon. It was a great sage weapon refined by the ancient star sage using star stones. What is this? Everyone truly found this hard to believe. How could the most ordinary withered branch possess such terrifying power? It didn't reveal anything, yet it made one's heart tremble. With the branch in Mu Qingtian's hand, even if the 4 half-saints joined forces, they would still be defeated. This shocked and angered Arcane Guru and the others. Could it be that the withered branch in his hand is an extreme divine artifact? The Chu family's half-saint from the heaven realm stared at the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand and said. They had just escaped from the ghost town, so they didn't know that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had an enormous origin. It was a branch that was cut from the legendary Supreme Fei ancestor Heavenly Fei's main body, the Holy Tree. The Sky Demon's body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born between heaven and earth. It cultivated to become an unparalleled great demon and eventually became an extreme demonic saint. Swish! Mu Qingtian didn't stop there. He swept the withered branch at Arcane Guru Tianxian, the metal half-saint, and the Chu family's half-saint. The 3 half-saints were scared out of their wits. Without any suspense, Arcane Guru Tianxian and the other 2 half-saints were swept away by Mu Qingtian's withered branch. The 3 half-saints suffered a great impact and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of their mouths. The 4 half-saints were no match for Mu Qingtian. Immortal Emperor Yuangu and the old man glanced at each other and were secretly delighted. Among the 4 half-sages, there were their enemies. They couldn't wait for Mu Qingtian to kill the 3 half-sages. Mu Qingtian didn't plan to stop. He continued to press forward. His demonic energy was vast and mighty. Purple demonic energy lingered around him. He was still suppressing the 4 half-saints with ease. To think that this guy has become so powerful in such a short period of time. How is this possible? Gu Fei, who was hiding within the deathly aura at the periphery of the void, was shocked when he saw this scene. He had fought with the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, before. He knew his strength very well. The battle strength Mu Qingtian displayed now was incomparable to that day. Did the extreme Dao Saint artifact increase his battle strength? That seemed to be the only possibility. If Mu Qingtian had used this withered branch when he fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to suppress him even if he had an extreme Dao Saint artifact. Gu Fei thought of many things in an instant. This withered branch was definitely one of the trump cards of the Sky Demon's lineage. Just thinking about the body of the Sky Demon shocked him. Just as Mu Qingtian was moving towards Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others, the seal of the ghost town that was broken by Mu Qingtian was silently repairing itself. Outside the ghost town, that huge hole with a radius of several miles was shrinking. Moreover, a silhouette silently walked out of the ghost town. The power of death was vast and mighty. The aura of 9 saints filled the air. It seemed like 9 saints were buried in the ghost town. 9 dragon-like death chi descended from the sky. Inside the ghost town, there were undead saints swallowing the monstrous death chi. In the ghost town, there was a vast death chi. Inside the gray fog, there seemed to be many figures moving around. They couldn't be seen clearly. There was a strange power enveloping the whole city. Someone used a great power to disturb the heaven's secret of the ghost town. Even if the legendary divine diviner came, he wouldn't be able to divine anything. The change in the ghost city was immediately noticed by everyone. That terrifying silhouette walked out from the ghost city. His entire body was surging with death energy. He looked like a death god that had just walked out from hell. Even the Sky Demon's son, Mu Qingtian, who was rushing towards Arcane Guru's group, stopped and looked at the figure shrouded in death chi. A terrifying existence born from the undying Saint Evil Will? Mu Qingtian's eyes flickered. He was born with divine eyes and could see through the Saint Evil Will. He knew what kind of terrifying existence he had encountered. Star Constellation Half-Saint and the others glanced at each other. Then, they used their saint weapons to protect themselves and retreated, allowing the Saint Evil Will to deal with Mu Qingtian's group. Buzz! The divine sword vibrated and created a spatial ripple that looked like transparent water. Then, Celestial Emperor Yuan-gu used the flying immortal sword and slashed at the terrifying figure's waist. This was a saint sword. The power of a saint sword was extremely powerful, but even so, it couldn't truly injure the saint evil will. The flying immortal sword was extremely fast. Primordial Emperor Xian's saint sword flashed through the void and cut the saint evil will in half. Then, the sword light flew back. This, death chi surged as the saint evil will's body that was cut in half surged. The black light of death flashed and the two halves of the saint evil will's body connected together. It had completely recovered. Swish. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the terrifying figure. The evil spirit saint was severely injured and its body was scattered in the air. However, the saint evil will originated from the undying saint evil will. As long as the saint evil will's body was not destroyed, the saint evil will would always exist. After scattering the saint evil will, Mu Qingtian didn't feel happy. As the descendant of the supreme demon ancestor, the heavenly demon, he naturally knew many secrets of the world. Just when everyone was bewildered, a roar suddenly came from the ghost town. The whole ghost town shook and the 9 dragon-like death chi that descended from the sky was almost cut off by this sound wave. That is, everyone's expression changed. The saint evil will that was scattered by Mu Qingtian appeared again in the ghost town. The saint evil will was not destroyed, they were in big trouble. The expressions of Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man became somewhat ugly. They never thought that the ghost town would actually give birth to such an existence. A blurry figure walked out of the ghost town. Swish. Mu Qingtian attacked once more. Once again, he defeated the figure. Boundless death energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake. However, the saint evil spirit was indestructible. Mu Qingtian continued to attack and scatter the evil spirit's body. Then, the evil spirit immediately condensed again in the ghost city and walked out of the ghost city. Damn it! Mu Qingtian knew that this level of attack would definitely not be able to destroy the saint evil will. However, he also couldn't let the saint evil will get close to him. One must know that once the saint evil will pounce on him, he would definitely die. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Mu Qingtian dispersed the saint's baleful aura once again, a few powerful and evil auras appeared in the distance. Soon, the owners of these auras appeared. Swish. A few figures broke through the layers of death chi and rushed in from the outside. An evil and powerful aura immediately appeared in this part of the world. Demon? When everyone saw who it was, they were all shocked. They saw that the person in the lead was a young devil cultivator, while the other two were completely wrapped in black clothes, and no one could see through their depths. It's him? When Gu Fei saw who it was, he was also shocked. The person was none other than the sovereign bloodline of the 100,000 mountain range, the young master of the demonic sky. Behind the young master of the demonic sky were 2 old demons with wrinkles all over their faces. They were so old that their hair and teeth had all fallen off. These 2 old demons were extremely powerful. The aura they emitted was actually at the half-saint realm. This young master of the demonic sky was really extravagant. He actually had 2 half-saints as his Tao protectors. No one would believe this. Half-saints were all arrogant and lofty figures. Why would they run over to be someone else's servant? To see the first advertisement, please go to. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1342. The sudden arrival of the young lord of demonic sky shocked everyone. The supreme heavenly demon was a supreme existence that was said to be on par with supreme saints and invincible demon ancestors. This seemingly young demon had actually lived for countless years. His appearance hadn't changed at all, and his Tao protectors were 2 terrifying half-step saint-level demons. A vile spawn of the demonic sky? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the young lord of the demonic sky. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body. In ancient times, the battle between demons and demons was extremely intense. As the son of one of the two great demon ancestors, Mu Qingtian had naturally seen the young lord of demonic sky before. A remnant of sky demon? The moment young Master Devil Sky caught sight of Mu Qingtian, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from his body as he struck out at Mu Qingtian. A demonic beam of light pierced through the void and shot towards Mu Qingtian. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and dispersed the demonic light. He then swept the branch towards the young lord of demonic sky. The two demons beside the young lord were shocked. "Be careful, young lord." The two demons stood in front of the young lord in a flash. Then, the two old demons were sent flying with demonic blood spurting from their mouths. Their bodies were almost shattered. Even though the two demons were protected by demonic weapons, they were still heavily injured. What? The young lord of demonic sky was shocked. He then opened his mouth and spat out a demonic flag that was filled with demonic chi. The demonic flag quickly enlarged and was grasped in his hand. Boom! The demonic flag danced and the heavens and earth shook. Boundless demonic power spread from the demonic flag, shaking the entire heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly demon flag? When Mu Qingtian saw this, he was shocked. A saint-level demonic aura emanated from the demonic flag and a terrifying demonic power rushed towards him. He had an extreme saint weapon in his hand and was not afraid of any saint weapon. He could even disregard a great saint weapon. An ordinary withered branch could suppress any saint weapon below the extreme saint weapon level. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it forward. The surging demonic power immediately dissipated, and the withered branch hit the sky demon flag. Bam! The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand displayed an unbelievable power. There were no energy fluctuations, but it sent young Master Devil Sky and the heavenly devil flag flying. That was the sky demon flag. In the hands of young Master Mo Tian, it could display the terrifying demonic might of a saint. However, it was nothing compared to the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand. What? Young Lord Devil Sky could only feel his hands trembling and the demonic blood in his body churning. His wrists were ruptured and the heavenly devil flag in his hands almost flew out of his hands. It's too powerful. Could it be that the branch is actually an extreme path saint artifact? Young Master Devil-Sky's knowledge was extraordinary. He had already guessed that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand was an extreme Dao saint item. Only such an item could suppress a saint weapon. It was not a saint weapon of the extreme path, but it could suppress all saint weapons below the extreme path. Only the legendary saint weapons of the extreme path had such power. Young Master, the two old demons couldn't help but turn pale when they saw young Master Devil Sky being sent flying. As the protectors of young Master Devil Sky, they wouldn't be able to live if anything happened to young Master Devil Sky. The two old demons wanted to charge forward, but they had just been heavily injured by Mu Qingtian, and their vitality was already injured. Even if they charged forward, they would only end up dead. Humph. The descendant of the supreme demon Sky is only a so-so. Mu Qingtian's words were filled with disdain. In a certain sense, the battle between him and young Master Devil Sky could be considered a battle between Heaven Demon and Demonic Sky. Judging from the current situation, the son of Heaven Demon had suppressed the descendant of the Demonic Sky. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since Mu Qingtian obtained that withered branch, he was already invincible among those of the same level. Only by using the saint weapon of the extreme path could he fight Mu Qingtian. However, Gu Fei didn't want to use the saint weapon of the extreme path unless it was a matter of life and death. Mu Qingtian was unforgiving. He strode in the void, approaching young Master Devil Sky step by step. He had no intention of letting young Master Devil Sky go. The demon race and demons had been fighting for countless years. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Mu Qingtian could use this opportunity to kill young Master Devil Sky. If he could really kill the demonic Sky young master, Mu Qingtian's reputation in the demon clan would definitely increase greatly with such a battle result. However, young Master Devil Sky belonged to the paragon bloodline of the demons. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and swept it towards the young master of the evil sky. There was no monstrous wave of demonic power, nor was there any invincible aura. However, the young master of the evil sky was sent flying once again. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Young Master Devil Sky suffered a terrifying impact. Even his heavenly demon flag was almost sent flying. If it wasn't for the heavenly demon flag's protection, he would have been killed in both body and soul. He felt a great danger. At this moment, Mu Qingtian definitely had the ability to kill him. He couldn't help but be moved. This kind of power seemed to be a type of great Tao energy. Young Master, leave quickly. The two half-saint great demons struggled to rush forward. Their demonic bodies were shattered and they suffered a great impact. Their origin was already injured. Young Master Devil Sky didn't say anything and turned to leave. Haha. Even the dignified young Master Devil Sky wants to escape. Mu Qingtian laughed loudly. He waved the withered branch in his hand and activated the great Tao energy towards the two old demons. Pfft. Pfft. The two old demons didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape and were completely destroyed. These were two half-saint great demons who had cultivated for countless years. Yet, they were so easily killed by Mu Qingtian. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even a powerful half-saint was no different than an ant in front of Mu Qingtian. The two old devils managed to buy some time for young Lord Devil Sky. Young Lord Devil Sky immediately turned into a beam of devil light and executed his Devil Dao escape technique. In an instant, he rushed into the boundless deathly aura in the periphery of the void. While Mu Qingtian and young Master Devil Sky were fighting, the terrifying figure that walked out from the ghost town had already started fighting with Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man. Even with saint weapons, Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were in great danger. There were a few times when they were almost attacked by the extremely evil figure. Is this thing really indestructible? After Mu Qingtian scared away the young Master Devil Sky, he once again faced the evil Saint Evil Spirit. This evil Saint Evil Spirit made him feel helpless. This thing was simply a terrifying existence with an indestructible body. To see the first advertisement, please go to Please Share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1343. The demonic sky young master was actually scared away and the two half-step sage demons were also killed by Mu Qingtian. Mu Qingtian was simply invincible with the extreme Dao Saint artifact. However, even with the extreme Dao Saint artifact, he still couldn't destroy the evil Saint Evil Spirit. As long as the Saint corpse was still around, the Saint Evil Spirit would not be destroyed. Unless the Saint corpse was destroyed, the Saint Evil Spirit would completely disappear from this world. The Saint Evil Spirit was born from the Saint corpse. If the Saint corpse was destroyed, the Saint Evil Spirit would lose its source of power and would quickly dissipate. You guys hold this thing back. I will enter the ghost city to obtain the legendary heaven-defying Dao fruit. Mu Qingtian didn't hesitate any longer. He turned into a divine light and rushed into the ghost city. Boom! The instant Mu Qingtian entered the ghost city, a loud sound came from within. 9 streams of deathly aura descended from the sky and turned into 9 dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at Mu Qingtian. The terrifying power of the Saint Grade was vast and mighty, causing the entire ghost city to shake. Blood-chilling roars came from all over the ghost city. One after another, terrifying figures walked out of the ghost town. Humph. Just a bunch of dead things. How dare you block my path? Mu Qingtian sneered. At this moment, the withered branch in his hand emitted a hazy purple light that enveloped him. The power of death that surged in from all directions was blocked by this purple light. Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and struck upwards. The 9 dragons that were descending from the sky were immediately dispersed, and a monstrous death energy exploded outwards. Rumble, the entire ghost city shook violently. Although the vast and mighty power was powerful, it couldn't damage a single brick or tile in the ghost city. The ghost city gathered an endless amount of death chi. This power was definitely comparable to the power of the extreme Tao. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful. Only the supreme characters of the extreme Tao would be able to create such a heaven-defying formation in the saint burial ground. An ordinary saint would not be able to create such a formation. After dispersing the 9 dragons, Mu Qingtian held the withered branch and walked towards the tallest palace in the center of the ghost city. An extremely weak fluctuation of life was emitted from that palace. A little bit of life was derived from the endless death. It was in that ancient palace. It was a heaven-defying Tao fruit that seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, becoming a saint would not be a problem. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, was once a demon saint like Old Tortoise. However, their cultivation levels had fallen from the saint tier. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, only such a heaven-defying fruit of the way could give them hope of recovering their former cultivation and strength. Gu Fei used the anti-void mystic art to hide in the void, watching this scene nervously. Who would not be envious of such a heaven-defying Tao fruit? He was no exception. However, the ghost city was filled with endless dangers. He was not willing to take the risk. Outside the ghost city, the ancient Emperor Xian and the old man joined hands to block the Saint Fiend. The flying immortal sword light swept across the heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. It slashed the fiend into several pieces. However, even if the fiend was slashed by the saint weapon, it would recover in an instant. It was as if it had never suffered any attack. The old man was also amazing. His saint weapon was also a divine sword. However, this divine sword was different from the others. It was an invisible divine sword. The sword light was invisible. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Even the fluctuation of the sword chi could not be felt. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a sword-controlling technique. At this time, the ghost city changed again. When Mu Qingtian arrived in front of the palace in the center of the ghost city, several terrifying figures appeared around him without a sound. They had faint and illusory bodies and a heart-palpitating death aura. These were 8 terrifying existences that seemed to have crawled out from hell. Being surrounded by these 8 evil figures, even Mu Qingtian's expression couldn't help changing. These 8 figures weren't ordinary creatures of death. 8 saint fiends? How is this possible? When Mu Qingtian saw these 8 figures, he felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that there were actually 9 saints buried in this ghost city? After all, only a saint-level existence, after their death, their resentment would not be extinguished. Only then would they be able to give birth to this kind of extremely evil and evil saint evil spirit. After the 8 figures appeared, the boundless death energy in the ghost city immediately converged towards them in a frenzy. The 8 illusory figures immediately solidified. It was as if the 8 fallen saints were about to come back to life. Very quickly, the 8 ancient people emitting the aura of saint-level experts appeared in front of Mu Qingtian. It was as if 8 real saints had descended. Mu Qingtian's heart trembled. These 8 saint fiends were too terrifying. They had actually reached this level. Could it be that these 8 ancient people had really been revived using this method? How could a fallen person be reborn? Especially when a saint died. Even if their physical bodies could be preserved, their souls would definitely have been destroyed. Perhaps this was a different kind of rebirth. Although Mu Qingtian was surrounded, he didn't panic. His expression was incomparably solemn. The 8 ancient people had surrounded him and could attack him at any time. Boom! The void trembled. A tall and thin old man standing in front of Mu Qingtian made a move. He extended his hand and a terrifying destructive energy spread out from that hand, obliterating Gu Fei. Black and white energy revolved in the palm of that hand, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The 2 Taiji eyes were like 2 bottomless pits, emitting a heaven-devouring power that wanted to devour Mu Qingtian. World exterminating samsara palm? Mu Qingtian was startled. He recognized this move. The world exterminating samsara hand was very famous in the ancient era. It was a killer move created by a human race saint. Once the world exterminating samsara palm was unleashed, even a sage would fall into the cycle of reincarnation and be completely obliterated, unable to even become a ghost. Mu Qingtian didn't think too much about it. He soared into the sky and dodged the old man's move. But at the same time, the other 7 ancient men attacked as well. All kinds of terrifying life and death great technique were unleashed by these people. Terrifying holy level power spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked. These 8 fiends were too terrifying. They could actually use all kinds of great life-killing techniques from when they were still alive, as if they had truly been reborn. This was too strange and terrifying. Mu Qingtian was in a dangerous situation. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals _blank. Chapter 1344. The ghost town actually gave birth to 9 sage fiends. This is absolutely heaven-defying. How could a single place give birth to so many fiends? The method of the person who set up this heaven-shaking scheme is too terrifying. Could it be that this person actually killed 9 sages and buried their corpses in the ghost town? Only a place where sages have fallen and their corpses are not destroyed can give birth to sage fiends. Because only sage corpses can give birth to this kind of extremely vicious and evil thing. A fiend was entangled by the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man outside the ghost town. However, when Mu Qingtian approached the palace at the center of the ghost town, 8 terrifying silhouettes silently appeared. Endless death energy condensed into 9 dragon-like chi pillars. They dropped down from the sky and entered the ghost town in 9 different directions. There, supreme death creatures were swallowing death energy. The figures of the 9 fiends became solid. Finally, the 9 fiends revealed their appearance when they were alive. They were 9 sage rank existences. Bam! Outside the ghost town, the fiend blasted out with his palm, causing the void to collapse. He directly sent the flying immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying. This was the power of a sage rank existence. The fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive. It was a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. This middle-aged man should have cultivated the immortal Tao when he was alive. Even the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian was sent flying. This caused the immortal sword of the primordial era to be shocked. When the middle-aged man sent the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying, an invisible sword light silently streaked across the void and chopped off one of the middle-aged man's arms. However, although the fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive, it was not the sage from the primordial era. The middle-aged man did not feel anything when his arm was chopped off and directly attacked the old man. Buzz! The middle-aged man extended his other hand, and 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand, transforming into 5 swords of death that pierced towards the old man. The death sword, condensed from boundless death energy, emitted sword chi ripples that tore through the void, displaying a terrifying might. The old man hurriedly used the formless sword to protect himself. This was a clash between swords. The formless sword blocked 3 of the death sword lights, but it was sent flying by the 4th death sword light. Swoosh! The 5th deathly sword beam pierced through the old man's left shoulder, sending him flying over 10,000 feet away. Black blood gushed out from the wound. This was a type of corpse poison. The death sword light contained the corpse poison of a saint's evil fiend. This corpse poison was extremely terrifying, and even the old man's blood had turned black. A layer of black air appeared on the elder's face as well. He quickly consumed the spiritual medicine and sat in the air with his legs crossed. Using the invisible sword to protect himself, he used his spiritual energy to expel the poison. Saint-level corpse poison was not something that ordinary corpse poisons could compare to. As long as one came into contact with this corpse poison, even a saint-level being would be in danger. The flesh around the old man's wounds could rot, and even his bones could be seen. Roar! The old man desperately used his spiritual energy to prevent the corpse poison from spreading in his body. However, nothing came out even after doing so. His vitality was rapidly being corroded by the corpse poison. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. A saint-level corpse poison was too terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand it. Elder Long, what happened to you? Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu's entire body shone with immortal light. 9 beams of immortal light danced around his body like divine rainbows. Each beam of immortal light emitted powerful fluctuations that blocked the middle-aged man who was rushing over, not allowing him to get close to him. What a terrifying corpse poison! The old man called Elder Long could no longer remain calm. The corpse poison in his body uncontrollably spread throughout his body, and his vitality was being corroded. Roar! He let out a loud roar. His postnatal head split open, and a small person wrapped in a divine light rushed out from his cracked skull. This was Elder Long's primordial spirit. The corpse poison of a saint was extremely terrifying. The old man's body had already been corroded by the corpse poison. He could only use this method to survive by abandoning his body. Bang! The moment the old man's primordial spirit rushed out of his body turned into a black mist and dissipated in the void. In just a moment, the corpse poison of a half-step saint turned into a black mist. Not even his bones were left behind. Everything was corroded by the corpse poison. Dao friend Yuan Gu, I'll be leaving first. The old man's primordial spirit sent out a divine sense fluctuation and then soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. With only his primordial spirit left, the old man could no longer compete for the Dao fruit in the ghost town. The primordial ancient Emperor Xian was both startled and angry. The corpse poison of the evil fiend was extremely terrifying. One of his allies actually withdrew just like that, causing him to lose a capable helper. Buzz! The soaring immortal sword vibrated and a powerful sword energy spread out, tearing apart the void. It continuously collided with the 10 deathly sword lights that rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. The middle-aged saint seemed to have come back to life. He could actually display the divine abilities of a saint and fight endlessly against the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. The powerful aura of a saint spread out from the middle-aged man's body, pressuring the primordial ancient Emperor Xian to the point of suffocation. This was the true power of a saint. Even a half-step saint like him would not be able to withstand it without the protection of a saint weapon. The old man's withdrawal put the primordial ancient Emperor Xian in danger. He was forced to retreat step by step by the middle-aged saint and could be pierced by the deathly sword lights at any time. At this time, Elder Long's primordial spirit had already rushed into the deathly aura at the periphery of this space. The invisible divine sword was also a saint weapon, and it protected Elder Long's primordial spirit as it quickly escaped. Although his physical body had been completely corroded by the corpse poison and had been completely destroyed, at Elder Long's level of cultivation, he would not truly die as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed. Although Elder Long had lost his physical body, he only needed to find a cultivator with an excellent physique and seize their body. There was a chance that he would be able to completely recover. However, there was someone who had no intention of letting Elder Long go. Humph. You're just unlucky to be standing with the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. I can only kill you. Gu Fei's body merged with the void as he silently chased after Elder Long. The enemy's ally was also his enemy. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of Elder Long's predicament to eliminate this powerful enemy so that he would not become a threat in the future. Soon, Gu Fei caught up to Elder Long. Bang! He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that emitted endless divine light broke through the deathly aura. It descended from the sky and grabbed at the escaping light below. Who is it? Elder Long roared in rage. His face turned pale with fright. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that someone would actually attack him. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao descended from the gigantic hand in the sky. The gigantic hand enveloped the entire area, locking down the entire space. There was no way for him to escape. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share, target =_blank. Chapter 1345. Boom! Boundless fist intent burst forth, and a terrifying aura spread out, shaking the entire world, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the space due to the terrifying power. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to lose color and the earth to tremble. This kind of power seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's fist energy was unparalleled. His golden fist blossomed with endless divine light as he struck out the metal element fist. The power of the metal element surged violently, displaying an invincible fist intent that pressed forward with indomitable will. Roar! Elder Long's primordial spirit roared. The invisible divine sword emitted a transparent sword light that tore through the void and met Gu Fei's fist. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of dark spatial cracks converged towards Gu Fei. Break for me. Gu Fei's fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. It shattered the thousands of dark spatial cracks and collapsed the void under Gu Fei's fist. The golden fist shattered the layers of invisible sword chi and sent Elder Long's primordial spirit flying. Cracks appeared on Elder Long's primordial spirit. This fist contained Tao power and displayed an invincible fist intent. It almost blew up Elder Long's primordial spirit, which shocked Elder Long, too strong. What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be, it's the legendary ancient martial arts? Elder Long's primordial spirit thought quickly. His opponent's cultivation and strength were too terrifying. Elder Long had lived for countless years and was an old antique in the heaven realm. He had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. This time, he was invited by the primordial Emperor Xian. Sometimes, living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Elder Long knew that he had met a lifetime enemy. He had not met many opponents like this in his long life. This young cultivator exuded the aura of a saint. However, this person was definitely not a saint. If this person was a saint, he would have been killed in a second. A half-saint with a holy weapon could display the power of a saint. However, it was a different matter when a true saint used the power of a saint. Without becoming a sage, one would never know how terrifying a sage was. Only by reaching that height would one know what a sage was. Who the hell are you? Elder Long's primordial spirit was truly afraid. The battle prowess that the other party had displayed was incomparably powerful. Even if he were at his peak condition, he would probably not be a match for the other party, let alone now that he was only left with his primordial spirit. Humph. Those who are about to die don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei sneered. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Elder Long's primordial spirit. Buzz! Elder Long was terrified. The formless divine sword trembled, and his primordial spirit fused with the divine sword. Then, it turned into a streak of formless and transparent sword light. It rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Where do you think you're going? A beam of purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows again. It was as if another eye had opened up. The power of his soul shot out from the beam of light and turned into a sword of the way. It slashed towards the invisible sword light that rose into the sky. The formless sword light had nowhere to hide from his martial arts' heavenly eye. Clang! The primordial sword of the way arrived first even though it was launched later. It fiercely slashed the invisible sword light, slashing out Elder Long's primordial spirit, who had fused with the divine sword. Then, the sword of the way twisted upwards, directly killing Elder Long's primordial spirit. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Elder Long's body and soul were both destroyed. A divine sword condensed in the void. It was a divine sword that was as transparent as crystal. The saint weapon, shadowless sword? When Gu Fei saw the divine sword, his eyes lit up. After Elder Long's primordial spirit was destroyed, the divine sword floated in the void. It did not fly away. It even made a sound from time to time, as if it was wailing. It was filled with spirituality. There was no reason to let go of such a saint weapon. Gu Fei extended his hand, wanting to grab the invisible divine sword. However, at this moment, the invisible divine sword emitted a terrifying wave of sword chi. Huh! Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was the saint weapon's resistance. It would take a lot of effort to subdue such a saint weapon. It would not succeed in a short period of time. Buzz! A circle of sword wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the invisible divine sword. Gu Fei only felt a stinging pain from his palm, as if it was cut by countless sharp blades. Even the sovereign martial body could feel the pain. The sword chi emitted by the saint weapon was too sharp and powerful. If it was an ordinary sovereign martial body, they would have already been pierced by the sword chi. Even a half-saint would find it hard to withstand this sword wave. However, Gu Fei was not a half-saint. He did not use his own body to resist the sword wave that was spreading out. His primordial spirit entered the saint-tier battle puppet. His divine sense covered the entire body of the battle puppet. He could still feel the pain. This was a feeling that originated from the spiritual level. Immortal Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew upon the power of the great Tao, and his right hand was also covered in Tao patterns. In the end, he still grabbed the invisible divine sword in his hand. Buzz! The invisible divine sword struggled in Gu Fei's hand like a spirit snake. It emitted an invisible sword chi that cut the void. Countless black threads as thin as hair seemed to extend from Gu Fei's hand. They were the cracks in the space that were torn by the invisible sword light. All right. Gu Fei used his Tao power to suppress the saint weapon. However, he found that there was an unyielding will coming from the saint weapon. He knew that this was the imprint left by the original owner of the saint weapon. Only by erasing the imprint in the saint weapon could he refine the saint weapon for his own use. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not have time to refine the saint weapon. He tried and knew that it would not work. So, he took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw the invisible divine sword into it. The mountain and river cauldron was enough to suppress the invisible divine sword. He did not need to worry that the divine sword would be taken away by others when it was inside the mountain and river cauldron. No one could take away the invisible divine sword when it was suppressed by the divine weapon. Even the first owner of the invisible divine sword was absolutely powerless. Gu Fei's harvest was not small after killing the half-step sage Elder Long and taking away the invisible divine sword. It should be known that the invisible divine sword was a saint sword. Yuan Gu, don't die so quickly. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly flew in the direction of the ghost city. He was not optimistic about the chances of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian. It should be known that there were 9 sage evil spirits in the ghost city. The strength of each evil spirit was infinitely close to that of a sage. Even if they were not sages, they were terrifying existences at the quasi-sage realm. Even if Mu Qingtian had an extreme Dao Saint artifact, he might not be able to deal with 9 quasi-sage existences. Please go to the ghost city. Please share. Target =_blank. Chapter 1346. The heavenly demon flag displayed supreme demonic might in heavenly venerate Mo's hand. Even a demonic quasi-sage would be sent flying by it. If a quasi-sage were to be swept by the heavenly demon flag, his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. However, all the quasi-sages present had holy weapons, so it was not easy to kill them. Mu Qingtian had already chased away the leaders of the heavenly realm. The remaining 5 or 6 people were all incomparably powerful. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful when facing such existences. The profound Heaven Holy Land's arcane guru and the star constellation quasi-sage couldn't compare to these existences. Some of these people had already become famous in the late period of the Great Desolate Era. Boom! A childlike expert blasted out a punch. The entire world shook. He was clad in a layer of pitch-black armor, only his head exposed. Although his divine material was small, it was much more powerful than anyone else's. He had unexpectedly clashed head-on with the heavenly demon flag. The heavenly devil flag danced and the power of devil path surged out. The black-armored boy was sent flying. Although the boy was sent flying, he wasn't seriously injured. Ancient divine runes appeared on the black armor on his body, repelling all the demonic power that surged towards him, making it difficult for it to harm him. Is that a great saint-level divine armor? Everyone was shocked. The boy was incomparably powerful. He was wearing a great saint-level divine armor, yet he didn't seem to be affected by the heavenly demon flag. Ninth nether child? Someone recognized the origin of this black-armored childlike expert. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. This ninth nether child's origin was not simple. A quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain? Mu Qingtian was also shocked. Although he had an extreme life form, he still felt extremely strained when facing such an existence. Heavenly Venerate Mo, ninth nether child, why did these old fogies come out? Although the primordial Emperor Xian was a supreme, his cultivation and strength were nothing compared to these old fogies. Buzz! The flying celestial sword vibrated and released beams of resplendent flying celestial sword light. They pierced through the void and slashed towards Heavenly Lord Mo. Sword energy rushed into the sky. However, Heavenly Venerate Mo merely slapped out with his palm and shattered the thousands of sword lights from the flying celestial swords. The power of the demon path surged like a great river toward Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, sending him flying thousands of feet away. Wow! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stabilized his body. His face flushed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the blood essence of a half-step saint. Each drop contained a great amount of immortal Tao power. A drop of blood from a half-step saint could kill an immortal. The cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage was so strong that it was almost at the level of a sage. Although Heavenly Venerable Mo wasn't a sage, every single move he made contained great sacred arts. Even a half-step saint with a saint weapon is no match for him. Gu Fei, who was hiding to the side, couldn't help feeling apprehensive. The terror of a quasi-sage wasn't something he could imagine. The arrival of a quasi-sage had changed the course of the battle in the City of Death. This kind of existence had lived for countless years and cultivated their entire lives in order to become a sage. The hope of becoming a sage could drive them crazy. Even if they had to slaughter their way through millions of miles, they still had to obtain it. The City of Death was floating in the sky. Only 6 of the 9 sage fiends remained. In other words, 3 of the 9 sage corpses had been destroyed. Who had done this? Was it Mu Qingtian? Or was it Heavenly Venerable Mo who wielded the Heavenly Devil flag? Was the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the City of Death already taken by someone? Gu Fei weighed the current situation. The grand momentum of this world had already been broken, and the power comparable to the extreme Tao had been weakened. At this time, Gu Fei could use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the void reversal secret art. His body merged with the void, avoiding everyone's eyes and ears as he flew toward the City of Death in the sky. The originally perfectly fine City of Death was now in ruins. However, 6 locations within the City of Death were still emitting terrifying fluctuations of the Sage realm. Even though Gu Fei had entered the Saint-Tier battle avatar, he still felt his soul trembling. This was an oppressive sage might. Even if a sage had fallen, their corpses still couldn't be profaned. Ordinary people simply couldn't endure the sage aura coming from their corpses. The palace at the center of the City of Death had disappeared. The heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured by the City of Death had been taken by someone. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. The heaven-defying life force had disappeared. A tiny bit of life had been born from the endless death. This was the fortune of heaven and earth. That tiny bit of life had boundless miraculous uses. It contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth and could help a person become a sage. Demon Sky Sovereign, quickly hand over that heaven-defying Tao fruit. A golden-haired middle-aged man roared. He held a golden holy sword in his hand as he arrived before Demon Sky Sovereign and directly slashed at his head. Another quasi-sage. A terrifying saint-tier power erupted from the golden divine sword. The golden sword light soared for tens of thousands of meters as if it could split the heaven and earth in half. The heaven-defying Tao fruit was taken by that devil? Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. That devil had the ultimate devil weapon, the heavenly devil flag. It seemed like only he could break into the City of Death and seize the Tao fruit. Bam! Without any suspense, that golden-haired quasi-sage was sent flying by Demon Sky Sovereign. The golden sword light shattered and the power of the heavenly devil flag engulfed the heaven and earth. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth was shaken by the unimaginable power of the heavenly devil flag. The sky seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The heavenly devil flag didn't display the ultimate devil might, but it wasn't something ordinary holy weapons could compare to. Let's go. Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked. Although he wasn't a half-saint or a half-saint, he could fight with them. The reason why he had such combat strength was because of the purple branch in his hand. It was a branch that had been cut off from the heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked Sky Lord Demon. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the branch, but there were traces of the great Tao circulating around it. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the branch. This was a kind of Tao law, and it was this kind of great Tao God law that made Sky Lord Mo's expression turn serious. The Tao law that shot out from the withered branch swept through everything, breaking through the layers of demonic energy and hitting the heavenly demon flag. Boom! The void was annihilated, and the purple withered branch collided with the heavenly demon flag. This was a confrontation of the great path divine laws, and it resulted in terrifying consequences. The entire world was annihilated, turning into a chaotic void. Mu Qingtian and Demon Sky Sovereign were both sent flying backwards. Neither of them had gained the upper hand in this exchange. To see the first ad free, please go to. Please share, target equals _blank.